Chapter 3, Part 2 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 2. Being now reduced to a state of solitude which I did not like, I became a great frequenter of the playhouses, which indeed was always my favorite diversion, and most evenings passed away 2 or 3 hours behind the scenes, where I met with several poets, with whom I made engagements at the taverns. Some of the players were likewise of our parties. At these meetings we were generally entertained by the poets with reading their performances, and by the players with repeating their parts, upon which occasions I observed the gentleman who furnished our entertainment was commonly the best pleased of the company, who, though they were pretty civil to him to his face, seldom failed to take the first opportunity of his absence to ridicule him. Now, I made some remarks which probably are too obvious to be worth relating. "Sir," says Adams, "your remarks, if you please." "First, then," says he, "I concluded that the general observation that wits are most inclined to vanity is not true. Men are equally vain of riches, strength, beauty, honors, etc. But these appear of themselves to the eyes of the beholders, whereas the poor wit is obliged to produce his performance to show you his perfection. And on his readiness to do this, that vulgar opinion I have before mentioned is grounded. But doth not the person who expends vast sums in the furniture of his house, or the ornaments of his person, who consumes much time and employs great pains in dressing himself, or who thinks himself paid for self-denial, labor, or even villainy, by a title or a ribbon, sacrifice as much to vanity as the poor wit who is desirous to read you his poem or his play? My second remark was, that vanity is the worst of passions, and more apt to contaminate the mind than any other, for as selfishness is much more general than we please to allow it, so it is natural to hate and envy those who stand between us and the good we desire. Now, in lust and ambition these are few, and even in avarice we may find many who are no obstacles to our pursuits, but the vain man seeks preeminence, and everything which is excellent or praiseworthy in another renders him the mark of his antipathy. Adams now began to fumble in his pockets, and soon cried out, "Oh, la! I have it not about me." Upon this, the gentleman asking him what he was searching for, he said he searched after a sermon, which he thought his masterpiece against vanity. "Fie upon it! Fie upon it!" cries he. "Why do I ever leave that sermon out of my pocket? I wish it was within 5 miles. I would willingly fetch it to read it you." The gentleman answered that there was no need, for he was cured of the passion. "And for that very reason," quoth Adams, "I would read it, for I am confident you would admire it. Indeed, I have never been a greater enemy to any passion than that silly one of vanity." The gentleman smiled, and proceeded. From this society I easily passed to that of the gamesters, where nothing remarkable happened but the finishing of my fortune, which those gentlemen soon helped me to the end of. This opened scenes of life hitherto unknown. Poverty and distress, with their horrid train of duns, attorneys, bailiffs, haunted me day and night. My clothes grew shabby, my credit bad, my friends and acquaintance of all kinds cold. In this situation, the strangest thought imaginable came into my head, and what was this but to write a play? For I had sufficient leisure. Fear of bailiffs confined me every day to my room, and having always had a little inclination and something of a genius that way, I set myself to work, and within a few months produced a piece of 5 acts, which was accepted of at the theatre. I remembered to have formerly taken tickets of other poets for their benefits long before the appearance of their performances, and resolving to follow a precedent which was so well suited to my present circumstances, I immediately provided myself with a large number of little papers. Happy indeed would be the state of poetry would these tickets pass current at the bakehouse, the alehouse, and the chandler's shop. But, alas, far otherwise. No tailor will take them in payment for buckram, canvas, stay-tape, nor no bailiff for civility money. They are, indeed, no more than a passport to beg with, a certificate that the owner wants 5 shillings, which induces well-disposed Christians to charity. I now experienced what is worse than poverty, or rather what is the worst consequence of poverty. I mean attendance and dependence on the great. Many a morning have I waited hours in the cold parlours of men of quality, where, after seeing the lowest rascals in lace and embroidery, the pimps and buffoons in fashion, admitted I have been sometimes told, on sending in my name, that my lord could not possibly see me this morning, a sufficient assurance that I should never more get entrance into that house. Sometimes I have been at last admitted, and the great man hath thought proper to excuse himself by telling me he was tied up. "Tied up?" says Adams. "Pray, what's that?" "Sir," says the gentleman, "the profit which booksellers allowed authors for the best works was so very small, that certain men of birth and fortune some years ago, who were the patrons of wit and learning, thought fit to encourage them farther by entering into voluntary subscriptions for their encouragement. Thus Prior, Rowe, Pope, and some other men of genius received large sums for their labours from the public. This seemed so easy a method of getting money that many of the lowest scribblers of the times ventured to publish their works in the same way, and many had the assurance to take in subscriptions for what was not writ, nor ever intended. Subscriptions in this manner, growing infinite, and a kind of tax on the public, some persons, finding it not so easy a task to discern good from bad authors, or to know what genius was worthy encouragement, and what was not, to prevent the expense of subscribing to so many, invented a method to excuse themselves from all subscriptions whatever, and this was to receive a small sum of money in consideration of giving a large one if ever they subscribed, which many have done, and many more have pretended to have done, in order to silence all solicitation. The same method was likewise taken with playhouse tickets, which were no less a public grievance, and this is what they call being tied up from subscribing. I can't say but the term is apt enough, and somewhat typical, said Adams, for a man of large fortune who ties himself up, as you call it, from the encouragement of men of merit, ought to be tied up in reality. Well, sir, says the gentleman, to return to my story. Sometimes I have received a guinea from a man of quality, given with as ill a grace as alms are generally to the meanest beggar, and purchased too with as much time spent in attendance as, if it had been spent in honest industry, might have brought me more profit, with infinitely more satisfaction. After about 2 months spent in this disagreeable way, with the utmost mortification, when I was pluming my hopes on the prospect of a plentiful harvest from my play, upon applying to the prompter to know when it came into rehearsal, he informed me he had received orders from the managers to return me the play again, for that they could not possibly act it that season, but if I would take it and revise it against the next, they would be glad to see it again. I snatched it from him with great indignation, and retired to my room, where I threw myself on the bed in a fit of despair. You should rather have thrown yourself on your knees, says Adams, for despair is sinful. As soon, continued the gentleman, as I had indulged the first tumult of my passion, I began to consider coolly what course I should take, in a situation without friends, money, credit, or reputation of any kind. After revolving many things in my mind, I could see no other possibility of furnishing myself with the miserable necessaries of life than to retire to a garret near the Temple, and commence hackney writer to the lawyers, for which I was well qualified, being an excellent penman. This purpose I resolved on, and immediately put it in execution. I had an acquaintance with an attorney who had formerly transacted affairs for me, and to him I applied, but instead of furnishing me with any business, he laughed at my undertaking, and told me he was afraid I should turn his deeds into plays, and he should expect to see them on the stage. Not to tire you with instances of this kind from others, I found that Plato himself did not hold poets in greater abhorrence than these men of business do. Whenever I durst venture to a coffee-house, which was on Sundays only, a whisper ran round the room, which was constantly attended with a sneer, "That's poet Wilson," for I know not whether you have observed it, but there is a malignity in the nature of man which, when not weeded out, or at least covered by a good education and politeness, delights in making another uneasy or dissatisfied with himself. This abundantly appears in all assemblies, except those which are filled by people of fashion, and especially among the younger people of both sexes, whose birth and fortunes place them just without the polite circles. I mean the lower class of the gentry, and the higher of the mercantile world, who are in reality the worst bred part of mankind. Well, sir, whilst I continued in this miserable state, with scarce sufficient business to keep me from starving, the reputation of a poet being my bane, I accidentally became acquainted with a bookseller, who told me, "It was a pity a man of my learning and genius should be obliged to such a method of getting his livelihood, that he had a compassion for me, and if I would engage with him, he would undertake to provide handsomely for me." A man in my circumstances, as he very well knew, had no choice. I accordingly accepted his proposal with his conditions, which were none of the most favourable, and fell to translating with all my might. I had no longer reason to lament the want of business, for he furnished me with so much that in half a year I almost writ myself blind. I likewise contracted a distemper by my sedentary life, in which no part of my body was exercised but my right arm, which rendered me incapable of writing for a long time. This unluckily happening to delay the publication of a work, and my last performance not having sold well, the bookseller declined any further engagement, and aspersed me to his brethren as a careless, idle fellow. I had, however, by having half worked and half starved myself to death during the time I was in his service, saved a few guineas, with which I bought a lottery ticket, resolving to throw myself into Fortune's lap, and try if she would make me amends for the injuries she had done me at the gaming table. This purchase being made left me almost penniless, when, as if I had not been sufficiently miserable, a bailiff in woman's clothes got admittance to my chamber, whither he was directed by the bookseller. He arrested me at my tailor's suit for £35, a sum for which I could not procure bail, and was therefore conveyed to his house, where I was locked up in an upper chamber. I had now neither health, for I was scarce recovered from my indisposition, liberty, money, or friends, and had abandoned all hopes, and even the desire of life. "But this could not last long," said Adams, "for doubtless the tailor released you the moment he was truly acquainted with your affairs, and knew that your circumstances would not permit you to pay him." "Oh, sir," answered the gentleman, "he knew that before he arrested me. Nay, he knew that nothing but incapacity could prevent me paying my debts, for I had been his customer many years, had spent vast sums of money with him, and had always paid most punctually in my prosperous days. But when I reminded him of this, with assurances that, if he would not molest my endeavours, I would pay him all the money I could, by my utmost labour and industry, procure, reserving only what was sufficient to preserve me alive. He answered, his patience was worn out, that I had put him off from time to time, that he wanted the money, that he had put it into a lawyer's hands, and if I did not pay him immediately, or find security, I must die in jail, and expect no mercy. He may expect mercy, cries Adams, starting from his chair, where he will find none. How can such a wretch repeat the Lord's Prayer, where the word, which is translated, I know not for what reason, trespasses, is, in the original, debts? And as surely as we do not forgive others their debts when they are unable to pay them, so surely shall we ourselves be unforgiven when we are in no condition of paying. He ceased, and the gentleman proceeded. While I was in this deplorable situation, a former acquaintance, to whom I had communicated my lottery ticket, found me out, and, making me a visit, with great delight in his countenance, shook me heartily by the hand, and wished me joy of my good fortune. For, says he, your ticket is come up a prize of £3,000. Adams snapped his fingers at these words in an ecstasy of joy, which, however, did not continue long, for the gentleman thus proceeded. Alas, sir, this was only a trick of fortune to sink me the deeper, for I had disposed of this lottery ticket 2 days before to a relation, who refused lending me a shilling without it, in order to procure myself bread. As soon as my friend was acquainted with my unfortunate sale, he began to revile me, and remind me of all the ill conduct and miscarriages of my life. He said I was one whom fortune could not save if she would, that I was now ruined, without any hopes of retrieval, nor must expect any pity from my friends, that it would be extreme weakness to compassionate the misfortunes of a man who ran headlong to his own destruction. He then painted to me, in as lively colours as he was able, the happiness I should have now enjoyed, had I not foolishly disposed of my ticket. I urged the plea of necessity, but he made no answer to that, and began again to revile me, till I could bear it no longer, and desired him to finish his visit. I soon exchanged the bailiff's house for a prison, where, as I had not money sufficient to procure me a separate apartment, I was crowded in with a great number of miserable wretches, in common with whom I was destitute of every convenience of life, even that which all the brutes enjoy, wholesome air. In these dreadful circumstances, I applied by letter to several of my old acquaintance, and such to whom I had formerly lent money, without any great prospect of its being returned, for their assistance, but in vain. An excuse, instead of a denial, was the gentlest answer I received. Whilst I languished in a condition too horrible to be described, and which, in a land of humanity, and what is much more, Christianity, seems a strange punishment for a little inadvertency and indiscretion, while whilst I was in this condition, a fellow came into the prison, and, inquiring me out, delivered me the following letter. Quote, Sir, my father, to whom you sold your ticket in the last lottery, died the same day in which it came up a prize, as you have possibly heard, and left me sole heiress of all his fortune. I am so much touched with your present circumstances, and the uneasiness you must feel at having been driven to dispose of what might have made you happy, that I must desire your acceptance of the enclosed, and am your humble servant, Harriet Hearty. Close quote. And what do you think was enclosed? I don't know, cried Adams. Not less than a guinea, I hope. Sir, it was a bank note for 200 pounds. 200 pounds, says Adams in a rapture. No less, I assure you, answered the gentleman. A sum I was not half so delighted with as with the dear name of the generous girl that sent it me, and who was not only the best, but the handsomest creature in the universe, and for whom I had long had a passion which I never durst disclose to her. I kissed her name 1,000 times, my eyes overflowing with tenderness and gratitude. I repeated, but not to detain you with these raptures, I immediately acquired my liberty, and having paid all my debts, departed with upwards of 50 pounds in my pocket to thank my kind deliverer. She happened to be then out of town, a circumstance which, upon reflection, pleased me, for by that means I had an opportunity to appear before her in a more decent dress. At her return to town, within a day or two, I threw myself at her feet with the most ardent acknowledgments, which she rejected with an unfeigned greatness of mind, and told me I could not oblige her more than by never mentioning, or, if possible, thinking on, a circumstance which must bring to my mind an accident that might be grievous to me to think on. She proceeded thus. What I have done is in my own eyes a trifle, and perhaps infinitely less than would have become me to do, and if you think of engaging in any business where a larger sum may be serviceable to you, I shall not be over rigid either as to the security or interest. I endeavored to express all the gratitude in my power to this profusion of goodness, though perhaps it was my enemy, and began to afflict my mind with more agonies than all the miseries I had underwent. It affected me with severer reflections than poverty, distress, and prisons united had been able to make me feel. For, sir, these acts and professions of kindness, which were sufficient to have raised in a good heart the most violent passion of friendship to one of the same, or to age and ugliness in a different sex, came to me from a woman, a young and beautiful woman, one whose perfections I had long known, and for whom I had long conceived a violent passion, though with a despair which made me endeavour rather to curb and conceal than to nourish or acquaint her with it. In short, they came upon me united with beauty, softness, and tenderness, such bewitching smiles. Oh, Mr. Adams, in that moment I lost myself, and forgetting our different situations, nor considering what return I was making to her goodness by desiring her, who had given me so much, to bestow her all, I laid gently hold on her hand, and conveying it to my lips, I pressed it with inconceivable ardor. Then, lifting up my swimming eyes, I saw her face and neck overspread with one blush. She offered to withdraw her hand, yet not so as to deliver it from mine, though I held it with the gentlest force. We both stood trembling, her eyes cast on the ground, and mine steadfastly fixed on her. Good G—D, what was then the condition of my soul, burning with love, desire, admiration, gratitude, and every tender passion, all bent on one charming object. A passion at last got the better of both reason and respect, and, softly letting go her hand, I offered madly to clasp her in my arms, when, a little recovering herself, she started from me, asking me, with some show of anger, if she had any reason to expect this treatment from me. I then fell prostrate before her, and told her, if I had offended, my life was absolutely in her power, which I would in any manner lose for her sake. Nay, madam, said I, you shall not be so ready to punish me as I to suffer. I own my guilt. I detest the reflection that I would have sacrificed your happiness to mine. Believe me, I sincerely repent my ingratitude, yet believe me too, it was my passion, my unbounded passion for you, which hurried me so far. I have loved you long and tenderly, and the goodness you have shown me hath innocently weighed down a wretch undone before. Acquit me of all mean, mercenary views, and before I take my leave of you for ever, which I am resolved instantly to do, believe me that fortune could have raised me to no height to which I could not have gladly lifted you. Oh, cursed be fortune! Do not, says she, interrupting me with the sweetest voice, do not curse fortune, since she hath made me happy, and if she hath put your happiness in my power, I have told you, you shall ask nothing in reason which I will refuse. Madam, said I, you mistake me if you imagine, as you seem, my happiness is in the power of fortune now. You have obliged me too much already. If I have any wish, it is for some blessed accident by which I may contribute with my life to the least augmentation of your felicity. As for myself, the only happiness I can ever have will be hearing of yours, and if fortune will make that complete, I will forgive her all her wrongs to me. You may, indeed, answered she, smiling, for your own happiness must be included in mine. I have long known your worth. Nay, I must confess, said she, blushing, I have long discovered that passion for me you profess, notwithstanding those endeavours which I am convinced were unaffected to conceal it. And if all I can give with reason will not suffice, take reason away, and now I believe you cannot ask me what I will deny." She uttered these words with a sweetness not to be imagined. I immediately started. My blood, which lay freezing at my heart, rushed tumultuously through every vein. I stood for a moment silent. Then, flying to her, I caught her in my arms, no longer resisting, and softly told her she must give me then herself. Oh, sir, can I describe her look? She remained silent and almost motionless several minutes. At last, recovering herself a little, she insisted on my leaving her, and in such a manner that I instantly obeyed. You may imagine, however, I soon saw her again. But I ask pardon. I fear I have detained you too long in relating the particulars of the former interview. So far otherwise, said Adams, licking his lips, that I could willingly hear it over again. Well, sir, continued the gentleman, to be as concise as possible, within a week she consented to make me the happiest of mankind. We were married shortly after, and when I came to examine the circumstances of my wife's fortune, which I do assure you I was not presently at leisure enough to do, I found it amounted to about 6,000 pounds, most part of which lay in effects, for her father had been a wine merchant, and she seemed willing, if I liked it, that I should carry on the same trade. I readily and too inconsiderately undertook it, for, not having been bred up to the secrets of the business, and endeavouring to deal with the utmost honesty and uprightness, I soon found our fortune in a declining way, and my trade decreasing by little and little, for my wines, which I never adulterated after their importation, and were sold as neat as they came over, were universally decried by the vintners, to whom I could not allow them quite as cheap as those who gained double the profit by a less price. I soon began to despair of improving our fortune by these means, nor was I at all easy at the visits and familiarity of many who had been my acquaintance in my prosperity, but had denied and shunned me in my adversity, and now very forwardly renewed their acquaintance with me. In short, I had sufficiently seen that the pleasures of the world are chiefly folly, and the business of it mostly knavery, and both nothing better than vanity, the men of pleasure tearing one another to pieces from the emulation of spending money, and the men of business from envy in getting it. My happiness consisted entirely in my wife, whom I loved with an inexpressible fondness, which was perfectly returned, and my prospects were no other than to provide for our growing family, for she was now big of her second child. I therefore took an opportunity to ask her opinion of entering into a retired life, which, after hearing my reasons and perceiving my affection for it, she readily embraced. We soon put our small fortune, now reduced under 3,000 pounds, into money, with part of which we purchased this little place, whither we retired soon after her delivery from a world full of bustle, noise, hatred, envy, and ingratitude, to ease, quiet, and love. We have here lived almost 20 years, with little other conversation than our own, most of the neighborhood taking us for very strange people, the squire of the parish representing me as a madman, and the parson as a Presbyterian, because I will not hunt with the one, nor drink with the other. "Sir," says Adams, "Fortune hath, I think, paid you all her debts in this sweet retirement." "Sir," replied the gentleman, "I am thankful to the great Author of all things for the blessings I here enjoy. I have the best of wives and 3 pretty children, for whom I have the true tenderness of a parent. But no blessings are pure in this world. Within 3 years of my arrival here, I lost my eldest son." Here he sighed bitterly. "Sir," says Adams, "we must submit to Providence, and consider death as common to all." "We must submit indeed," answered the gentleman, "and if he had died, I could have borne the loss with patience. But, alas, sir, he was stolen away from my door by some wicked travelling people whom they call gypsies, nor could I ever, with the most diligent search, recover him. Poor child! He had the sweetest look, the exact picture of his mother," at which some tears unwittingly dropped from his eyes, as did likewise from those of Adams, who always sympathized with his friends on those occasions. "Thus, sir," said the gentleman, "I have finished my story, in which, if I have been too particular, I ask your pardon. And now, if you please, I will fetch you another bottle, which proposal the parson thankfully accepted." End of Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 2. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Book 3, Chapters 4 and 5 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 3, Chapter 4. A description of Mr. Wilson's way of living. The tragical adventure of the dog, and other grave matters. The gentleman returned with the bottle, and Adams and he sat some time silent, when the former started up and cried, "No, that won't do." The gentleman inquired into his meaning. He answered, he had been considering that it was possible the late famous King Theodore might have been that very son whom he had lost, but added, that his age could not answer that imagination. However, says he, G disposes all things for the best, and very probably he may be some great man or duke, and may one day or other revisit you in that capacity. The gentleman answered, he should know him amongst 10,000, for he had a mark on his left breast of a strawberry, which his mother had given him, by longing for that fruit. That beautiful young lady, the Morning, now rose from her bed, and with a countenance blooming with fresh youth and sprightliness, like Miss Footnote, whoever the reader pleases, with soft dews hanging on her pouting lips, began to take her early walk over the eastern hills, and presently after, that gallant person, the sun, stole softly from his wife's chamber to pay his addresses to her. When the gentleman asked his guest if he would walk forth and survey his little garden, which he readily agreed to, and Joseph at the same time, awaking from a sleep in which he had been 2 hours buried, went with them. No parterres, no fountains, no statues embellished this little garden. Its only ornament was a short walk, shaded on each side by a filbert hedge, with a small alcove at one end, whither in hot weather the gentleman and his wife used to retire and divert themselves with their children, who played in the walk before them. But though vanity had no votary in this little spot, here was variety of fruit and everything useful for the kitchen, which was abundantly sufficient to catch the admiration of Adams, who told the gentleman he had certainly a good gardener. Sir, answered he, that gardener is now before you. Whatever you see here is the work solely of my own hands. Whilst I am providing necessaries for my table, I likewise procure myself an appetite for them. In fair seasons I seldom pass less than 6 hours of the 24 in this place, where I am not idle, and by these means I have been able to preserve my health ever since my arrival here, without assistance from physic. Hither I generally repair at the dawn, and exercise myself whilst my wife dresses her children and prepares our breakfast, after which we are seldom asunder during the residue of the day, for when the weather will not permit them to accompany me here, I am usually within with them, for I am neither ashamed of conversing with my wife, nor of playing with my children. To say the truth, I do not perceive that inferiority of understanding which the levity of rakes, the dullness of men of business, or the austerity of the learned would persuade us of in women. As for my woman, I declare I have found none of my own sex capable of making juster observations on life, or of delivering them more agreeably, nor do I believe any one possessed of a faithfuller or braver friend. And sure as this friendship is sweetened with more delicacy and tenderness, so it is confirmed by dearer pledges than can attend the closest male alliance. For what union can be so fast as our common interest in the fruits of our embraces? Perhaps, sir, you are not yourself a father. If you are not, be assured you cannot conceive the delight I have in my little ones. Would you not despise me if you saw me stretched on the ground, and my children playing round me?" "I should reverence the sight," quoth Adams. "I myself am now the father of 6, and have been of 11, and I can say I never scourged a child of my own, unless as his schoolmaster, and then have felt every stroke on my own posteriors. And as to what you say concerning women, I have often lamented my own wife did not understand Greek." The gentleman smiled, and answered, he would not be apprehended to insinuate that his own had an understanding above the care of her family. "On the contrary," says he, "my Harriet, I assure you, is a notable housewife, and few gentlemen's housekeepers understand cookery or confectionery better. But these are arts which she hath no great occasion for now. However, the wine you commended so much last night at supper was of her own making, as is indeed all the liquor in my house, except my beer, which falls to my province." "And I assure you it is as excellent," quoth Adams, "as ever I tasted. We formerly kept a maidservant, but since my girls have been growing up, she is unwilling to indulge them in idleness; for, as the fortunes I shall give them will be very small, we intend not to breed them above the rank they are likely to fill hereafter, nor to teach them to despise or ruin a plain husband. Indeed, I could wish a man of my own temper and a retired life might fall to their lot, for I have experienced that calm, serene happiness which is seated in content, is inconsistent with the hurry and bustle of the world." He was proceeding thus, when the little things, being just risen, ran eagerly towards him and asked him blessing. They were shy to the strangers, but the eldest acquainted her father that her mother and the young gentlewoman were up, and that breakfast was ready. They all went in, where the gentleman was surprised at the beauty of Fanny, who had now recovered herself from her fatigue, and was entirely clean dressed, for the rogues who had taken away her purse had left her bundle. But if he was so much amazed at the beauty of this young creature, his guests were no less charmed at the tenderness which appeared in the behaviour of the husband and wife to each other, and to their children, and at the dutiful and affectionate behaviour of these to their parents. These instances place the well-disposed mind of Adams equally with the readiness which they expressed to oblige their guests, and their forwardness to offer them the best of everything in their house. And what delighted him still more was an instance or two of their charity, for whilst they were at breakfast the good woman was called for to assist her sick neighbour, which she did with some cordials made for the public use, and the good man went into his garden at the same time to supply another with something which he wanted thence, for they had nothing which those who wanted it were not welcome to. These good people were in the utmost cheerfulness when they heard the report of a gun, and immediately afterwards a little dog, the favourite of the eldest daughter, came limping in all bloody, and laid himself at his mistress's feet. The poor girl, who was about 11 years old, burst into tears at the sight, and presently one of the neighbors came in and informed them that the young squire, the son of the lord of the manor, had shot him as he passed by, swearing at the same time he would prosecute the master of him for keeping a spaniel, for that he had given notice he would not suffer one in the parish. The dog, whom his mistress had taken into her lap, died in a few minutes, licking her hand. She expressed great agony at his loss, and the other children began to cry for their sister's misfortune, nor could Fanny herself refrain. Whilst the father and mother attempted to comfort her, Adams grasped his crabstick and would have sallied out after the squire had not Joseph withheld him. He could not, however, bridle his tongue. He pronounced the word rascal with great emphasis, said he deserved to be hanged more than a highwayman, and wished he had the scourging him. The mother took her child, lamenting and carrying the dead favourite in her arms, out of the room, when the gentleman said this was the second time the squire had endeavoured to kill the little wretch, and had wounded him smartly once before, adding he could have no motive but ill nature for the little thing, which was not near as big as one's fist, had never been 20 yards from the house in the 6 years his daughter had had it. He said he had done nothing to deserve this usage, but his father had too great a fortune to contend with, that he was as absolute as any tyrant in the universe, and had killed all the dogs, and taken away all the guns in the neighbourhood. And not only that, but he trampled down hedges, and rode over corn and gardens, with no more regard than if they were the highway. I wish I could catch him in my garden, says Adams, though I would rather forgive him riding through my house than such an ill-natured act as this. The cheerfulness of their conversation being interrupted by this accident, in which the guests could be of no service to their kind entertainer, and as the mother was taken up in administering consolation to the poor girl, whose disposition was too good hastily to forget the sudden loss of her little favourite, which had been fondling with her a few minutes before. And as Joseph and Fanny were impatient to get home and begin those previous ceremonies to their happiness which Adams had insisted on, they now offered to take their leave. The gentleman importuned them much to stay dinner, but when he found their eagerness to depart, he summoned his wife, and accordingly, having performed all the usual ceremonies of bows and curtsies, more pleasant to be seen than to be related, they took their leave, the gentleman and his wife heartily wishing them a good journey, and they as heartily thanking them for their kind entertainment. They then departed, Adams declaring that this was the manner in which the people had lived in the golden age. Chapter 5. A disputation on schools held on the road between Mr. Abraham Adams and Joseph, and a discovery not unwelcome to them both. Our travellers, having well refreshed themselves at the gentleman's house, Joseph and Fanny with sleep, and Mr. Abraham Adams with ale and tobacco, renewed their journey with great alacrity, and, pursuing the road into which they were directed, travelled many miles before they met with any adventure worth relating. In this interval we shall present our readers with a very curious discourse, as we apprehend it, concerning public schools, which passed between Mr. Joseph Andrews and Mr. Abraham Adams. They had not gone far before Adams, calling to Joseph, asked him if he had attended to the gentleman's story. He answered, to all the former part, and don't you think, says he was a very unhappy man in his youth? A very unhappy man indeed, answered the other. Joseph, cries Adams, screwing up his mouth, I have found it. I have discovered the cause of all the misfortunes which befell him. A public school, Joseph, was the cause of all the calamities which he afterwards suffered. Public schools are the nurseries of all vice and immorality. All the wicked fellows whom I remember at the university were bred at them. Ah, Lord, I can remember as well as if it was but yesterday a knot of them. They called them king's scholars. I forget why. Very wicked fellows. Joseph, you may thank the Lord you were not bred at a public school. You would never have preserved your virtue as you have. The first care I always take is of a boy's morals. I had rather he should be a blockhead than an atheist or a Presbyterian. What is all the learning in the world compared to his immortal soul? What shall a man take in exchange for his soul? But the masters of great schools trouble themselves about no such thing. I have known a lad of 18 at the university who hath not been able to say his catechism. But for my own part, I always scourged a lad sooner for missing that than any other lesson. Believe me, child, all that gentleman's misfortunes arose from his being educated at a public school. It doth not become me, answered Joseph, to dispute anything, sir, with you, especially a matter of this kind. For to be sure you must be allowed by all the world to be the best teacher of a school in all our county. Yes, that, says Williams, I believe is granted me, that I may without much vanity pretend to. Nay, I believe I may go to the next county too. But gloriari non est meum. However, sir, as you are pleased to bid me speak, says Joseph, you know my late master, Sir Thomas Booby, was bred at a public school, and he was the finest gentleman in all the neighborhood, and I have often heard him say, if he had 100 boys, he would breed them all at the same place. It was his opinion, and I have often heard him deliver it, that a boy taken from a public school and carried into the world will learn more in 1 year there than one of a private education will in 5. He used to say that the school itself initiated him a great way. I remember that was his very expression. For great schools are little societies, where a boy of any observation may see in epitome what he will afterwards find in the world at large. Hinc iliae lacrimae. For that very reason, quoth Adams, I prefer a private school, where boys may be kept in innocence and ignorance, for according to that fine passage in the play of Cato, the only English tragedy I ever read, if knowledge of the world must make men villains, may Juba ever live in ignorance. Who would not rather preserve the purity of his child than wish him to attain the whole circle of arts and sciences, which, by the by, he may learn in the classes of a private school, for I would not be vain, but I esteem myself to be second to none, nulli secundum, in teaching these things, so that a lad may have as much learning in a private as in a public education. And with submission, answered Joseph, he may get as much vice. Witness several country gentlemen who were educated within 5 miles of their own houses, and are as wicked as if they had known the world from their infancy. I remember when I was in the stable, if a young horse was vicious in his nature, no correction would make him otherwise. I take it to be equally the same among men. If a boy be of a mischievous, wicked inclination, no school, though ever so private, will ever make him good. On the contrary, if he be of a righteous temper, you may trust him to London, or wherever else you please. He will be in no danger of being corrupted. Besides, I have often heard my master say that the discipline practised in public schools was much better than that in private. You talk like a jackanapes, says Adams, and so did your master. Discipline, indeed! Because one man scourges 20 or 30 boys more in a morning than another, is he therefore a better disciplinarian? I do presume to confer in this point with all who have taught from Chiron's time to this day, and if I was master of 6 boys only, I would preserve as good discipline amongst them as the master of the greatest school in the world. I say nothing, young man, remember, I say nothing. But if Sir Thomas himself had been educated nearer home and under the tuition of somebody, remember, I name nobody, it might have been better for him, but his father must institute him in the knowledge of the world. Nemo mortalium omnibus ores sapit. Joseph, seeing him run on in this manner, asked pardon many times, assuring he had no intention to offend. I believe you had not, child, said he, and I am not angry with you, but for maintaining good discipline in a school, for this. And then he ran on as before, named all the masters who were recorded in old books, and preferred himself to them all. Indeed, if this good man had an enthusiasm, or what the vulgar call a blind side, it was this: he thought a schoolmaster the greatest character in the world, and himself the greatest of all schoolmasters, neither of which points he would have given up to Alexander the Great at the head of his army. Adams continued his subject till they came to one of the beautifulest spots of ground in the universe. It was a kind of natural amphitheatre, formed by the winding of a small rivulet, which was planted with thick woods, and the trees rose gradually above each other by the natural ascent of the ground they stood on, which ascent, as they hid with their boughs, they seemed to have disposed by the design of the most skilful planter. The soil was spread with a verdure which no paint could imitate, and the whole place might have raised romantic ideas in elder minds than those of Joseph and Fanny, without the assistance of love. Here they arrived about noon, and Joseph proposed to Adams that they should rest a while in this delightful place, and refresh themselves with some provisions which the good nature of Mrs. Wilson had provided them with. Adams made no objection to the proposal, So down they sat, and pulling out a cold fowl and a bottle of wine, they made a repast with a cheerfulness which might have attracted the envy of more splendid tables. I should not omit that they found among their provision a little paper containing a piece of gold, which Adams, imagining had been put there by mistake, would have returned back to restore it. But he was at last convinced by Joseph that Mr. Wilson had taken this handsome way of furnishing them with a supply for their journey, on his having related the distress which they had been in, when they were relieved by the generosity of the pedlar. Adams said he was glad to see such an instance of goodness, not so much for the conveniency which it brought them, as for the sake of the doer, whose reward would be great in heaven. He likewise comforted himself with a reflection that he should shortly have an opportunity of returning it him, for the gentleman was within a week to make a journey into Somersetshire, to pass through Adams parish, and had faithfully promised to call on him, a circumstance which he thought too immaterial to mention before, but which those who have as great an affection for that gentleman as ourselves will rejoice at, as it may give the hopes of seeing him again. Then Joseph made a speech on charity, which the reader, if he is so disposed, may see in the next chapter, for we scorn to betray him into any such reading without first giving him warning. End of Book 3, Chapters 4. Book 3, Chapter 6 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 3, Chapter 5. Moral Reflections by Joseph Andrews, with the hunting adventure and Parson Adams' miraculous escape. I have often wondered, sir, said Joseph, to observe so few instances of charity among mankind, for though the goodness of a man's heart did not incline him to relieve the distresses of his fellow creatures, methinks the desire of honour should move him to it. What inspires a man to build fine houses, to purchase fine furniture, pictures, clothes, and other things, at a great expense, but an ambition to be respected more than other people? Now, would not one great act of charity, one instance of redeeming a poor family from all the miseries of poverty, restoring an unfortunate tradesman by a sum of money to the means of procuring a livelihood by his industry, discharging an undone debtor from his debts, or a jail, or any such like example of goodness, create a man more honour and respect than he could acquire by the finest house, furniture, pictures, or clothes that were ever beheld? For not only the object himself, who was thus relieved, but all who heard the name of such a person must, I imagine, reverence him infinitely more than the possessor of all those other things, which, when we so admire, we rather praise the builder the workman, the painter, the lace-maker, the tailor, and the rest, by whose ingenuity they are produced, than the person who by his money makes them his own. For my part, when I have waited behind my lady in a room hung with fine pictures, while I have been looking at them, I have never once thought of their owner, nor hath any one else, as I ever observed. For when it hath been asked whose picture that was, it was never once answered the master's of the house, but Amiconi, Paul Varnish, Hannibal Scratchy, or Hogarthy, which I suppose were the names of the painters. But if it was asked who redeemed such a one out of prison, who lent such a ruined tradesman money to set up, who clothed that family of poor small children, it is very plain what must be the answer. And besides, these great folks are mistaken if they imagine they get any honor at all by these means, for I do not remember I ever was with my lady at any house where she commended the house or furniture, but I have heard her at her return home make sport and jeer at whatever she had before commended, and I have been told by other gentlemen in livery that it is the same in their families. But I defy the wisest man in the world to turn a true good action into ridicule. I defy him to do it. He who should endeavor it would be laughed at himself, instead of making others laugh. Nobody scarce doth any good, yet they all agree in praising those who do. Indeed, it is strange that all men should consent in commending goodness, and no man endeavor to deserve that commendation, whilst, on the contrary, all rail at wickedness, and all are as eager to be what they abuse. This I know not the reason of, but it is as plain as daylight to those who converse in the world, as I have done these 3 years. Are all the great folks wicked then? says Fanny. To be sure, there are some exceptions, answered Joseph. Some gentlemen of our cloth report charitable actions done by their lords and masters, and I have heard Squire Pope, the great poet, at my lady's table, tell stories of a man that lived at a place called Ross, and another at the Bath, one Al I forget his name, but it is in the book of verses. This gentleman hath built up a stately house too, which the squire likes very well, but his charity is seen farther than his house, though it stands on a hill, ay, and brings him more honor too. It was his charity that put him in the book, where the squire says he puts all those who deserve it. And to be sure, as he lives among all the great people, if there were any such, he would know them. This was all of Mr. Joseph Andrews' speech, which I could get him to recollect, which I have delivered as near as was possible in his own words, with a very small embellishment. But I believe the reader hath not been a little surprised at the long silence of Parson Adams, especially as so many occasions offered themselves to exert his curiosity and observation. The truth is, he was fast asleep, and had been so from the beginning of the preceding narrative. And indeed, if the reader considers that so many hours had passed since he had closed his eyes, he will not wonder at his repose, though even Henley himself or as great an orator, if any such be, had been in his rostrum or tub before him. Joseph, who, whilst he was speaking, had continued in one attitude, with his head reclining on one side, and his eyes cast on the ground, no sooner perceived, on looking up, the position of Adams, who was stretched on his back, and snored louder than the usual braying of the animal with long ears. Then he turned towards Fanny, and taking her by the hand, began a dalliance, which, though consistent with the purest innocence and decency, neither he would have attempted nor she permitted before any witness. Whilst they amused themselves in this harmless and delightful manner, they heard a pack of hounds approaching in full cry towards them, and presently afterwards saw a hare pop forth from the wood, and, crossing the water, land within a few yards of them in the meadows. The hare was no sooner on shore than it seated itself on its hinder legs, and listened to the sound of the pursuers. Fanny was wonderfully pleased with the little wretch, and eagerly longed to have it in her arms, that she might preserve it from the dangers which seemed to threaten it. But the rational part of the creation do not always aptly distinguish their friends from their foes. What wonder, then, if this silly creature, the moment it beheld her, fled from the friend who would have protected it, and, traversing the meadows again, passed the little rivulet on the opposite side. It was, however, so spent and weak that it fell down twice or thrice in its way. This affected the tender heart of Fanny, who exclaimed, with tears in her eyes, against the barbarity of worrying a poor innocent defenceless animal out of its life, and putting it to the extremest torture for diversion. She had not much time to take reflections of this kind, for on a sudden the hounds rushed through the wood, which resounded with their throats and the throats of their retinue, who attended on them on horseback. The dogs now passed the rivulet and pursued the footsteps of the hare. 5 horsemen attempted to leap over, 3 of whom succeeded, and 2 were in the attempt thrown from their saddles into the water. Their companions, and their own horses too, proceeded after their sport, and left their friends and riders to invoke the assistance of fortune, or employ the more active means of strength and agility for their deliverance. Joseph, however, was not so unconcerned on this occasion. He left Fanny for a moment to herself, and ran to the gentlemen, who were immediately on their legs, shaking their ears, and easily, with the help of his hand, obtained the bank, for the rivulet was not at all deep, and, without staying to thank their kind assister, ran dripping across the meadow, calling to their brother sportsmen to stop their horses, but they heard them not. The hounds were now very little behind their poor, reeling, staggering prey, which, fainting almost at every step, crawled through the wood, and had almost got round to the place where Fanny stood, when it was overtaken by its enemies, and, being driven out of the covert, was caught and instantly tore to pieces before Fanny's face, who was unable to assist it with any aid more powerful than pity, nor could she prevail on Joseph, who had been himself a sportsman in his youth, to attempt anything contrary to the laws of hunting in favour of the hare, which he said, was killed fairly. The hare was caught within a yard or two of Adams, who lay asleep at some distance from the lovers, and the hounds, in devouring it, and pulling it backwards and forwards, had drawn it so close to him that some of them, by mistake perhaps for the hare's skin, laid hold of the skirts of his hassock, others at the same time applying their teeth to his wig, which he had with a handkerchief fastened to his head, began to pull him about, and had not the motion of his body had more effect on him than seemed to be wrought by the noise, they must certainly have tasted his flesh, which delicious flavour might have been fatal to him. But being roused by these tuggings, he instantly awaked, and, with a jerk delivering his head from his wig, he, with most admirable dexterity, recovered his legs, which now seemed the only members he could entrust his safety to, having therefore escaped likewise from at least a third part of his cassock, which he willingly left as his exuviae or spoils to the enemy. He fled with the utmost speed he could summon to his assistance. Nor let this be any detraction from the bravery of his character. Let the number of the enemies and the surprise in which he was taken be considered, and if there be any modern so outrageously brave that he cannot admit of flight in any circumstance whatever, I say, but I whisper that softly, and I solemnly declare without any intention of giving offence to any brave man in the nation, I say, or rather I whisper, that he is an ignorant fellow, and hath never read Homer nor Virgil, nor knows he anything of Hector or Turnus. Nay, he is unacquainted with the history of some great men living, who, though as brave as lions, ay, as tigers, have run away, the Lord knows how far, and the Lord knows why, to the surprise of their friends and the entertainment of their enemies. But if persons of such heroic disposition are a little offended at the behaviour of Adams, we assure them they shall be as much pleased with what we shall immediately relate of Joseph Andrews. The master of the pack was just arrived, or, as the sportsmen call it, come in, when Adams set out, as we have before mentioned. This gentleman was generally said to be a great lover of humour, but, not to mince the matter, especially as we are upon the subject, he was a great hunter of men. Indeed, he had hitherto followed the sport only with dogs of his own species, for he kept 2 or 3 couple of barking curs for that use only. However, as he thought he had now found a man nimble enough, he was willing to indulge himself with other sport, and accordingly, crying out, "Stole away!" encouraged the hounds to pursue Mr. Adams, swearing it was the largest jack-hare he ever saw, at the same time hallooing and whooping as if a conquered foe was flying before him, in which he was imitated by these 2 or 3 couple of human, or rather 2-legged curs on horseback, which we have mentioned before. Now, thou, whoever thou art, whether a muse or by what other name soever thou choosest to be called, who presidest over biography, and hast inspired all the writers of lives in these our times, thou who didst infuse such wonderful humor into the pen of immortal Gulliver, who hast carefully guided the judgment, whilst thou hast exalted the nervous manly style of thy mallet, thou who hadst no hand in that dedication and preface, or the translations which thou wouldst willingly have struck out of the life of Cicero. Lastly, thou who, without the assistance of the least spice of literature, and even against his inclination, hast, in some pages of his book, forced Colley Cibber to write English, do thou assist me in what I find myself unequal to. Do thou introduce on the plain the young, the gay, the brave Joseph Andrews, whilst men shall view him with admiration and envy, tender virgins with love and anxious concern for his safety. No sooner did Joseph Andrews perceive the distress of his friend, when first the quick-scenting dogs attacked him, than he grasped his cudgel in his right hand, a cudgel which his father had of his grandfather, to whom a mighty strong man of Kent had given it for a present in that day when he broke 3 heads on the stage. It was a cudgel of mighty strength and wonderful art, made by one of Mr. Durd's best workmen, whom no other artificer can equal, and who hath made all those sticks which the beaux have lately walked with about the park in a morning. But this was far his masterpiece. On its head was engraved a nose and chin, which might have been mistaken for a pair of nutcrackers. The learned have imagined it designed to represent the Gorgon, but it was in fact copied from the face of a certain long English baronet of infinite wit, humour, and gravity. He did intend to have engraved here many histories, as the first night of Captain B.'s play, where you would have seen critics in embroidery transplanted from the boxes to the pit, whose ancient inhabitants were exalted to the galleries, where they played on catcalls. He did intend to have painted an auction room, where Mr. Cock would have appeared aloft in his pulpit, trumpeting forth the praises of a china basin, and with astonishment wondering that nobody bids more for that fine, that superb. He did intend to have engraved many other things, but was forced to leave all out for want of room. No sooner had Joseph grasped his cudgel in his hand than lightning darted from his eyes, and the heroic youth, swift of foot, ran with the utmost speed to his friend's assistance. He overtook him just as Rockwood had laid hold of the skirt of his cassock, which, being torn, hung to the ground. Reader, we would make a simile on this occasion, but for 2 reasons. The first is, it would interrupt the description, which should be rapid in this part, but that doth not weigh much, many precedents occurring for such an interruption. The second and much the greater reason is that we could find no simile adequate to our purpose. For indeed, what instance could we bring to set before our readers' eyes at once the idea of friendship, courage, youth, beauty, strength, and swiftness, all which blazed in the person of Joseph Andrews? Let those, therefore, that describe lions and tigers and heroes fiercer than both raise their poems or plays with the simile of Joseph Andrews, who is himself above the reach of any simile. Now Rockwood had laid fast hold on the parson's skirts, and stopped his flight, which Joseph no sooner perceived than he levelled his cudgel at his head and laid him sprawling. Jowler and Ringwood then fell on his great coat, and had undoubtedly brought him back to the ground, had not Joseph, collecting all his force, given Jowler such a rap on the back, that, quitting his hold, he ran howling over the plain. A harder fate remained for thee, O Ringwood. Ringwood, the best hound that ever pursued a hare, who never threw his tongue but where the scent was undoubtedly true, good at trailing and sure in a highway, no babbler, no overrunner, respected by the whole pack, who, whenever he opened, knew the game was at hand. He fell by the stroke of Joseph. Thunder and plunder and wonder and blunder were the next victims of his wrath, and measured their lengths on the ground. Then Fairmaid, a bitch which Mr. John Temple had bred up in his house, and fed at his own table, and lately sent the squire 50 miles for a present, ran fiercely at Joseph, and bit him on the leg. No dog was ever fiercer than she, being descended from an Amazonian breed, and had worried bulls in her own country, but now waged an unequal fight, and had shared the fate of those we have mentioned before, had not Diana, the reader may believe it or not if he pleases, in that instant interposed, and in the shape of the huntsman snatched her favourite up in her arms. The parson now faced about, and with his crabstick felled many to the earth, and scattered others, till he was attacked by Caesar and pulled to the ground. Then Joseph flew to his rescue, and with such might fell on the victor, that, O eternal blot to his name, Caesar ran yelping away. The battle now raged with the most dreadful violence, when lo, the huntsman, a man of years and dignity, lifted his voice and called his hounds from the fight, telling them, in a language they understood, that it was in vain to contend longer, for that fate had decreed the victory to their enemies. Thus far the Muse hath, with her usual dignity, related this prodigious battle, a battle we apprehend never equalled by any poet, romance, or life writer whatever, and having brought it to a conclusion, she ceased. We shall therefore proceed in our ordinary style with the continuation of this history. The squire and his companions, whom the figure of Adams and the gallantry of Joseph had at first thrown into a violent fit of laughter, and who had hitherto beheld the engagement with more delight than any chase, shooting match, race, cockfighting, bull, or bear baiting had ever given them, began now to apprehend the danger of their hounds, many of which lay sprawling in the fields. The squire, therefore, having first called his friends about him as guards for safety to his person, rode manfully up to the combatants, and summoning all the terror he was master of into his countenance, demanded with an authoritative voice of Joseph what he meant by assaulting his dogs in that manner. Joseph answered with great intrepidity that they had first fallen on his friend, and if they had belonged to the greatest man in the kingdom, he would have treated them in the same way. For whilst his veins contained a single drop of blood, he would not stand idle by and see that gentleman, pointing to Adams, abused either by man or beast. And having so said, both he and Adams brandished their wooden weapons, and put themselves into such a posture that the squire and his company thought proper to preponderate before they offered to revenge the cause of their four-footed allies. At this instant, Fanny, whom the apprehension of Joseph's danger had alarmed so much that, forgetting her own, she had made the utmost expedition, came up. The squire and all the horsemen were so surprised with her beauty that they immediately fixed both their eyes and thoughts solely on her, every one declaring he had never seen so charming a creature. Neither mirth nor anger engaged them a moment longer, but all sat in silent amaze. The huntsman only was free from her attraction, who was busy in cutting the ears of the dogs, and endeavouring to recover them to life, in which he succeeded so well that only two of no great note remained slaughtered on the field of action. Upon this the huntsman declared 'twas well it was no worse. For his part, he could not blame the gentleman, and wondered his master would encourage the dogs to hunt Christians, that it was the surest way to spoil them, to make them follow vermin instead of sticking to a hare. The squire, being informed of the little mischief that had been done, and perhaps having more respect of another kind in his head, accosted Mr. Adams with a more favourable aspect than before. He told him he was sorry for what had happened, that he had endeavoured all he could to prevent it the moment he was acquainted with his cloth, and greatly commended the courage of his servant, for so he imagined Joseph to be. He then invited Mr. Adams to dinner, and desired the young woman might come with him. Adams refused a long while, but the invitation was repeated with so much earnestness and courtesy that at length he was forced to accept it. His wig and hat, and other spoils of the field, being gathered together by Joseph, for otherwise probably they would have been forgotten, he put himself into the best order he could, and then the horse and foot moved forward in the same pace towards the squire's house, which stood at very little distance. Whilst they were on the road, the lovely Fanny attracted the eyes of all. They endeavoured to outvie one another in encomiums on her beauty, which the reader will pardon my not relating, as they had not anything new or uncommon in them. So must he likewise mind not setting down the many curious jests which were made on Adams, some of them declaring that parson hunting was the best sport in the world, others commending his standing at bay, which they said he had done as well as any badger, with such like merriment, which, though it would ill become the dignity of this history, afforded much laughter and diversion to the squire and his facetious companions. End of Book 3, Chapter Book 3, Chapter 7 and 8 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 3, Chapter 7, A Scene of Roasting, very nicely adapted to the present taste and times. They arrived at the squire's house just as his dinner was ready. A little dispute arose on the account of Fanny, whom the squire, who was a bachelor, was desirous to place at his own table, but she would not consent, nor would Mr. Adams permit her to be parted from Joseph, so that she was at length with him consigned over to the kitchen, where the servants were ordered to make him drunk, a favour which was likewise intended for Adams, which design being executed, the squire thought he should easily accomplish what he had, when he first saw her, intended to perpetrate with Fanny. It may not be improper, before we proceed farther, to open a little the character of this gentleman, and that of his friends. The master of this house, then, was a man of a very considerable fortune, a bachelor, as we have said, and about 40 years of age. He had been educated, if we may use the expression, in the country, and at his own home, under the care of his mother, and a tutor, who had orders never to correct him, nor to compel him to learn more than he liked, which it seems was very little, and that only in his childhood, for from the age of 15 he addicted himself entirely to hunting and other rural amusements, for which his mother took care to equip him with horses, hounds, and all other necessaries, and his tutor, endeavouring to ingratiate himself with his young pupil, who would, he knew, be able handsomely to provide for him, became his companion, not only at these exercises, but likewise over a bottle, which the young squire had a very early relish for. At the age of 20 his mother began to think she had not fulfilled the duty of a parent. She therefore resolved to persuade her son, if possible, to that which she imagined would well supply all that he might have learned at a public school or university. This is what they commonly call travelling, which, with the help of the tutor, who was fixed on to attend him, she easily succeeded in. He made in 3 years the tour of Europe, as they term it, and returned home, well furnished with French clothes, phrases, and servants, with a hearty contempt for his own country, especially what had any savour of the plain spirit and honesty of our ancestors. His mother greatly applauded herself at his return, and now, being master of his own fortune, he soon procured himself a seat in Parliament, and was, in the common opinion, one of the finest gentlemen of his age. But what distinguished him chiefly was a strange delight which he took in everything which is ridiculous, odious, and absurd in his own species, so that he never chose a companion without one or more of these ingredients, and those who were marked by nature in the most eminent degree with them were most his favourites. If he ever found a man who either had not or endeavoured to conceal these imperfections, he took great pleasure in inventing methods of forcing him into absurdities which were not natural to him, or in drawing forth and exposing those that were. For which purpose he was always provided with a set of fellows, whom we have before called curs, and who did, indeed, no great honour to the canine kind. Their business was to hunt out and display everything that had any savor of the above-mentioned qualities, and especially in the gravest and best characters. But if they failed in their search, they were to turn even virtue and wisdom themselves into ridicule, for the diversion of their master and feeder. The gentlemen of cur-like disposition who were now at his house, and whom he had brought with him from London, were an old half-pay officer, a player, a dull poet, a quack doctor, a scraping fiddler, and a lame German dancing-master. As soon as dinner was served, while Mr. Adams was saying grace, the captain conveyed his chair from behind him, so that when he endeavored to seat himself, he fell down on the ground, and this completed joke the first, to the great entertainment of the whole company. The second joke was performed by the poet, who sat next him on the other side, and took an opportunity, while poor Adams was respectfully drinking to the master of the house, to overturn a plate of soup into his breeches, which, with the many apologies he made, and the parson's gentle answers, caused much mirth in the company. Joke the third was served up by one of the waiting men, who had been ordered to convey a quantity of gin into Mr. Adams' ale, which he, declaring to be the best liquor he ever drank, but rather too rich of the malt, contributed again to their laughter. Mr. Adams, from whom we had most of this relation, could not recollect all the jests of this kind practised on him, which the inoffensive disposition of his own heart made him slow in discovering, and indeed, had it not been for the information which we received from a servant of the family, this part of our history, which we take to be none of the least curious, must have been deplorably imperfect, though we must own it probable that some more jokes were, as they call it, cracked during their dinner. But we have by no means been able to come at the knowledge of them. When the dinner was removed, the poet began to repeat some verses, which, he said, were made extempore. The following is a copy of them, procured with the greatest difficulty. An extempore poem on Parson Adams. Did ever mortal such a parson view? His cassock old, his wig not over new? Well, might the hounds have him for fox mistaken? In smell more like to that than rusty bacon. Footnote. All hounds that will hunt fox or other vermin will hunt a piece of rusty bacon trailed on the ground. End of footnote. But would it not make any mortal stare to see this parson taken for a hare? Could Phoebus err thus grossly, even he, for a good player, might have taken thee. At which words the bard whipped off the player's wig, and received the approbation of the company, rather perhaps for the dexterity of his hand than his head. The player, instead of retorting the jest on the poet, began to display his talents on the same subject. He repeated many scraps of wit out of plays, reflecting on the whole body of the clergy, which were received with great acclamations by all present. It was now the dancing-master's turn to exhibit his talents. He, therefore, addressing himself to Adams in broken English, told him he was a man very well made for to dance, and he supposed by his walk that he had learned of some great master. He said, it was very pretty quality in a clergyman to dance, and concluded with desiring him to dance a minuet, telling him his cassock would serve for petticoats, and that he would himself be his partner. At which words, without waiting for an answer, he pulled out his gloves, and the fiddler was preparing his fiddle. The company all offered the dancing master wagers that the parson outdanced him, which he refused, saying he believed so too, for he had never seen any man in his life who looked to dance so well as the gentleman. He then stepped forwards to take Adams by the hand, which the latter hastily withdrew, and at the same time, clenching his fist, advised him not to carry the jest too far, for he would not endure being put upon. The dancing master no sooner saw the fist than he prudently retired out of its reach, and stood aloof, mimicking Adams, whose eyes were fixed on him, not guessing what he was at, but to avoid his laying hold on him, which he had once attempted. In the meanwhile, the captain, perceiving an opportunity, pinned a cracker or devil to the cassock, and then lighted it with their little smoking candle. Adams, being a stranger to this sport, and believing he had been blown up in reality, started from his chair and jumped about the room, to the infinite joy of the beholders, who declared he was the best dancer in the universe. As soon as the devil had done tormenting him, and he had a little recovered his confusion, he returned to the table, standing up in the posture of one who intended to make a speech. They all cried out, "Hear him! Hear him!" and he spoke in the following manner: "Sir, I am sorry to see one to whom Providence hath been so bountiful in bestowing his favours make so ill and ungrateful a return for them. For though you have not insulted me yourself, it is visible you have delighted in those that do it, nor have once discouraged the many rudenesses which have been shown towards me. Indeed, towards yourself, if you rightly understood them, for I am your guest, and by the laws of hospitality entitled to your protection. One gentleman had thought proper to produce some poetry upon me, of which I shall only say that I had rather be the subject than the composer. He hath pleased to treat me with disrespect as a parson. I apprehend my order is not the subject of scorn, nor that I can become so, unless by being a disgrace to it, which I hope poverty will never be called. Another gentleman, indeed, hath repeated some sentences where the order itself is mentioned with contempt. He says they are taken from plays. I am sure such plays are a scandal to the government which permits them, and cursed will be the nation when they are represented. How others have treated me I need not observe. They themselves, when they reflect, must allow the behaviour to be as improper to my years as to my cloth. You found me, sir, travelling with two of my parishioners. I omit your hounds falling on me, for I have quite forgiven it, whether it proceeded from the wantonness or negligence of the huntsman. My appearance might very well persuade you that your invitation was an act of charity, though in reality we were well provided. Yes, sir, if we had had 100 miles to travel, we had sufficient to bear our expenses in a noble manner. At which words he produced the half-guinea which was found in the basket. I do not show you this out of ostentation of riches, but to convince you I speak truth. Your seating me at your table was an honour which I did not ambitiously affect. When I was here, I endeavoured to behave towards you with the utmost respect. If I have failed, it was not with design, nor could I, certainly, so far be guilty as to deserve the insults I have suffered. If they were meant, therefore, either to my order or my poverty, and you see I am not very poor, the shame doth not lie at my door, and I heartily pray that the sin may be averted from yours. He thus finished, and received a general clap from the whole company. Then the gentleman of the house told him, he was very sorry for what had happened, that he could not accuse him of any share in it, that the verses were, as himself had well observed, so bad, that he might easily answer them, and for the serpent it was undoubtedly a very great affront done him by the dancing-master, for which, if he well thrashed him, as he deserved, he should be very much pleased to see it, in which probably he spoke truth. Adams answered, whoever had done it, it was not his profession to punish him that way. For the person whom he had accused, I am a witness, says he, of his innocence, for I had my eye on him all the while. Whoever he was, God forgive him, and bestow on him a little more sense as well as humanity. The captain answered with a surly look and accent, that he hoped he did not mean to reflect upon him. in him. He had as much humanity as another, and if any man said he had not, he would convince him of his mistake by cutting his throat. Adams, smiling, said, he believed he had spoke right by accident. To which the captain returned, what do you mean by my speaking right? If you was not a parson, I would not take these words, but your gown protects you. If any man who wears a sword had said so much, I had pulled him by the nose before this. Adams replied, if he attempted any rudeness to his person, he would not find any protection for himself in his gown, and clenching his fist, declared, he had thrashed many a stouter man. The gentleman did all he could to encourage this warlike disposition in Adams, and was in hopes to have it produced a battle. But he was disappointed, for the captain made no other answer than, it is very well you are a parson, and so, drinking off a bumper to old Mother Church, ended the dispute. Then the doctor, who had hitherto been silent, and who was the gravest but most mischievous dog of all, in a very pompous speech, highly applauded what Adams had said, and as much discommended the behaviour to him. He proceeded to encomiums on the church and poverty, and lastly recommended forgiveness of what had passed to Adams, who immediately answered, that everything was forgiven, and in the warmth of his goodness he filled a bumper of strong beer, a liquor he preferred to wine, and drank a health to the whole company, shaking the captain and the poet heartily by the hand, and addressing himself with great respect to the doctor, who indeed had not laughed outwardly at anything that passed, as he had a perfect command of his muscles, and could laugh inwardly without betraying the least symptoms in his countenance. The doctor now began a second formal speech, in which he declaimed against all levity of conversation, and what is usually called mirth. He said, "There were amusements fitted for persons of all ages and degrees, from the rattle to the discussing a point of philosophy, and that men discovered themselves in nothing more than in the choice of their instruments, for," says he, "as it must greatly raise our expectation of the future conduct in life of boys whom in their tender years we perceive, instead of taw, or balls, or other childish playthings, to choose at their leisure hours to exercise their genius in contentions of wit, learning, and such like, so must it inspire one with equal contempt of a man, if he should discover him playing at taw or other childish play." Adams highly commended the doctor's opinion, and said, he had often wondered at some passages in ancient authors, where Scipio, Laelius, and other great men were represented to have passed many hours in amusements of the most trifling kind. The doctor replied, he had by him an old Greek manuscript, where a favourite diversion of Socrates was recorded. "Ay," says the parson eagerly, "I should be most infinitely obliged to you for the favour of perusing it." The doctor promised to send it him, and farther said, that he believed he could describe it. "I think," says he, "as near as I can remember, it was this: there was a throne erected, on one side of which sat a king, and on the other a queen, with their guards and attendants ranged on both sides. To them was introduced an ambassador, which part Socrates always used to perform himself, and when he was led up to the footsteps of the throne, he addressed himself to the monarchs in some grave speech, full of virtue and goodness and morality, and such like, after which he was seated between the king and queen, and royally entertained. This, I think, was the chief part. Perhaps I may have forgotten some particulars, for it is long since I read it." Adams said, it was indeed a diversion worthy the relaxation of so great a man, and thought something resembling it should be instituted among our great men, instead of cards and other idle pastime, in which, he was informed, they trifled away too much of their lives. He added, the Christian religion was a nobler subject for these speeches than any Socrates could have invented. The gentlemen of the house approved what Mr. Adams said, and declared he was resolved to perform the ceremony this very evening, to which the doctor objected, as no one was prepared with a speech, "unless," said he, turning to Adams with a gravity of countenance which would have deceived a more knowing man, "you have a sermon about you, doctor." "Sir," said Adams, "I never travel without one, for fear of what may happen." He was easily prevailed on by his worthy friend, as he now called the doctor, to undertake the part of the ambassador, so that the gentleman sent immediate orders to have the throne erected, which was performed before they had drank 2 bottles, and perhaps the reader will hereafter have no great reason to admire the nimbleness of the servants. Indeed, to confess the truth, the throne was no more than this: there was a great tub of water provided, on each side of which were placed 2 stools, raised higher than the surface of the tub, and over the whole was laid a blanket. On these stools were placed the king and queen, namely the master of the house and the captain. And now the ambassador was introduced between the poet and the doctor, who, having read his sermon, to the great entertainment of all present, was led up to his place, and seated between their majesties. They immediately rose up, when the blanket, wanting its supports at either end, gave way, and soused Adams over head and ears in the water. The captain made his escape, but unluckily the gentleman himself not being as nimble as he thought, Adams caught hold of him before he descended from his throne, and pulled him in with him, to the entire secret satisfaction of all the company. Adams, after ducking the squire twice or thrice, leapt out of the tub and looked sharp for the doctor, whom he would certainly have conveyed to the same place of honor, but he had wisely withdrawn. He then searched for his crab-stick, and having found that, as well as his fellow travellers, he declared he would not stay a moment longer in such a house. He then departed, without taking leave of his host, whom he had exacted a more severe revenge on than he intended, for, as he did not use sufficient care to dry himself in time, he caught a cold by the accident, which threw him into a fever that had like to have cost him his life. Chapter 8, which some readers will think too short, and others too long. Adams and Joseph, who was no less enraged than his friend at the treatment he met with, went out with their sticks in their hands, and carried off Fanny, notwithstanding the opposition of the servants, who did all, without proceeding to violence, in their power to detain them. They walked as fast as they could, not so much from any apprehension of being pursued, as that Mr. Adams might, by exercise, prevent any harm from the water. The gentleman, who had given such orders to his servants concerning Fanny, that he did not in the least fear her getting away, no sooner heard that she was gone, than he began to rave, and immediately dispatched several with orders either to bring her back or never return. The poet, the player, and all but the dancing master and doctor went on this errand. The night was very dark in which our friends began their journey. However, they made such expedition that they soon arrived at an inn which was at 7 miles distance. Here they unanimously consented to pass the evening, Mr. Adams being now as dry as he was before he had set out on his embassy. This inn, which indeed we might call an ale-house, had not the words "The New Inn" been writ on the sign, afforded them no better provision than bread and cheese and ale, on which, however, they made a very comfortable meal, for hunger is better than a French cook. They had no sooner supped than Adams, returning thanks to the Almighty for his food, declared he had eat his homely commons with much greater satisfaction than his splendid dinner, and expressed great contempt for the folly of mankind, who sacrifice their hopes of heaven to the acquisition of vast wealth, since so much comfort was to be found in the humblest state and the lowest provision. "Very true, sir," says a grave man who sat smoking his pipe by the fire, and who was a traveller as well as himself. I have often been as much surprised as you are, when I consider the value which mankind in general set on riches, since every day's experience shows us how little is in their power. For what, indeed, truly desirable can they bestow on us? Can they give beauty to the deformed, strength to the weak, or health to the infirm? Surely, if they could, we should not see so many ill-favored faces haunting the assemblies of the great, nor would such numbers of feeble wretches languish in their coaches and palaces. No, not the wealth of a kingdom can purchase any paint to dress pale ugliness in the bloom of that young maiden, nor any drugs to equip disease with the vigor of that young man. Do not riches bring us to solicitude instead of rest, envy instead of affection, and danger instead of safety? Can they prolong their own possession, or lengthen his days who enjoys them? So far otherwise, that the sloth, the luxury, the care which attend them, shorten the lives of millions, and bring them with pain and misery to an untimely grave. Where, then, is their value, if they can neither embellish nor strengthen our forms, sweeten nor prolong our lives? Again, can they adorn the mind more than the body? Do they not rather swell the heart with vanity, puff up the cheeks with pride, shut our ears to every call of virtue, and our bowels to every motive of compassion? "Give me your hand, brother," said Adams in a rapture, "for I suppose you are a clergyman." "No, truly," answered the other. Indeed, he was a priest of the Church of Rome, but those who understand our laws will not wonder he was not over ready to own it. "Whatever you are," cries Adams, "you have spoken my sentiments. I believe I have preached every syllable of your speech 20 times over, for it hath always appeared to me easier for a cable rope, which, by the way, is the true rendering of that word we have translated camel, to go through the eye of a needle, than for a rich man to get into the kingdom of heaven." "That, sir," said the other, "will be easily granted you by divines, and is deplorably true. But as the prospect of our good at a distance doth not so forcibly affect us, it might be of some service to mankind to be made thoroughly sensible, which I think they might be, with very little serious attention, that even the blessings of this world are not to be purchased with riches, a doctrine, in my opinion, not only metaphysically, but, if I may say so, mathematically demonstrable, and which I have been always so perfectly convinced of, that I have a contempt for nothing so much as for gold." Adams now began a long discourse, but as most which he said occurs among many authors who have treated this subject, I shall omit inserting it. During its continuance, Joseph and Fanny retired to rest, and the host likewise left the room. When the English parson had concluded, the Romish resumed the discourse, which he continued with great bitterness and invective, and at last ended by desiring Adams to lend him 18 pence to pay his reckoning, promising, if he never paid him, he might be assured of his prayers. The good man answered that 18 pence would be too little to carry him any very long journey, that he had half a guinea in his pocket, which he would divide with him. He then fell to searching his pockets, but could find no money, for indeed the company with whom he dined had passed one jest upon him which we did not then enumerate, and had picked his pocket of all that treasure which he had so ostentatiously produced. "Bless me!" cried Adams, "I have certainly lost it. I can never have spent it. Sir, as I am a Christian, I had a whole half-guinea in my pocket this morning, and have not now a single halfpenny of it left. Sure the devil must have taken it from me." "Sir," answered the priest, smiling, "you need make no excuses. If you are not willing to lend me the money, I am contented." "Sir," cries Adams, "if I had the greatest sum in the world, if I had 10 pounds about me, I would bestow it all to rescue any Christian from distress. I am more vexed at my loss on your account than my own. Was ever anything so unlucky? Because I have no money in my pocket, I shall be suspected to be no Christian." "I am more unlucky," quoth the other, "if you are as generous as you say, for really a crown would have made me happy, and conveyed me in plenty to the place I am going, which is not above 20 miles off, and where I can arrive by tomorrow night. I assure you I am not accustomed to travel penniless. I am but just arrived in England, and we were forced by a storm in our passage to throw all we had overboard. I don't suspect but this fellow will take my word for the trifle I owe him, but I hate to appear so mean as to confess myself without a shilling to such people. For these, and indeed too many others, know little difference in their estimation between a beggar and a thief." However, he thought he should deal better with the host that evening than the next morning. He therefore resolved to set out immediately, notwithstanding the darkness, and accordingly, as soon as the host returned, he communicated to him the situation of his affairs, upon which the host, scratching his head, answered, "Why, I do not know, master. If it be so, and you have no money, I must trust, I think, though I had rather always have ready money if I could. But, marry, you look like so honest a gentleman, that I don't fear your paying me if it was 20 times as much." The priest made no reply, but, taking leave of him and Adams as fast as he could, not without confusion, and perhaps with some distrust of Adam's sincerity, departed. He was no sooner gone than the host fell a shaking his head, and declared, if he had suspected the fellow had no money, he would not have drawn him a single drop of drink, saying he despaired of ever seeing him again, for that he looked like a confounded rogue. "Rabbit, the fellow," cries he, "I thought, by his talking so much about riches, that he had 100 pounds at least in his pocket." Adams chid him for his suspicions, which he said were not becoming a Christian, and then, without reflecting on his loss, or considering how he himself should depart in the morning, he retired to a very homely bed, as his companions had before. However, health and fatigue gave them a sweeter repose than is often in the power of velvet and down to bestow. End of Book 3, Chapters 7 and 8. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. Book 3, Chapters 9 and 10 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Chapter 9, containing as surprising and bloody adventures as can be found in this or perhaps any other authentic history. It was almost morning when Joseph Andrews, whose eyes the thoughts of his dear Fanny had opened, as he lay fondly meditating on that lovely creature, heard a violent knocking at the door over which he lay. He presently jumped out of bed, and opening the window, was asked if there were no travellers in the house, and presently, by another voice, if 2 men and a woman had not taken up their lodging that night. Though he knew not the voices, he began to entertain a suspicion of the truth, for indeed he had received some information from one of the servants of the squire's house of his design, and answered in the negative. One of the servants, who knew the host well, called out to him by his name, just as he had opened another window, and asked him the same question, to which he answered in the affirmative. "Oho!" said another, "have we found you?" and ordered the host to come down and open his door. Fanny, who was as wakeful as Joseph, no sooner heard all this than she leaped from her bed, and hastily putting on her gown and her petticoats, ran as fast as possible to Joseph's room, who then was almost dressed. He immediately let her in, and embracing her with the most passionate tenderness, bid her fear nothing, for he would die in her defence. "Is that a reason why I should not fear," says she, "when I would lose what is dearer to me than the whole world?" Joseph, then kissing her hand, said, he could almost thank the occasion which had extorted from her a tenderness she would never indulge him with before. He then ran and waked his bedfellow Adams, who was yet fast asleep, notwithstanding many calls from Joseph, but he was no sooner made sensible of their danger than he leaped from his bed, without considering the presence of Fanny, who hastily turned her face from him, and enjoyed a double benefit from the dark, which, as it would have prevented any offence to an innocence less pure, or a modesty less delicate, so it concealed even those blushes which were raised in her. Adams had soon put on all his clothes but his breeches, which in the hurry he forgot. However, they were pretty well supplied by the length of his other garments, and now, the house door being opened, the captain, the poet, the player, and 3 servants came in. The captain told the host that 2 fellows who were in his house had run away with a young woman, and desired to know in which room she lay. The host, who presently believed the story, directed them, and instantly the captain and poet, justling one another, ran up. The poet, who was the nimblest, entering the chamber first, searched the bed and every other part, but to no purpose. The bird was flown, as the impatient reader, who might otherwise have been in pain for her, was before advertised. They then inquired where the men lay, and were approaching the chamber, when Joseph roared out in a loud voice that he would shoot the first man who offered to attack the door. The captain inquired what firearms they had, to which the host answered he believed they had none. Nay, He was almost convinced of it, for he had heard one ask the other in the evening what they should have done if they had been overtaken, when they had no arms. To which the other answered, they would have defended themselves with their sticks as long as they were able, and God would assist a just cause. This satisfied the captain, but not the poet, who prudently retreated downstairs, saying it was his business to record great actions, and not to do them. The captain was no sooner well satisfied that there were no firearms, than, bidding defiance to gunpowder, and swearing he loved the smell of it, he ordered the servants to follow him, and marching boldly up, immediately attempted to force the door, which the servants soon helped him to accomplish. When it was opened, they discovered the enemy drawn up 3 deep, Adams in the front, and Fanny in the rear. The captain told Adams that if they would go all back to the house again, they should be civilly treated, but unless they consented, he had orders to carry the young lady with him, whom there was great reason to believe they had stolen from her parents, for notwithstanding her disguise, her air, which she could not conceal, sufficiently discovered her birth to be infinitely superior to theirs. Fanny, bursting into tears, solemnly assured him he was mistaken, that she was a poor helpless foundling, and had no relation in the world which she knew of, and throwing herself on her knees, begged that he would not attempt to take her from her friends, whom she was convinced would die before they would lose her, which Adams confirmed with words not far from amounting to an oath. The captain swore he had no leisure to talk, and bidding them thank themselves for what happened, he ordered the servants to fall on, at the same time endeavouring to pass by Adams in order to lay hold on Fanny. But the parson, interrupting him, received a blow from one of them, which, without considering whence it came, he returned to the captain, and gave him so dexterous a knock in that part of the stomach which is vulgarly called the pit, that he staggered some paces backwards. The captain, who was not accustomed to this kind of play, and who wisely apprehended the consequence of such another blow, 2 of them seeming to him equal to a thrust through the body, drew forth his hanger as Adams approached him, and was levelling a blow at his head, which would probably have silenced the preacher for ever, had not Joseph in that instant lifted up a certain huge stone pot of the chamber with one hand, which 6 bows could not have lifted with both, and discharged it, together with the contents, full in the captain's face. The uplifted hanger dropped from his hand, and he fell prostrated on the floor with a lumpish noise, and his halfpence rattled in his pocket. The red liquor which his veins contained, and the white liquor which the pot contained, ran in one stream down his face and his clothes, nor had Adams quite escaped, some of the water having in its passage shed its honours on his head, and began to trickle down the wrinkles, or rather furrows, of his cheeks, when one of the servants, snatching a mop out of a pail of water, which had already done its duty in washing the house, pushed it in the parson's face. Yet could not he bear him down, for the parson, wresting the mop from the fellow with one hand, with the other brought his enemy as low as the earth, having given him a stroke over that part of the face where, in some men of pleasure, the natural and artificial noses are conjoined. Hitherto fortune seemed to incline the victory on the traveller's side, when, according to her custom, she began to show the fickleness of her disposition. For now the host, entering the field, or rather chamber of battle, flew directly at Joseph, and darting his head into his stomach, for he was a stout fellow and an expert boxer, almost staggered him. But Joseph, stepping one leg back, did with his left hand so chuck him under the chin that he reeled. The youth was pursuing his blow with his right hand when he received from one of the servants such a stroke with a cudgel on his temples that it instantly deprived him of sense, and he measured his length on the ground. Fanny rent the air with her cries, and Adams was coming to the assistance of Joseph, but the two serving men and the host now fell on him, and soon subdued him, though he fought like a madman, and looked so black with the impressions he had received from the mop that Don Quixote would certainly have taken him for an enchanted Moor. But now follows the most tragical part, for the captain was risen again, and seeing Joseph on the floor and Adams secured, he instantly laid hold on Fanny, and, with the assistance of the poet and player, who, hearing the battle was over, were now come up, dragged her, crying and tearing her hair, from the sight of her Joseph, and with a perfect deafness to all her entreaties, carried her downstairs by violence, and fastened her on the player's horse, and the captain, mounting his own, and leading that on which this poor miserable wretch was, departed, without any more consideration of her cries than a butcher hath of those of a lamb. For indeed his thoughts were entertained only with the degree of favour which he promised himself from the squire on the success of this adventure. The servants, who were ordered to secure Adams and Joseph as safe as possible, that the squire might receive no interruption to his design on poor Fanny, immediately, by the poet's advice, tied Adams to one of the bedposts, as they did Joseph on the other side, as soon as they could bring him to himself, and then, leaving them together, back to back, desiring the host not to set them at liberty, nor to go near them till he had further orders, they departed towards their master, but happened to take a different road from that which the captain had fallen into. Chapter 10. A discourse between the poet and the player, of no other use in this history but to divert the reader. Before we proceed any farther in this tragedy, we shall leave Mr. Joseph and Mr. Adams to themselves, and imitate the wise conductors of the stage, who, in the midst of a grave action, entertain you with some excellent piece of satire or humour called a dance, which piece indeed is therefore danced, and not spoke, as it is delivered to the audience by persons whose thinking faculty is by most people held to lie in their heels, and to whom, as well as heroes who think with their hands, nature hath only given heads for the sake of conformity, and as they are of use in dancing to hang their hats on. The poet, addressing the player, proceeded thus: "As I was saying," for they had been at this discourse all the time, of the engagement above stairs. The reason you have no good new plays is evident. It is from your discouragement of authors. Gentlemen will not write, sir. They will not write without the expectation of fame or profit, or perhaps both. Plays are like trees, which will not grow without nourishment, but, like mushrooms, they shoot up spontaneously, as it were, in a rich soil. The muses, like vines, may be pruned, but not with a hatchet. The town, like a peevish child, knows not what it desires, and is always best pleased with a rattle. A farce writer hath indeed some chance for success, but they have lost all taste for the sublime. Though I believe one reason of their depravity is the badness of the actors. If a man writes like an angel, sir, those fellows know not how to give a sentiment utterance. Not so fast, says the player. The modern actors are as good, at least, as their authors. Nay, they come nearer their illustrious predecessors, and I expect a Booth on the stage again, sooner than a Shakespeare or an Otway. And indeed I may turn your observation against you, and with truth say that the reason no authors are encouraged is because we have no good new plays. I have not affirmed the contrary, said the poet, but I am surprised you grow so warm. You cannot imagine yourself interested in this dispute. I hope you have a better opinion of my taste than to apprehend I squinted at yourself. No, sir, if we had 6 such actors as you, we should soon rival the Bettertons and Sanfords of former times, for without a compliment to you, I think it impossible for anyone to have excelled you in most of your parts. Nay, it is solemn truth, and I have heard many and all great judges express as much. And you will pardon me if I tell you, I think every time I have seen you lately, you have constantly acquired some new excellence, like a snowball. You have deceived me in my estimation of perfection, and have outdone what I thought inimitable. You are as little interested, answered the player, in what I have said of other poets, for d—n me if there are not many strokes, ay, whole scenes in your last tragedy, which at least equal Shakespeare. There is a delicacy of sentiment, a dignity of expression in it, which I will own many of our gentlemen did not do adequate justice to. To confess the truth, they are bad enough, and I pity an author who is present at the murder of his works. Nay, it is but seldom that it can happen, returned the poet. The works of most modern authors, like dead-born children, cannot be murdered. It is such wretched, half-begotten, half-writ, lifeless, spiritless, low grovelling stuff, that I almost pity the actor who is obliged to get it by heart, which must be almost as difficult to remember as words in a language you don't understand. I am sure, said the player, if the sentences had little meaning when they are writ, when they are spoken, they have less. I know scarce one who ever lays an emphasis right, and much less adapts his action to his character. I have seen a tender lover in an attitude of fighting with his mistress, and a brave hero suing to his enemy with his sword in his hand. I don't care to abuse my profession, but rot me if in my heart I am not inclined to the poet's side. It is rather generous in you than just, said the poet, and though I hate to speak ill of any person's production, nay, I never do it, nor will, but yet, to do justice to the actors, what could Booth or Betterton have made of such horrible stuff as Fenton's Mariamne, Froude's Philotas, or Malet's Eurydice, or those low, dirty, last-dying speeches which a fellow in the city of Wapping, your Dillo or Lillo, what was his name, called tragedies. Very well, says the player, and pray, what do you think of such fellows as Quin and Delane, or that face-making puppy young Cyber, that ill-looking dog Macklin, or that saucy slut Mrs. Clive? What would they make with your Shakespeares, Otways, and Lees? How would those harmonious lines of the last come from their tongues? No more, for I disdain all pomp when thou art by. Far be the noise of kings and crowns from us, whose gentle souls our kinder fates have steered another way. Free as the forest birds will pair together, without remembering who our fathers were, fly to the arbors, grots, and flowery meads, there in soft murmurs interchange our souls, together drink the crystal of the stream, or taste the yellow fruit which autumn yields, and when the golden evening calls us home, wing to our downy nests and sleep till morn. Or how would this disdain of Otway? Who'd be that foolish, sordid thing called man? Hold, 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 said the poet. Do repeat that tender speech in the third act of my play, which you made such a figure in. I would willingly, said the player, but I have forgot it. Ay, you was not quite perfect in it when you played it, cries the poet, or you would have had such an applause as was never given on the stage, an applause I was extremely concerned for your losing. Sure, says the player, if I remember that, that was hissed more than any passage in the whole play. Ay, your speaking it was hissed, said the poet. My speaking it, said the player. I mean, you're not speaking it, said the poet. You was out, and then they hissed. They hissed, and then I was out, if I remember, answered the player, and I must say this for myself, that the whole audience allowed I did your part justice. So don't lay the damnation of your play to my account. I don't know what you mean by damnation, replied the poet. Why, you know it was acted but one night, cried the player. No, said the poet, you and the whole town were enemies. The pit were all my enemies, fellows that would cut my throat, if the fear of hanging did not restrain them. All tailors, sir, all tailors." "Why should the tailors be so angry with you?" cries the player. "I suppose you don't employ so many in making your clothes." "I admit your jest," answered the poet, "but you remember the affair as well as myself. You know there was a party in the pit and upper gallery that would not suffer it to be given out again, though much, ay, infinitely, the majority, all the boxes in particular, were desirous of it. Nay, most of the ladies swore they would never come to the house till it was acted again. Indeed, I must own their policy was good in not letting it be given out a second time, for the rascals knew if it had gone a second night, it would have run 50. For if ever there was distress in a tragedy, I am not fond of my own performance, but if I should tell you what the best judges said of it, nor was it entirely owing to my enemies neither that it did not succeed on the stage as well as it hath since among the polite readers, for you can't say it had justice done it by the performers." "I think," answered the player, "the performers did the distress of it justice, for I am sure we were in distress enough, who were pelted with oranges all the last act. We all imagined it would have been the last act of our lives." The poet, whose fury was now raised, had just attempted to answer when they were interrupted, and an end put to their discourse by an accident, which, if the reader is impatient to know, he must skip over the next chapter, which is a sort of counterpart to this, and contains some of the best and gravest matters in the whole book, being a discourse between Parson Abraham Adams and Mr. Joseph Andrews. End of Book 3, Chapters 9 and 10. Book 3, Chapters 11, 12, and 13 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 3, Chapter 11, containing the exhortations of Parson Adams to his friend in affliction, calculated for the instruction and improvement of the reader. Joseph no sooner came perfectly to himself than, perceiving his mistress gone, he bewailed her loss with groans which would have pierced any heart but those which are possessed by some people, and are made of a certain composition not unlike flint in its hardness and other properties. For you may strike fire from them, which will dart through the eyes, but they can never distill one drop of water the same way. His own poor youth was of a softer composition, and at those words, "Oh, my dear Fanny, oh, my love, shall I never, never see thee more?" his eyes overflowed with tears, which would have become any but a hero. In a word, his despair was more easy to be conceived than related. Mr. Adams, after many groans, sitting with his back to Joseph, began thus in a sorrowful tone: You cannot imagine, my good child, that I entirely blame these first agonies of your grief. For when misfortunes attack us by surprise, it must require infinitely more learning than you are master of to resist them. But it is the business of a man and a Christian to summon reason as quickly as he can to his aid, and she will presently teach him patience and submission. Be comforted, therefore, my child. I say, be comforted. It is true you have lost the prettiest, kindest, loveliest, sweetest young woman, one with whom you might have expected to have lived in happiness, virtue, and innocence, by whom you might have promised yourself many little darlings, who would have been the delight of your youth and the comfort of your age. You have not only lost her, but have reason to fear the utmost violence which lust and power can inflict upon her. Now, indeed, you may easily raise ideas of horror which might drive you to despair. "Oh, I shall run mad," cries Joseph. "Oh, that I could but command my hands to tear my eyes out and my flesh off!" "If you would use them to such purposes, I am glad you can't," answered Adams. "I have stated your misfortune as strongly as I possibly can. But, on the other side, you are to consider you are a Christian, that no accident happens to us without divine permission, and that it is the duty of a man and a Christian to submit. We did not make ourselves, but the same power which made us rules over us, and we are absolutely at his disposal. He may do with us what he pleases, nor have we any right to complain. A second reason against our complaint is our ignorance, for as we know not future events, so neither can we tell to what purpose any accident tends, and that which at first threatens us with evil may in the end produce our good. I should indeed have said our ignorance is twofold, but I have not at present time to divide properly. For as we know not to what purpose any event is ultimately directed, so neither can we affirm from what cause it originally sprung. You are a man, and consequently a sinner, and this may be a punishment to you for your sins. Indeed, in this sense, it may be esteemed as a good, yea, as the greatest good, which satisfies the anger of heaven, and averts that wrath which cannot continue without our destruction. Thirdly, our impotency of relieving ourselves demonstrates the folly and absurdity of our complaints. For whom do we resist, or against whom do we complain, but a power from those whose shafts no armor can guard us, no speed can fly, a power which leaves us no hope but in submission? "Oh, sir," cried Joseph, "all this is very true and very fine, and I could hear you all day if I was not so grieved at heart as now I am." "Would you take physic," says Adams, "when you are well, and refuse it when you are sick? Is not comfort to be administered to the afflicted, and not to those who rejoice, or those who are at ease?" "Oh, you have not spoken one word of comfort to me yet," returned Joseph. "No!" cries Adams. "What am I then doing? What can I say to comfort you?" "Oh, tell me," cries Adams, "that Fanny will escape back to my arms, that they shall again enclose that lovely creature with all her sweetness, all her untainted innocence about her." "Why, perhaps you may," cries Adams, "but I can't promise you what's to come. You must, with perfect resignation, wait the event. If she be restored to you again, it is your duty to be thankful, and so it is if she be not. Joseph, if you are wise and truly know your own interest, you will peaceably and quietly submit to all the dispensations of Providence, being thoroughly assured that all the misfortunes, how great soever, which happen to the righteous, happen to them for their own good. Nay, it is not your interest only, but your duty, to abstain from immoderate grief, which, if you indulge, you are not worthy the name of a Christian." He spoke these last words with an accent a little severer than usual, upon which Joseph begged him not to be angry, saying he mistook him if he thought he denied it was his duty, for he had known that long ago. "What signifies knowing your duty if you do not perform it?" answered Adams. "Your knowledge increases your guilt. Oh, Joseph, I never thought you had this stubbornness in your mind." Joseph replied, he fancied he misunderstood him, "which I assure you," says he, "you do, if you imagine I endeavour to grieve. Upon my soul, I don't." Adams rebuked him for swearing, and then proceeded to enlarge on the folly of grief, telling him all the wise men and philosophers, even among the heathens, had written against it, quoting several passages from Seneca, and the consolation, which, though it was not Cicero's, was, he said, as good almost as any of his works, and concluded all by hinting that immoderate grief in this case might incense that power which alone could restore him his Fanny. This reason, or indeed rather the idea which it raised of the restoration of his mistress, had more effect than all which the parson had said before, and for a moment abated his agonies. But when his fears sufficiently set before his eyes the danger that poor creature was in, his grief returned again with repeated violence, nor could Adams in the least assuage it, though it may be doubted in his behalf whether Socrates himself could have prevailed any better. They remained some time in silence, and groans and sighs issued from them both. At length Joseph burst out with the following soliloquy: "Yes, I may bear my sorrows like a man, but I must also feel them as a man. I cannot but remember such things were, and were most dear to me." Adams asked him what stuff that was he repeated, to which he answered they were some lines he had gotten by heart out of a play. "Ay, there is nothing but heathenism to be learned from plays," replied he. "I never heard of any plays fit for a Christian to read, but Cato and the Conscious Lovers, and I must own, in the latter there are some things almost solemn enough for a sermon." But we shall now leave them a little, and inquire after the subject of their conversation. Chapter 12. More adventures, which we hope will as much please as surprise the reader. Neither the facetious dialogue which passed between the poet and the player, nor the grave and truly solemn discourse of Mr. Adams will, we conceive, make the reader sufficient amends for the anxiety which he must have felt on the account of poor Fanny, whom we left in so deplorable a condition. We shall therefore now proceed to the relation of what happened to that beautiful and innocent virgin after she fell into the wicked hands of the captain. The man-of-war, having conveyed his charming prize out of the inn a little before day, made the utmost expedition in his power toward the squire's house, where this delicate creature was to be offered up a sacrifice to the lust of a ravisher. He was not only deaf to all her bewailings and entreaties on the road, but accosted her ears with impurities which, having been never before accustomed to them, she happily for herself very little understood. At last he changed his note, and attempted to soothe and mollify her by setting forth the splendor and luxury which would be her fortune with a man who would have the inclination, and power too, to give her whatever her utmost wishes could desire, and told her he doubted not but she would soon look kinder on him as the instrument of her happiness, and despise that pitiful fellow whom her ignorance only could make her fond of. She answered, she knew not whom he meant. She never was fond of any pitiful fellow. "Are you affronted, madam," says he, "at my calling him so? But what better can be said of one in a livery, notwithstanding your fondness for him?" She returned that she did not understand him, that the man had been her fellow servant, and she believed was as honest a creature as any alive. But as for fondness for men, "I warrant ye," cries the captain, "we shall find means to persuade you to be fond, and I advise you to yield to gentle ones, for you may be assured that it is not in your power, by any struggles whatever, to preserve your virginity 2 hours longer. It will be your interest to consent, for the squire will be much kinder to you if he enjoys you willingly than by force." At which words she began to call aloud for assistance, for it was now open day, but finding none, she lifted her eyes to heaven, and supplicated the divine assistance to preserve her innocence. The captain told her if she persisted in her vociferation, he would find a means of stopping her mouth. And now the poor wretch, perceiving no hopes of succour, abandoned herself to despair, and sighing out the name of Joseph, Joseph, a river of tears ran down her lovely cheeks, and wet the handkerchief which covered her bosom. A horseman now appeared in the road, upon which the captain threatened her violently if she complained. However, the moment they approached each other, she begged him with the utmost earnestness to relieve a distressed creature who was in the hands of a ravisher. The fellow stopped at those words, but the captain assured him it was his wife, and that he was carrying her home from her adulterer, which so satisfied the fellow, who was an old one, and perhaps a married one too, that he wished him a good journey, and rode on. He was no sooner past than the captain abused her violently for breaking his commands, and threatened to gag her, when 2 more horsemen, armed with pistols, came into the road just before them. She again solicited their assistance, and the captain told the same story as before, upon which one said to the other, "That's a charming wench, Jack. I wish I had been in the fellow's place, whoever he is." But the other, instead of answering him, cried out, "Zounds, I know her!" and then turning to her, said, "Sure, you are not Fanny Goodwill?" "Indeed, indeed I am," she cried. "Oh, John, I know you now. Heaven hath sent you to my assistance, to deliver me from this wicked man, who is carrying me away for his vile purposes. Oh, for God's sake, rescue me from him!" A fierce dialogue immediately ensued between the captain and these two men, who, being both armed with pistols, and the chariot which they attended being now arrived, the captain saw both force and stratagem were vain, and endeavoured to make his escape, in which, however, he could not succeed. The gentleman who rode in the chariot ordered it to stop, and with an air of authority examined into the merits of the cause, of which being advertised by Fanny, whose credit was confirmed by the fellow who knew her, he ordered the captain, who was all bloody from his encounter at the inn, to be conveyed as a prisoner behind the chariot, and very gallantly took Fanny into it, for, to say the truth, the gentleman, who was no other than the celebrated Mr. Peter Pounce, and who preceded the Lady Booby only a few miles by setting out earlier in the morning, was a very gallant person, and loved a pretty girl better than anything besides his own money, or the money of other people. The chariot now proceeded towards the inn, which, as Fanny was informed, lay in their way, and where it arrived at that very time, while the poet and player were disputing below stairs, and Adams and Joseph were discoursing back to back above. Just at that period to which we brought them both in the two preceding chapters, the chariot stopped at the door, and in an instant Fanny, leaping from it, ran up to her Joseph. O reader, conceive, if thou canst, the joy which fired the breasts of these lovers on this meeting, and if thy own heart doth not sympathetically assist thee in this conception, I pity thee sincerely from my own. For let the hard-hearted villain know this, that there is a pleasure in a tender sensation beyond any which he is capable of tasting. Peter, being informed by Fanny of the presence of Adams, stopped to see him and receive his homage, for, as Peter was an hypocrite, a sort of people whom Mr. Adams never saw through, the one paid that respect to his seeming goodness which the other believed to be paid to his riches. Hence Mr. Adams was so much his favourite that he once lent him 4 pounds 13 shillings and sixpence to prevent his going to jail on no greater security than a bond and judgment, which probably he would have made no use of, though the money had not been, as it was, paid exactly at the time. It is perhaps easy to describe the figure of Adams. He had risen in such a hurry that he had on neither breeches, garters, nor stockings, nor had he taken from his head a red spotted handkerchief, which by night bound his wig, turned inside out, around his head. He had on his torn cassock and his greatcoat, but as the remainder of his cassock hung down below his greatcoat, so did a small strip of white or rather whitish, linen appear below that, to which we may add the several colors which appeared on his face, where a long piss-burnt beard served to retain the liquor of the stone-pot, and that of a blacker hue which distilled from the mop. This figure, which Fanny had delivered from his captivity, was no sooner spied by Peter than it disordered the composed gravity of his muscles. However, he advised him immediately to make himself clean, nor would accept his homage in that pickle. The poet and player no sooner saw the captain in captivity than they began to consider of their own safety, of which flight presented itself as the only means. They, therefore, both of them, mounted the poet's horse, and made the most expeditious retreat in their power. The host, who well knew Mr. Pounce and Lady Booby's livery, was not a little surprised at this change of the scene, nor was his confusion much helped by his wife, who was now just risen, and, having heard from him the account of what had passed, comforted him with a decent number of fools and blockheads, asked him why he did not consult her, and told him he would never leave following the nonsensical dictates of his own numbskull till she and her family were ruined. Joseph, being informed of the captain's arrival, and seeing his Fanny now in safety, quitted her a moment, and running downstairs, went directly to him, and stripping off his coat, challenged him to fight. But the captain refused, saying he did not understand boxing. He then grasped a cudgel in one hand, and catching the captain by the collar with the other, gave him a most severe drubbing, and ended with telling him he had now had some revenge for what his dear Fanny had suffered. When Mr. Pounce had a little regaled himself with some provision which he had in his chariot, and Mr. Adams had put on the best appearance his clothes would allow him, Pounce ordered the captain into his presence, for he said he was guilty of felony, and the next justice of peace should commit him. But the servants, whose appetite for revenge is soon satisfied, being sufficiently contented with the drubbing which Joseph had inflicted on him, and which was indeed of no very moderate kind, had suffered him to go off, which he did, threatening a severe revenge against Joseph, which I have never heard he thought proper to take. The mistress of the house made her voluntary presence before Mr. Pounce, and with 1,000 curtsies told him she hoped his honour would pardon her husband, who was a very nonsense man, for the sake of his poor family; that indeed, if he could be ruined alone, she should be very willing of it, for because as why his worship very well knew he deserved it, but she had 3 poor small children, who were not capable to get their own living, and if her husband was sent to jail, they must all come to the parish, for she was a poor weak woman, continually a-breeding, and had no time to work for them. She therefore hoped his honour would take it into his worship's consideration, and forgive her husband this time, for she was sure he never intended any harm to man, woman, or child, and if it was not for that blockhead of his own, the man in some things was well enough, for she had had 3 children by him in less than 3 years, and was almost ready to cry out the 4th time. She would have proceeded in this manner much longer, had not Peter stopped her tongue, by telling her he had nothing to say to her husband, nor her neither. So, as Adams and the rest had assured her of forgiveness, she cried and curtsied out of the room. Mr. Pounce was desirous that Fanny should continue her journey with him in the chariot, but she absolutely refused, saying she would ride behind Joseph on a horse which one of Lady Booby's servants had equipped him with. But, alas, when the horse appeared, it was found to be no other than that identical beast which Mr. Adams had left behind him at the inn, and which these honest fellows, who knew him, had redeemed. Indeed, whatever horse they had provided for Joseph, they would have prevailed with him to mount none, no, not even to ride before his beloved Fanny, till the parson was supplied. Much less would he deprive his friend of the beast which belonged to him, and which he knew the moment he saw, though Adams did not. However, when he was reminded of the affair, and told that they had brought the horse with them, which he left behind, he answered, "Bless me, and so I did." Adams was very desirous that Joseph and Fanny should mount this horse, and declared he could very easily walk home. "If I walked alone," says he, "I would wage a shilling that the pedestrian outstripped the equestrian travellers; but as I intend to take the company of a pipe, peradventure I may be an hour later." One of the servants whispered Joseph to take him at his word, and suffer the old put to walk if he would. This proposal was answered with an angry look and a peremptory refusal by Joseph, who, catching Fanny up in his arms, averred he would rather carry her home in that manner than take away Mr. Adams's horse and permit him to walk on foot. Perhaps, reader, thou hast seen a contest between two gentlemen or two ladies, quickly decided, though they have both asserted they would not eat such a nice morsel, and each insisted on the other's accepting it, but in reality both were very desirous to swallow it themselves. Do not therefore conclude hence that this dispute would have come to a speedy decision, for here both parties were heartily in earnest, and it is very probable they would have remained in the inn-yard to this day, had not the good Peter Pounce put a stop to it; for, finding he had no longer hopes of satisfying his old appetite with Fanny, and being desirous of having some one to whom he might communicate his grandeur, he told the parson he would convey him home in his chariot. This favour was by Adams, with many bows and acknowledgments, accepted, though he afterwards said, he ascended the chariot rather that he might not offend than from any desire of riding in it, for that in his heart he preferred the pedestrian even to the vehicular expedition. His matters being now settled, the chariot, in which rode Adams and Pounce, moved forwards, and, Joseph having borrowed a pillion from the host, Fanny had just seated herself thereon, and had laid hold of the girdle which her lover wore for that purpose, when the wise beast, who concluded that one at a time was sufficient, that 2 to 1 were odds, etc., discovered much uneasiness at his double load, and began to consider his hinder as his forelegs, moving the direct contrary way to that which is called forwards. Nor could Joseph, with all his horsemanship, persuade him to advance, but without having any regard to the lovely part of the lovely girl which was on his back, he used such agitations that, had not one of the men come immediately to her assistance, she had, in plain English, tumbled backwards on the ground. This inconvenience was presently remedied by an exchange of horses, and then Fanny, being again placed on her pillion on a better-natured and somewhat a better-fed beast, the parson's horse, finding he had no longer odds to contend with, agreed to march, and the whole procession set forwards for Booby Hall, where they arrived in a few hours, without anything remarkable happening on the road, unless it was a curious dialogue between the parson and the steward, which, to use the language of the late apologist, a pattern to all biographers, waits for the reader in the next chapter. Chapter 13. A curious dialogue which passed between Mr. Abraham Adams and Mr. Peter Pounce, better worth reading than all the works of Colley Cibber and many others. The chariot had not proceeded far before Mr. Adams observed it was a very fine day. "Ay, and a very fine country too," answered Pounce. "I should think so more," returned Adams, "if I had not lately travelled over the downs, which I take to exceed this and all other prospects in the universe." "A fig for prospects," answered Pounce. "1 acre here is worth 10 there, and for my own part I have no delight in the prospect of any land but my own." "Sir," said Adams, "you can indulge yourself with many fine prospects of that kind." "I thank God I have a little," replied the other, "with which I am content, and envy no man. I have a little, Mr. Adams, with which I do as much good as I can." Adams answered, "That riches without charity were nothing worth, for that they were a blessing only to him who made them a blessing to others." "You and I," said Peter, "have different notions of charity. I own, as it is generally used, I do not like the word, nor do I like it becomes one of us gentlemen. It is a mean, parson-like quality, though I would not infer many parsons have it neither." "Sir," said Adams, "my definition of charity is a generous disposition to relieve the distressed." "There is something in that definition," answered Peter, "which I like well enough. It is, as you say, a disposition, and does not so much consist in the act as in the disposition to do it. But, alas, Mr. Adams, who are meant by the distressed? Believe me, the distresses of mankind are mostly imaginary, and it would be rather folly than goodness to relieve them." "Sure, sir," replied Adams, "hunger and thirst, cold and nakedness, and other distresses which attend the poor, can never be said to be imaginary evils." "How can any man complain of hunger," said Peter, "in a country where such excellent salads are to be gathered in almost every field, or of thirst, where every river and stream produces such delicious potations? And as for cold and nakedness, they are evils introduced by luxury and custom. A man naturally wants clothes no more than a horse or any other animal, and there are whole nations who go without them. But these are things perhaps which you, who do not know the world. You will pardon me, sir, returned Adams. I have read of the gymnosophists. A plague on your Jehoshaphat's, cried Peter. The greatest fault in our constitution is the provision made for the poor, except that, perhaps, made for some others. Sir, I have not an estate which doth not contribute almost as much again to the poor as to the land tax, and I do assure you I expect to come myself to the parish in the end. To which Adams gave a dissenting smile. Peter thus proceeded. I fancy, Mr. Adams, you are one of those who imagine I am a lump of money, for there are many who, I fancy, believe that not only my pockets, but my whole clothes are lined with bank bills. But I assure you, you are all mistaken. I am not the man the world esteems me. If I can hold my head above water, it is all I can. I have injured myself by purchasing. I have been too liberal of my money. Indeed, I fear my heir will find my affairs in a worse situation than they are reputed to be. Ah, he will have reason to wish I had loved money more and land less. Pray, my good neighbour, where should I have that quantity of riches the world is so liberal to bestow on me? Where could I possibly, without I had stole it, acquire such a treasure? Why, truly, says Adams, I have been always of your opinion. I have wondered as well as yourself with what confidence they could report such things of you, which have to me appeared as mere impossibilities. For you know, sir, and I have often heard you say it, that your wealth is of your own acquisition, and can it be credible that in your short time you should have amassed such a heap of treasure as these people will have you worth? Indeed, had you inherited an estate like Sir Thomas Booby, which had descended in your family for many generations, they might have had a colour for their assertions. Why, what do they say I am worth? Cries Peter with a malicious sneer. Sir, answered Adams, I have heard some aver that you are not worth less than 20,000 pounds. At which Peter frowned. Nay, sir, said Adams, you asked me only the opinion of others. For my part, I have always denied it, nor did I ever believe you could possibly be worth half that sum. However, Mr. Adams, said he, squeezing him by the hand, I would not sell them all I am worth for double that sum. And as to what you believe, or they believe, I care not a fig, no, not a fart. I am not poor because you think me so, nor because you attempt to undervalue me in the country. I know the envy of mankind very well, but I thank heaven I am above them. It is true, my wealth is of my own acquisition. I have not an estate like Sir Thomas Booby, that has descended in my family through many generations, but I know heirs of such estates who are forced to travel about the country like some people in torn cassocks, and who might be glad to accept of a pitiful curacy for what I know. Yes, sir, as shabby fellows as yourself, whom no man of my figure, without that vice of good nature about him, would suffer to ride in a chariot with him. Sir, said Adams, I value not your chariot of a rush, and if I had known you had intended to affront me, I would have walked to the world's end on foot, ere I would have accepted a place in it. However, sir, I will soon rid you of that inconvenience." And so saying, he opened the chariot door, without calling to the coachman, and leapt out into the highway, forgetting to take his hat along with him, which, however, Mr. Pounce threw after him with great violence. Joseph and Fanny stopped to bear him company the rest of the way, which was not above a mile. End of Book 3, Chapters 11, 12, and 13. And end of Book 3. Read by Dennis Sayers and Medina. Book 4, Chapters 1 through 4 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 4, Chapter 1. The Arrival of Lady Booby and the Rest at Booby Hall. The coach and six, in which Lady Booby rode, overtook the other travellers as they entered the parish. She no sooner saw Joseph than her cheeks glowed with red, and immediately after became as totally pale. She had, in her surprise, almost stopped her coach, but recollected herself timely enough to prevent it. She entered the parish amidst the ringing of bells and the acclamations of the poor, who were rejoiced to see their patroness returned after so long an absence, during which time all her rents had been drafted to London, without a shilling being spent among them, which tended not a little to their utter impoverishing. For if the court would be severely missed in such a city as London, how much more must the absence of a person of great fortune be held in a little country village, for whose inhabitants such a family finds a constant employment and supply, and with the offals of whose table the infirm, aged, and infant poor are abundantly fed, with a generosity which hath scarce a visible effect on their benefactors' pockets. But if their interest inspired so public a joy into every countenance, how much more forcibly did the affection which they bore Parson Adams operate upon all who beheld his return. They flocked about him like dutiful children round an indulgent parent, and vied with each other in demonstrations of duty and love. The parson, on his side, shook every one by hand, inquired heartily after the healths of all that were absent, of their children and relations, and expressed a satisfaction in his face which nothing but benevolence made happy by its objects could infuse. Nor did Joseph and Fanny want a hearty welcome from all who saw them. In short, no three persons could be more kindly received, as indeed none ever more deserved to be universally beloved. Adams carried his fellow travellers home to his house, where he insisted on their partaking whatever his wife, whom with his children he found in health and joy, could provide, where we shall leave them enjoying perfect happiness over a homely meal, to view scenes of greater splendor, but infinitely less bliss. Our more intelligent readers will doubtless suspect by this second appearance of Lady Booby on the stage that all was not ended by the dismission of Joseph, and to be honest with them, they are in the right. The arrow had pierced deeper than she imagined, nor was the wound so easily to be cured. The removal of the object soon cooled her rage, but it had a different effect on her love. That departed with his person, but this remained lurking in her mind with his image. Restless, interrupted slumbers and confused, horrible dreams were her portion the first night. In the morning, fancy painted her a more delicious scene, but to delude, not delight her, for before she could reach the promised happiness, it vanished, and left her to curse, not bless, the vision. She started from her sleep, her imagination being all on fire with the phantom, when her eyes accidentally glancing towards the spot where yesterday the real Joseph had stood, that little circumstance raised his idea in the liveliest colours in her memory. Each look, each word, each gesture rushed back on her mind with charms which all his coldness could not abate. Nay, she imputed that to his youth, his folly, his awe, his religion, to everything but what would instantly have produced contempt, want of passion for the sex, or that which would have roused her hatred, want of not liking to her. Reflection then returned her farther, and told her she must see this beautiful youth no more; nay, suggested to her that she herself had dismissed him for no other fault than probably that of too violent an awe and respect for herself, and which she ought rather to have esteemed a merit, the effects of which were besides so easily and surely to have been removed. She then blamed, she cursed the hasty rashness of her temper. Her fury was vented all on herself, and Joseph appeared innocent in her eyes. Her passion at length grew so violent that it forced her on seeking relief, and now she thought of recalling him. But pride forbade that, pride which soon drove all softer passions from her soul, and represented to her the meanness of him she was fond of. That thought soon began to obscure his beauties. Contempt succeeded next, and then disdain, which presently introduced her hatred of the creature who had given her so much uneasiness. These enemies of Joseph had no sooner taken possession of her mind than they insinuated to her 1,000 things in his disfavour, everything but dislike of her person, a thought which, as it would have been intolerable to bear, she checked the moment it endeavoured to arise. Revenge came now to her assistance, and she considered her dismission of him, stripped and without a character, with the utmost pleasure. She rioted in the several kinds of misery which her imagination suggested to her might be his fate, and, with the smile, composed of anger, mirth, and scorn, viewed him in the rags in which her fancy had dressed him. Mrs. Slipslop, being summoned, attended her mistress, who had now, in her own opinion, totally subdued this passion. Whilst she was dressing, she asked if that fellow had been turned away according to her orders. Slipslop answered she had told her ladyship so, as indeed she had. "And how did he behave?" replied the lady. "Truly, madam," cries Slipslop, "in such a manner that infected everybody who saw him. The poor lad had but little wages to receive, for he constantly allowed his father and mother half his income, so that when your ladyship's livery was stripped off, he had not wherewithal to buy a coat, and must have gone naked if one of the footmen had not incommodated him with one. And whilst he was standing in his shirt, and to say truth, he was an amorous figure, being told your ladyship would not give him a character, he sighed, and said he had done nothing willingly to offend; that for his part he should always give your ladyship a good character wherever he went, and he prayed God to bless you, for you was the best of ladies, though his enemies had set you against him. I wish you had not turned him away, for I believe you have not a faithfuller servant in the house." "How came you then," replied the lady, "to advise me to turn him away?" "I, madam," said Slipslop, "I am sure you will do me the justice to say I did all in my power to prevent it, but I saw your ladyship was angry, and it is not the business of us upper servants to interfere on these occasions." "And was it not you, audacious wretch," cried the lady, "who made me angry? Was it not your tittle-tattle, in which I believe you belied the poor fellow, which incensed me against him? He may thank you for all that hath happened, and so may I for the loss of a good servant, and one who probably had more merit than all of you. Poor fellow! I am charmed with his goodness to his parents. Why did not you tell me of that, but suffer me to dismiss so good a creature without a character? I see the reason of your whole behaviour now, as well as your complaint. You was jealous of the wenches." "I jealous!" said Slipslop. "I assure you I look upon myself as his betters. I am not meet for a footman, I hope." These words threw the lady into a violent passion, and she sent Slipslop from her presence, who departed, tossing her nose, and crying, "Marry, come up. There are some people more jealous than I believe." Her lady affected not to hear the words, though in reality she did, and understood them too. Now ensued a second conflict, so like the former that it might savour of repetition to relate it minutely. It may suffice to say that Lady Booby found good reason to doubt whether she had so absolutely conquered her passion as she had flattered herself, and, in order to accomplish it quite, took a resolution, more common than wise, to retire immediately into the country. The reader hath long ago seen the arrival of Mrs. Slipslop, whom no pertness could make her mistress resolve to part with; lately that of Mr. Pounce, her forerunners; and lastly that of the lady herself. The morning after her arrival, being Sunday, she went to church, to the great surprise of everybody, who wondered to see her ladyship, being no very constant churchwoman, there so suddenly upon her journey. Joseph was likewise there, and I have heard it was remarked that she fixed her eyes on him much more than on the parson, but this I believe to be only a malicious rumour. When the prayers were ended, Mr. Adams stood up, and with a loud voice pronounced, "I publish the banns of marriage between Joseph Andrews and Frances Goodwill, both of this parish," etc. Whether this had any effect on Lady Booby or no, who was then in her pew, which the congregation could not see into, I could never discover; but certain it is that in about a quarter of an hour she stood up and directed her eyes to that part of the church where the women sat, and persisted in looking that way during the remainder of the sermon, in so scrutinizing a manner, and with so angry a countenance, that most of the women were afraid she was offended at them. The moment she returned home, she sent for Slipslop into her chamber, and told her she wondered what that impudent fellow Joseph did in that parish. Upon which Slipslop gave her an account of her meeting Adams with him on the road, and likewise the adventure with Fanny, at the relation of which the lady often changed her countenance, and when she had heard all, she ordered Mr. Adams into her presence, to whom she behaved as the reader will see in the next chapter. Chapter 2. A dialogue between Mr. Abraham Adams and the Lady Booby. Mr. Adams was not far off, for he was drinking her ladyship's health below in a cup of her ale. He no sooner came before her than she began in the following manner: "I wonder, sir, after the many great obligations you have had to this family," with all which the reader hath in the course of this history been minutely acquainted, "that you will ungratefully show any respect to a fellow who hath been turned out of it for his misdeeds; nor doth it, I can tell you, sir, become a man of your character to run about the country with an idle fellow and wench. Indeed, as for the girl, I know no harm of her. Slipslop tells me she was formerly bred up in my house, and behaved as she ought, till she hankered after this fellow, and he spoiled her. Nay, she may still perhaps do very well, if he will let her alone. You are therefore doing a monstrous thing in endeavouring to procure a match between these two people, which will be to the ruin of them both." "Madam," says Adams, "if your ladyship will but hear me speak, I protest I never heard any harm of Mr. Joseph Andrews. If I had, I should have corrected him for it, for I never have, nor will encourage the faults of those under my care. As for the young woman, I assure your ladyship I have as good an opinion of her as your ladyship yourself, or any other can have. She is the sweetest tempered, honestest, worthiest young creature. Indeed, as to her beauty, I do not commend her on that account, though all men allow she is the handsomest woman, gentle or simple, that ever appeared in the parish." "You are very impertinent," says she, "to talk such fulsome stuff to me. It is mighty becoming truly in a clergyman to trouble himself about handsome women, and you are a delicate judge of beauty, no doubt. A man who hath lived all his life in such a parish as this is a rare judge of beauty. Ridiculous! Beauty, indeed! A country wench a beauty! I shall be sick whenever I hear beauty mentioned again. And so this wench is to stock the parish with beauties, I hope. But, sir, our poor is numerous enough already. I will have no more vagabonds settled here. Madam, says Adams, your ladyship is offended with me, I protest, without any reason. This couple were desirous to consummate long ago, and I dissuaded them from it. Nay, I may venture to say, I believe I was the sole cause of their delaying it. Well, says she, and you did very wisely and honestly too, notwithstanding she is the greatest beauty in the parish. And now, madam, continued he, I only perform my office to Mr. Joseph. Pray, don't Mr. such fellows to me, cries the lady. He, said the parson, with the consent of Fanny, before my face, put in the banns. Yes, answered the lady, I suppose the slut is forward enough. Slipslop tells me how her head runs upon fellows. This is one of her beauties, I suppose. But if they have put in the banns, I desire you will publish them no more without my orders. Madam, cries Adams, if any one puts in a sufficient caution, and assigns a proper reason against them, I am willing to surcease. I tell you a reason, says she, he is a vagabond, and he shall not settle here, and bring a nest of beggars into the parish. It will make us but little amends that they will be beauties. Madam, answered Adams, with the utmost submission to your ladyship, I have been informed by Lawyer Scott that any person who serves a year gains a settlement in the parish where he serves. Lawyer Scout, replied the lady, is an impudent coxcomb. I will have no Lawyer Scout interfere with me. I repeat to you again, I will have no more encumbrances brought on this, so I desire you will proceed no farther. Madam, returned Adams, I would obey your ladyship in everything that is lawful, but surely the parties being poor is no reason against their marrying. God forbid there should be any such law. The poor have little share enough of this world already. It would be barbarous indeed to deny them the common privileges and innocent enjoyments which nature indulges to the animal creation. Since you understand yourself no better, cries the lady, nor the respect due from such as you to a woman of my distinction, than to affront my ears by such loose discourse, I shall mention but one short word. It is my orders to you that you publish these banns no more, and if you dare, I will recommend it to your master, the doctor, to discard you from his service. I will, sir, notwithstanding your poor family, and then you and the greatest beauty in the parish may go and beg together. Madam, answered Adams, I know not what your ladyship means by the terms master and service. I am in the service of a master who will never discard me for doing my duty. And if the doctor, for indeed I have never been able to pay for a license, thinks proper to turn me from my cure, God will provide me, I hope, another. At least my family, as well as myself, have hands, and we will prosper, I doubt not, our endeavours to get our bread honestly with them. Whilst my conscience is pure, I shall never fear what man can do unto me. I condemn my humility, said the lady, for demeaning myself to converse with you so long. I shall take other measures, for I see you are a confederate with them. But the sooner you leave me, the better, and I shall give orders that my doors may no longer be opened to you. I will suffer no parsons who run about the country with beauties to be entertained here. Madam, said Adams, I shall enter into no person's doors against their will, but I am assured, when you have inquired farther into this matter, you will applaud, not blame, my proceeding, and so I humbly take my leave, which he did with many bows, or at least many attempts at a bow. Chapter 3. What passed between the lady and lawyer Scott. In the afternoon the lady sent for Mr. Scout, whom she attacked most violently for intermeddling with her servants, which he denied, and indeed with truth, for he had only asserted accidentally, and perhaps rightly, that a year's service gained a settlement, and so far he owned he might have formally informed the parson and believed it was law. I am resolved, said the lady, to have no discarded servants of mine settled here, and so, if this be your law, I shall send to another lawyer. Scout said, if she sent to 100 lawyers, not one or all of them could alter the law. The utmost that was in the power of a lawyer was to prevent the law's taking effect, and that he could do for her ladyship as well as any other. And I believe, says he, Madam, your ladyship, not being conversant in these matters, hath mistaken a difference, for I asserted only that a man who served a year was settled. Now, there is a material difference between being settled in law and settled in fact, and as I affirmed, generally he was settled, and law is preferable to fact, my settlement must be understood in law and not in fact. And suppose, madam, we admit he was settled in law, what use will they make of it? How doth that relate to fact? He is not settled in fact, and if he be not settled in fact, he is not an inhabitant, and if he is not an inhabitant, he is not of this parish, and then undoubtedly he ought not to be published here, for Mr. Adams hath told me your ladyship's pleasure, and the reason, which is a very good one, to prevent burdening us with the poor. We have too many already, and I think we ought to have an act to hang or transport half of them. If we can prove in evidence that he is not settled in fact, it is another matter. What I said to Mr. Adams was on a supposition that he was settled in fact, and indeed, if that was the case, I should doubt. Don't tell me your facts and your ifs, said the lady. I don't understand your gibberish. You take too much upon you, and are very impertinent, in pretending to direct in this parish, and you shall be taught better, I assure you, you shall. But as to the wench, I am resolved she shall not settle here. I will not suffer such beauties as these to produce children for us to keep. Beauties, indeed? Your ladyship is pleased to be merry, answered Scout. Mr. Adams described her so to me, said the lady. Pray, what sort of dowdy is it, Mr. Scout? The ugliest creature almost I ever beheld, a poor dirty drab. Your ladyship never saw such a wretch. Well, but, dear Mr. Scout, let her be what she will, these ugly women will bring children, you know, so that we must prevent the marriage. True, madam, replied Scout, for the subsequent marriage, cooperating with the law, will carry law into fact. When a man is married, he is settled in fact, and then he is not removable. I will see Mr. Adams, and I will make no doubt of prevailing with him. His only objection is doubtless that he shall lose his fee, but that being once made easy, as it shall be, I am confident no farther objection will remain. No, it is impossible, but your ladyship can't discommend his unwillingness to depart from his fee. Every man ought to have a proper value for his fee. As to the matter in question, if your ladyship pleases to employ me in it, I will venture to promise you success. The laws of this land are not so vulgar to permit a mean fellow to contend with one of your ladyship's fortune. We have one sure card, which is to carry him before Justice Frolic, who, upon hearing your ladyship's name, will commit him without any farther questions. As for the dirty slut, we shall have nothing to do with her, for if we get rid of the fellow, the ugly jade will... Take what measures you please, good Mr. Scout, answered the lady, but I wish you could rid the parish of both. For Slipslop tells me such stories of this wench that I abhor the thoughts of her. And though you say she is such an ugly slut, yet you know, dear Mr. Scout, these forward creatures who run after men will always find some as forward as themselves, so that, to prevent the increase of beggars, we must get rid of her. Your ladyship is very much in the right, answered Scout, but I'm afraid the law is a little deficient in giving us any such power of prevention. However, the justice will stretch it as far as he is able to oblige your ladyship. To say truth, it is a great blessing to the country that he is in the commission, for he hath taken several poor off our hands that the law would never lay hold of. I know some justices who think as much of committing a man to Bridewell as his lordship at Size would of hanging him, but it would do a man good to see his worship, our justice, commit a fellow to Bridewell. He takes so much pleasure in it, and when once we have him there, we seldom hear any more of him. He's either starved or eat up by vermin in a month's time. Here the arrival of a visitor put an end to the conversation, and Mr. Scout, having undertaken the cause and promised it success, departed. This Scout was one of those fellows who, without any knowledge of the law or being bred to it, take upon them, in defiance of an act of Parliament, to act as lawyers in the country, and are called so. They are the pests of society, and a scandal to a profession, to which indeed they do not belong, and which owes to such kind of rascallions the ill will which weak persons bear towards it. With this fellow, to whom a little before she would not have condescended to have spoken, did a certain passion for Joseph, and the jealousy and the disdain of poor innocent Fanny, betray the Lady Booby into a familiar discourse, in which she inadvertently confirmed many hints with which Slipslop, whose gallant he was, had pre-acquainted him, and whence he had taken an opportunity to assert those several falsehoods of little Fanny, which possibly the reader might not have been well able to account for, if we had not thought proper to give him this information. Chapter 4. A short chapter, but very full of matter, particularly the arrival of Mr. Booby and his lady. All that night and the next day the Lady Booby passed with the utmost anxiety. Her mind was distracted, and her soul tossed up and down by many turbulent and opposite passions. She loved, hated, pitied, scorned, admired, despised the same person by fits, which changed in a very short interval. On Tuesday morning, which happened to be a holiday, she went to church, where, to her surprise, Mr. Adams published the banns again, with as audible a voice as before. It was lucky for her that, as there was no sermon, she had an immediate opportunity of returning home to vent her rage, which she could not have concealed from the congregation 5 minutes. Indeed, it was not then very numerous, the assembly consisting of no more than Adams, his clerk, his wife, the lady, and one of her servants. At her return she met Slipslop, who accosted her in these words: "O ma'am, what doth your ladyship think? To be sure, Lawyer Scout hath carried Joseph and Fanny both before the justice. All the parish are in tears, and say they will certainly be hanged, for nobody knows what it is for." "I suppose they deserve it," says the lady. "What, dost thou mention such wretches to me?" "O dear madam," answered Slipslop, "is it not a pity such a graceless young man should die a virulent death? Oh, I hope the justice will take commensuration on his youth. As for Fanny, I don't think it signifies much what becomes of her, and if poor Joseph hath done anything, I could venture to swear she traduced him to it. Few men ever come to a fragrant punishment but by those nasty creatures, who are a scandal to our sect." The lady was no more pleased at this news, after a moment's reflection, than Slipslop herself; for, though she wished Fanny far enough, she did not desire the removal of Joseph, especially with her. She was puzzled how to act or what to say on this occasion, when a coach and six drove into the court, and a servant acquainted her with the arrival of her nephew Booby and his lady. She ordered them to be conducted into a drawing-room, whither she presently repaired, having composed her countenance as well as she could, and being a little satisfied that the wedding would by these means be at least interrupted, and that she should have an opportunity to execute any resolution she might take, for which she saw herself provided with an excellent instrument in Scout. The Lady Booby apprehended her servant had made a mistake. When he mentioned Mr. Booby's lady, for she had never heard of his marriage, but now great was her surprise when, at her entering the room, her nephew presented his wife to her, saying, "Madam, this is that charming Pamela, of whom I am convinced you have heard so much." The lady received her with more civility than he expected, indeed, with the utmost, for she was perfectly polite, nor had any vice inconsistent with good breeding. They passed some little time in ordinary discourse, when a servant came and whispered Mr. Booby, who presently told the ladies he must desert them a little on some business of consequence; and, as their discourse during his absence would afford little improvement or entertainment to the reader, we will leave them for a while to attend Mr. Booby. End of Book 4, Chapters 1 through 4. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. Book 4, Chapters 5 and 6 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 4, Chapter 5, containing justice business, curious precedents of depositions, and other matters necessary to be perused by all justices of the peace and their clerks. The young squire and his lady were no sooner alighted from their coach than the servants began to inquire after Mr. Joseph, from whom they said their lady had not heard a word, to her great surprise, since he had left Lady Booby's. Upon this they were instantly informed of what had lately happened, with which they hastily acquainted their master, who took an immediate resolution to go himself and endeavour to restore his Pamela, her brother, before she even knew she had lost him. The justice before whom the criminals were carried, and who lived within a short mile of the lady's house, was, luckily, Mr. Booby's acquaintance, by his having an estate in his neighbourhood. Ordering, therefore, his horses to his coach, he set out for the judgment seat, and arrived when the justice had almost finished his business. He was conducted into a hall, where he was acquainted that his worship would wait on him in a moment, for he had only a man and a woman to commit to Bridewell first. As he was now convinced he had not a minute to lose, he insisted on the servants introducing him directly into the room where the justice was then executing his office, as he called it. Being brought thither, and the first compliments being passed between the squire and his worship, the former asked the latter what crime those two young people had been guilty of. "No great crime," answered the justice. "I have only ordered them to Bridewell for a month." "But what is their crime?" repeated the squire. "Larceny, an it please your honour," said Scout. "Ay," says the justice, "a kind of felonious, larcenous thing. I believe I must order them a little correction too, a little stripping and whipping." Poor Fanny, who had hitherto supported all with the thoughts of Joseph's company, trembled at that sound, but indeed without reason, for none but the devil himself could have executed such a sentence on her. "Still," said the squire, "I am ignorant of the crime, the fact, I mean." "Why, there it is in paper," answered the justice, showing him a deposition which, in the absence of his clerk, he had writ himself, of which we have with great difficulty procured an authentic copy, and here it follows, verbatim et literatim. The deposition of James Scout, layer, and Thomas Trotter, yeoman, taken before me, one of his Majesty's just asses of the peace for Somersetshire. These deponents saith, and first Thomas Trotter for himself saith, that on the of this instant October, being Sabbath day, between the hours of 2 and 4 in the afternoon, he seed Joseph Andrews and Francis Goodwill walk across a certain feld belonging to Layer Scout, and out of the path which leads through the said felde, and there he seed Joseph Andrews with a knife cut one hassel twig of the value, as he believes, of 3 halfpence, or thereabouts. And he saith that the said Francis Goodwill was likewise walking on the grass out of the said path in the said feld, and did receive and carry in her hand the said twig, and so was come farting, eating, and abating to the said Joseph therein. And the said James Scout, for himself, says that he verily believes the said twig to be his own proper twig, etc., etc. "Jesu," said the squire, "would you commit 2 persons to Bridewell for a twig?" "Yes," said the lawyer, "and with great lenity too, for if we had called it a young tree, they would have been both hanged." "Harkee," says the justice, taking aside the squire, "I should not have been so severe on this occasion, but Lady Booby desires to get them out of the parish, so Lawyer Scott will give the constable orders to let them run away, if they please. But it seems they intend to marry together, and the lady hath no other means, as they are legally settled there, to prevent their bringing an encumbrance on her own parish." "Well," said the squire, "I will take care my aunt shall be satisfied in this point, and likewise, I promise you, Joseph here shall never be any encumbrance on her. I shall be obliged to you, therefore, if, instead of Bridewell, you will commit them to my custody." "Oh, to be sure, sir, if you desire it," answered the justice, and without more ado Joseph and Fanny were delivered over to Squire Booby, whom Joseph very well knew, but little guessed how nearly he was related to him. The justice burnt his Matimus, the constable was sent about his business, the lawyer made no complaint for want of justice, and the prisoners, with exulting hearts, gave 1,000 thanks to his honour Mr. Booby, who did not intend their obligations to him should cease here, for, ordering his man to produce a cloak bag, which he had caused to be brought from Lady Booby's on purpose, he desired the justice that he might have Joseph with him into a room, where, ordering his servant to take out a suit of his own clothes, with linen and other necessaries, he left Joseph to dress himself, who, not yet knowing the cause of all this civility, excused his accepting such a favour as long as decently he could. Whilst Joseph was dressing, the squire repaired to the justice, whom he found talking with Fanny, for during the examination she had flopped her hat over her eyes, which were also bathed in tears, and had by that means concealed from his worship what might perhaps have rendered the arrival of Mr. Booby unnecessary, at least for herself. The justice no sooner saw her countenance cleared up, and her bright eyes shining through her tears, than he secretly cursed himself for having once thought of Bridewell for her. He would willingly have sent his own wife thither to have had Fanny in her place, and, conceiving almost at the same time instant desires and schemes to accomplish them, he employed the minutes, whilst the squire was absent with Joseph, in assuring her how sorry he was for having treated her so roughly before he knew her merit, and told her that since Lady Booby was unwilling that she should settle in her parish, she was heartily welcome to his, where he promised her his protection, adding that he would take Joseph and her into his own family if she liked it, which assurance he confirmed with a squeeze by the hand. She thanked him very kindly. She would acquaint Joseph with the offer, which he would certainly be glad to accept, for that Lady Booby was angry with them both, though she did not know either had done anything to offend her, but imputed it to Madam Slipslop, who had always been her enemy. The squire now returned, and prevented any farther continuance of this conversation, and the justice, out of a pretended respect to his guest, but in reality from an apprehension of a rival, for he knew nothing of his marriage, ordered Fanny into the kitchen, whither she gladly retired, nor did the squire, who declined the trouble of explaining the whole matter, oppose it. It would be necessary, if I was able, which indeed I am not, to relate the conversation between these two gentlemen, which rolled, as I have been informed, entirely on the subject of horse racing. Joseph was soon dressed in the plainest dress he could find, which was a blue coat and breeches, with a gold edging, and a red waistcoat with the same name. And as this suit, which was rather too large for the squire, exactly fitted him, so he became it so well and looked so genteel, that no person would have doubted its being as well adapted to his quality as his shape, nor have suspected, as one might, when my Lord or Sir or Mr. appear in lace or embroidery, that the tailor's man wore those clothes home on his back which he should have carried under his arm. The squire now took leave of the justice, and calling for Fanny, made her and Joseph against their wills get into the coach with him, which he then ordered to drive to Lady Booby's. It had moved a few yards only, when the squire asked Joseph if he knew who that man was crossing the field, for, added he, I never saw one take such strides before. Joseph answered eagerly, "Oh, sir, it is Parson Adams." "Oh, la, indeed, so it is," said Fanny. "Poor man, he is coming to do what he could for us. Well, he is the worthiest, best-natured creature." "Ay," said Joseph, "God bless him, for there is not such another in the universe." "The best creature living, sure," cries Fanny. "Is he?" says the squire. "Then I am resolved to have the best creature living in my coach." And so saying, he ordered it to stop, whilst Joseph, at his request, hallooed to the person, who, well knowing his voice, made all the haste imaginable, and soon came up with them. He was desired by the master, who could scarce refrain from laughter at his figure, to mount into the coach, which he, with many thanks, refused, saying he could walk by its side, and he'd warrant he'd kept up with it. But he was at length over-prevailed on. The squire now acquainted Joseph with his marriage, but he might have spared himself that labour, for his servant, whilst Joseph was dressing, had performed that office before. He continued to express the vast happiness he enjoyed in his sister, and the value he had for all who belonged to her. Joseph made many bows, and expressed as many acknowledgments, and Parson Adams, who now first perceived Joseph's new apparel, burst into tears with joy, and fell to rubbing his hands and snapping his fingers, as if he had been mad. They were now arrived at the Lady Booby's, and the squire, desiring them to wait a moment in the court, walked in to his aunt, and calling her out from his wife, acquainted her with Joseph's arrival, saying, "Madam, as I have married a virtuous and worthy woman, I am resolved to own her relations and show them all a proper respect. I shall think myself, therefore, infinitely obliged to all mine who will do the same. It is true, her brother hath been your servant, but he is now become my brother, and I have one happiness, that neither his character, his behaviour, or appearance give me any reason to be ashamed of calling him so. In short, he is now below, dressed like a gentleman, in which light I intend he shall hereafter be seen, and you will oblige me beyond expression if you will admit him to be of our party, for I know it will give great pleasure to my wife, though she will not mention it." This was a stroke of fortune beyond the Lady Booby's hopes or expectation. She answered him eagerly, "Nephew, you know how easily I am prevailed on to do anything which Joseph Andrews desires, which you desire me, and as he is now your relation, I cannot refuse to entertain him as such." The squire told her he knew his obligation to her for her compliance, and going 3 steps returned and told her he had one more favour which he believed she would easily grant, as she had accorded him the former. "There is a young woman—" "Nephew," says she, "don't let my good name make you desire, as it is too commonly the case, to impose on me, nor think, because I have with so much condescension agreed to suffer your brother-in-law to come to my table, that I will submit to the company of all my own servants, and all the dirty trollops in the country." "Madam," answered the squire, "I believe you never saw this young creature. I never beheld such sweetness and innocence joined with such beauty, and withal so genteel." "Upon my soul I won't admit her," replied the lady in a passion. "The whole world shan't prevail on me. I resent even the desire as an affront, and—" The squire, who knew her inflexibility, interrupted her by asking pardon, and promising not to mention it more. He then returned to Joseph, and she to Pamela. He took Joseph aside, and told him he would carry him to his sister, but could not prevail as yet for Fanny. Joseph begged that he might see his sister alone, and then be with his Fanny. But the squire, knowing the pleasure his wife would have in her brother's company, would not admit it, telling Joseph there would be nothing in so short an absence from Fanny, whilst he was assured of her safety, adding he hoped he could not so easily quit a sister whom he had not seen so long, and who so tenderly loved him. Joseph immediately complied, for indeed no brother could love a sister more, and recommending Fanny, who rejoiced that she was not to go before Lady Booby, to the care of Mr. Adams, he attended the squire upstairs, whilst Fanny repaired with the parson to his house, where she thought herself secure of a kind reception. Chapter 6. Of which you are desired to read no more than you like. The meeting between Joseph and Pamela was not without tears of joy on both sides, and their embraces were full of tenderness and affection. They were, however, regarded with much more pleasure by the nephew than by the aunt, to whose flame they were fuel only, and this was increased by the addition of dress, which was indeed not wanted to set off the lively colours in which nature had drawn health, strength, comeliness, and youth. In the afternoon, Joseph, at their request, entertained them with an account of his adventures, nor could Lady Booby conceal her dissatisfaction at those parts in which Fanny was concerned, especially when Mr. Booby launched forth into such rapturous praises of her beauty. She said, applying to her niece, that she wondered her nephew, who had pretended to marry for love, should think such a subject proper to amuse his wife with, adding that for her part she should be jealous of a husband who spoke so warmly in praise of another woman. Pamela answered, indeed, she thought she had cause, but it was an instance of Mr. Booby's aptness to see more beauty in women than they were mistresses of, at which words both the women fixed their eyes on two looking glasses, and Lady Booby replied that men were, in general, very ill judges of beauty, and then, whilst both contemplated only their own faces, they paid a cross compliment to each other's charms. When the hour of rest approached, which the lady of the house deferred as long as decently she could, she informed Joseph, whom for the future we shall call Mr. Joseph, he having as good a title to that appellation as many others, I mean that incontested one of good clothes, that she had ordered a bed to be provided for him. He declined this favour to his utmost, for his heart had long been with his Fanny, but she insisted on his accepting it, alleging that the parish had no proper accommodation for such a person as he was now to esteem himself. The squire and his lady both joining with her, Mr. Joseph was at last forced to give over his design of visiting Fanny that evening, who, on her side, as impatiently expected him till midnight, when, in compliance to Mr. Adams's family, who had sat up 2 hours out of respect to her, she retired to bed, but not to sleep. The thoughts of her love kept her waking, and his not returning, according to his promise, filled her with uneasiness, of which, moreover, she could not assign any other cause than merely that of being absent from him. Mr. Joseph rose early in the morning, and visited her, in whom his soul delighted. She no sooner heard his voice in the parson's parlour than she leapt from her bed, and dressing herself in a few minutes, went down to him. They passed 2 hours with inexpressible happiness together, and then, having appointed Monday, by Mr. Adams's permission, for their marriage, Mr. Joseph returned, according to his promise, to breakfast at the Lady Booby's, with whose behaviour since the evening we shall now acquaint the reader. She was no sooner retired to her chamber Then she asked Slipslop what she thought of this wonderful creature her nephew had married. "Madam," said Slipslop, not yet sufficiently understanding what answer she was to make, "I ask you," answered the lady, "what you think of the Dowdy, my niece, I think I am to call her." Slipslop, wanting no further hint, began to pull her to pieces, and so miserably defaced her that it would have been impossible for any one to have known the person. The lady gave her all the assistance she could, and ended with saying, "I think, Slipslop, you have done her justice, but yet, bad as she is an angel compared to this Fanny." Slipslop then fell on Fanny, whom she hacked and hewed in the like barbarous manner, concluding with an observation that there was always something in these low-life creatures which must eternally extinguish them from their betters. "Really," said the lady, "I think there is one exception to your rule. I am certain you may guess who I mean." "Not I, upon my word, madam," said Slipslop. "I mean a young fellow." "Sure you are the dullest wretch," said the lady. "Oh la, I am indeed. Yes, truly, madam, he is an accession," answered Slipslop. "Ay, is he not, Slipslop?" returned her lady. "Is he not so genteel that a prince might, without a blush, acknowledge him for his son? His behaviour is such that would not shame the best education. He borrows from his station a condescension in everything to his superiors, yet unattended by that mean servility which is called good behaviour in such persons. Everything he doth hath no mark of the base motive of fear, but visibly shows some respect and gratitude, and carries with it the persuasion of love. And then, for his virtues, such piety to his parents, such tender affection to his sister, such integrity in his friendship, such bravery, such goodness, that if he had been born a gentleman, his wife would have possessed the most invaluable blessing." "To be sure, ma'am," says Slipslop, "but as he is," answered the lady, "if he had 1,000 more good qualities, it must render a woman of fashion contemptible even to be suspected of thinking of him. Yes, I should despise myself for such a thought." "To be sure, ma'am," said Slipslop. "And why to be sure?" replied the lady. "Thou art always one's echo. Is he not more worthy of affection than a dirty country clown, though born of a family as old as the flood? Or an idle worthless rake, or little puisny beau of quality? And yet these we must condemn ourselves to, in order to avoid the censure of the world. To shun the contempt of others, we must ally ourselves to those we despise. We must prefer birth, title, and fortune to real merit. It is a tyranny of custom, a tyranny we must comply with, for we, people of fashion, are the slaves of custom." "Marry, come up," said Slipslop, who now knew well which party to take. "If I was a woman of your ladyship's fortune and quality, I would be a slave to nobody." "Me," said the lady, "I am speaking if a young woman of fashion, who had seen nothing of the world, should happen to like such a fellow." "Me, indeed! I hope thou dost not imagine—" "No, ma'am, To be sure, cries Slipslop. No. What, no? cried the lady. Thou art always ready to answer before thou hast heard one. So far I must allow he is a charming fellow. Oh, me, indeed. No, Slipslop, all thoughts of men are over with me. I have lost a husband, but if I should reflect, I should run mad. My future ease must depend upon forgetfulness. Slipslop, let me hear some of thy nonsense. To turn my thoughts another way, what dost thou think of Mr. Andrews? Why, I think, says Slipslop, he is the handsomest, most properest man I ever saw, and if I was a lady of the greatest degree, it would be well for some folks. Your ladyship may talk of custom, if you please, but I am confidous there is no more comparison between young Mr. Andrews and most of the young gentlemen who come to your ladyship's house in London. A parcel of whipper-snapper sparks. I would sooner marry our old Parson Adams. Never tell me what people say whilst I am happy in the arms of him I love. Some folks rail against other folks because other folks have what some folks would be glad of. And so, answered the lady, if you was a woman of condition, you would really marry Mr. Andrews? Yes, I assure your ladyship, replied Slipslop, if he would have me. Fool! Idiot! cries the lady. If he would have a woman of fashion, is that a question? No, truly, madam, said Slipslop, I believe it would be none if Fanny was out of the way, and I am confidous, if I was in your ladyship's place, and liked Mr. Joseph Andrews, she should not stay in the parish a moment. I am sure Lawyer Scout would send her packing, if your ladyship would but say the word. This last speech of Slipslop raised a tempest in the mind of her mistress. She feared Scout had betrayed her, or rather that she had betrayed herself. After some silence, and a double change of her complexion, first to pale and then to red, she thus spoke. I am astonished at the liberty you give your tongue. Would you insinuate that I employed Scout against this wench on account of the fellow? La, madam, said Slipslop, frighted out of her wits, I assassinate such a thing. I think you dare not, answered the lady. I believe my conduct may defy malice itself, to assert so cursed a slander. If I had ever discovered any wantonness, any lightness in my behaviour, if I had followed the example of some, whom thou hast, I believe, seen, in allowing myself indecent liberties, even with a husband, but the dear man who is gone, here she began to sob, was he alive again? Then she produced tears, could not upbraid me with any one act of tenderness or passion. No, Slipslop, all the time I cohabited with him, he never obtained even a kiss from me without my expressing reluctance in the granting it. I am sure he himself never suspected how much I loved him. Since his death, thou knowest, though it is almost 6 weeks, it wants but a day, ago, I have not admitted one visitor till this fool, my nephew, arrived. I have confined myself quite to one party of friends, and can such a conduct as this fear to be arraigned? to be accused, not only of a passion which I have always despised, but of fixing it on such an object, a creature so much beneath my notice. Upon my word, ma'am, says Slipslop, I do not understand your ladyship, nor know I anything of the matter. I believe, indeed, thou dost not understand me. Those are delicacies which exist only in superior minds. Thy coarse ideas cannot comprehend them. Thou art a low creature of the Andrews breed, a reptile of a lower order, a weed that grows in the common garden of the creation. I assure your ladyship, says Slipslop, whose passions were almost of as high an order as her lady's, I have no more to do with common garden than other folks. Really, your ladyship talks of servants as if they were not born of the Christian species. Servants have flesh and blood as well as quality, and Mr. Andrews himself is a proof that they have as good, if not better, and for my own part, I can't perceive my dears, perhaps meaning ideas, are coarser than other people's, and I am sure if Mr. Andrews was a dear of mine, I should not be ashamed of him in company with gentlemen, for whoever hath seen him in his new clothes must confess he looks as much like a gentleman as anybody. Course, quotha! I can't bear to hear the poor young fellow run down neither, for I will say this, I never heard him say an ill word of anybody in his life. I am sure his coarseness doth not lie in his heart, for he is the best natured man in the world, and as for his skin, it is no coarser than other people's, I am sure. His bosom, when a boy, was as white as driven snow, and where it is now covered with hairs, is so still. Ifikins, if I was Mrs. Andrews, with 100 a year, I should not envy the best she who wears a head. A woman that could not be happy with such a man ought never to be so, for if he can't make a woman happy, I never yet beheld the man who could. I say again, I wish I was a great lady for his sake. I believe when I had made a gentleman of him, he'd behave so that nobody should deprecate what I had done, and I fancy few would venture to tell him he was no gentleman to his face, nor to mine neither. At which words, taking up the candles, she asked her mistress, who had been some time in her bed, if she had any farther commands, who mildly answered she had none, and telling her she was a comical figure, bid her good night. End of Book 4, Chapters 5 and 6. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. Book 4, Chapters 7 and 8 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 4, Chapter 7. Philosophical Reflections, the like not to be found in any light French romance. Mr. Booby's grave advice to Joseph, and Fanny's encounter with a beau. Have it, my good reader, hath so vast a prevalence over the human mind, that there is scarce anything too strange or too strong to be asserted of it. The story of the miser, who, from long accustoming to cheat others, came at last to cheat himself, and with great delight and triumph picked his own pocket of a guinea to convey to his hoard, is not impossible or improbable. In like manner it fares with the practisers of deceit, who, from having long deceived their acquaintance, gain at last a power of deceiving themselves, and acquire that very opinion, however false, of their own abilities, excellencies, and virtues, into which they have for years perhaps endeavoured to betray their neighbours. Now, reader, to apply this observation to my present purpose, thou must know that, as the passion generally called love exercises most of the talents of the female or fair world, so in this they now and then discover a small inclination to deceit, for which thou wilt not be angry with the beautiful creatures when thou hast considered that at the age of 7, or something earlier, Miss is instructed by her mother that master is a very monstrous kind of animal, who will, if she suffers him to come too near her, infallibly eat her up and grind her to pieces, that so far from kissing or toying with him of her own accord, she must not admit him to kiss or toy with her, and lastly, that she must never have any affection towards him, for if she should, all her friends in petticoats would esteem her a traitress, point at her, and hunt her out of their society. These impressions, being first received, are farther and deeper inculcated by their schoolmistresses and companions, so that by the age of 10 they have contracted such a dread and abhorrence of the above named monster, that whenever they see him they fly from him, as the innocent hare doth from the greyhound. Hence, to the age of 14 or 15, they entertain a mighty antipathy to master. They resolve and frequently profess that they will never have any commerce with him, and entertain fond hopes of passing their lives out of his reach, of the possibility of which they have so visible an example in their good maiden aunt. But when they arrive at this period, and have now passed their second climacteric, when their wisdom, grown riper, begins to see a little farther, and from almost daily falling in master's way, to apprehend the great difficulty of keeping out of it, and when they observe him look often at them, and sometimes very eagerly and earnestly too, for the monster seldom takes any notice of them till at this age, they then begin to think of their danger, and as they perceive they cannot easily avoid him, the wiser part bethink themselves of providing by other means for their security. They endeavour, by all methods they can invent, to render themselves so amiable in his eyes that he may have no inclination to hurt them, in which they generally succeed so well, that his eyes, by frequent languishing, soon lessen their idea of his fierceness, and so far abate their fears that they venture to parley with him, and when they perceive him so different from what he hath been described, all gentleness, softness, kindness, tenderness, fondness, their dreadful apprehensions vanish in a moment. And now, it being usual with the human mind to skip from one extreme to its opposite as easily and almost as suddenly as a bird from one bough to another, love instantly succeeds to fear. But as it happens to persons who have in their infancy been thoroughly frightened with certain no persons called ghosts, that they retain their dread of those things after they are convinced that there are no such things, so these young ladies, though they no longer apprehend devouring, cannot so entirely shake off all that hath been instilled into them, they still entertain the idea of that censure which was so strongly imprinted on their tender minds, to which the declarations of abhorrence they every day hear from their companions greatly contribute. To avoid this censure, therefore, is now their only care, for which purpose they still pretend the same aversion to the monster, and the more they love him, the more ardently they counterfeit the antipathy. By the continual and constant practice of which deceit on others, they at length impose on themselves, and really believe they hate what they love. Thus, indeed, it happened to Lady Booby, who loved Joseph long before she knew it, and now loved him much more than she suspected. She had, indeed, from the time of his sister's arrival in the quality of her niece, and from the instant she viewed him in the dress and character of a gentleman, began to conceive secretly a design which love had concealed from herself, till a dream betrayed it to her. She had no sooner risen than she sent for her nephew. When he came to her, after many compliments on his choice, she told him he might perceive in her condescension to admit her own servant to her table that she looked on the family of Andrews as his relations, and indeed hers, that as he had married into such a family, it became him to endeavour by all methods to raise it as much as possible. At length she advised him to use all his heart to dissuade Joseph from his intended match, which would still enlarge their relation to meanness and poverty, concluding that, by a commission in the army, or some other genteel employment, he might soon put young Mr. Andrews on the foot of a gentleman, and that being once done, his accomplishments might quickly gain him an alliance which would not be to their discredit. Her nephew heartily embraced this proposal, and finding Mr. Joseph with his wife at his return to her chamber, he immediately began thus: "My love to my dear Pamela, brother, will extend to all her relations, nor shall I show them less respect than if I had married into the family of a duke. I hope I have given you some early testimonies of this, and shall continue to give you daily more. You will excuse me, therefore, brother, if my concern for your interest makes me mention what may be, perhaps, disagreeable to you to hear, but I must insist upon it, that if you have any value for my alliance or my friendship, you will decline any thoughts of engaging farther with a girl who is, as you are a relation of mine, so much beneath you. I know there may be at first some difficulty in your compliance, but that will daily diminish, and you will in the end sincerely thank me for my advice. I own, indeed, the girl is handsome, but beauty alone is a poor ingredient, and will make but an uncomfortable marriage." "Sir," said Joseph, "I assure you her beauty is her least perfection. nor do I know a virtue which that young creature is not possessed of." "As to her virtues," answered Mr. Booby, "you can be yet but a slender judge of them; but if she had never so many, you will find her equal in these among her superiors in birth and fortune, which now you are to esteem on a footing with yourself. At least I will take care they shall shortly be so, unless you prevent me by degrading yourself with such a match I have hardly patience to think of, and which would break the hearts of your parents, who now rejoice in the expectation of seeing you make a figure in the world." "I know not," replied Joseph, "that my parents have any power over my inclinations, nor am I obliged to sacrifice my happiness to their whim or ambition. Besides, I shall be very sorry to see that the unexpected advancement of my sister should so suddenly inspire them with this wicked pride, and make them despise their equals. I am resolved on no account to quit my dear Fanny; no, though I could raise her as high above her present station as you have raised my sister." "Your sister, as well as myself," said Booby, "are greatly obliged to you for the comparison; but, sir, she is not worthy to be compared in beauty to my Pamela, nor hath she half her merit. And besides, sir, as you civilly throw my marriage with your sister in my teeth, I must teach you the wide difference between us. My fortune enabled me to please myself, and it would have been as overgrown a folly in me to have omitted it as in you to do it. My fortune enables me to please myself likewise," said Joseph, "for all my pleasure is centred in Fanny, and whilst I have health I shall be able to support her with my labour in that station to which she was born, and with which she is content." "Brother," said Pamela, "Mr. Booby advises you as a friend, and no doubt my papa and mamma will be of his opinion, and will have great reason to be angry with you for destroying what his goodness hath done, and throwing down our family again after he hath raised it. It would become you better, brother, to pray for the assistance of grace against such a passion than to indulge it. Sure, sister, you are not in earnest. I am sure she is your equal at least." "She was my equal," answered Pamela, "but I am no longer Pamela Andrews. I am now this gentleman's lady, and as such am above her. I hope I shall never behave with an unbecoming pride, but at the same time I shall always endeavour to know myself, and to question not the assistance of grace to that purpose." They were now summoned to breakfast, and thus ended their discourse for the present, very little to the satisfaction of any of the parties. Fanny was now walking in an avenue at some distance from the house, where Joseph had promised to take the first opportunity of coming to her. She had not a shilling in the world, and had subsisted ever since her return entirely on the charity of Parson Adams. A young gentleman, attended by many servants, came up to her, and asked her if that was not the Lady Booby's house before him. This indeed he well knew, but had framed the question for no other reason than to make her look up, and discover if her face was equal to the delicacy of her shape. He no sooner saw it than he was struck with amazement. He stopped his horse, and swore she was the most beautiful creature he ever beheld. Then, instantly alighting and delivering his horse to his servant, he rapped out 6 oaths that he would kiss her, to which she at first submitted, begging he would not be rude, but he was not satisfied with the civility of a salute, nor even with the rudest attack he could make on her lips, but caught her in his arms, and endeavoured to kiss her breasts, which with all her strength she resisted, and as our spark was not of the Herculean race, with some difficulty prevented. The young gentleman, being soon out of breath in the struggle, quitted her, and remounting his horse, called one of his servants to him, whom he ordered to stay behind with her, and make her any offers whatever, to prevail on her to return home with him in the evening, and to assure her he would take her into keeping. He then rode on with his other servants, and arrived at the lady's house, to whom he was a distant relation, and was come to pay a visit. The trusty fellow, who was employed in an office he had been long accustomed to, discharged his part with all the fidelity and dexterity imaginable, but to no purpose. She was entirely deaf to his offers, and rejected them with the utmost disdain. At last the pimp, who had perhaps more warm blood about him than his master, began to solicit for himself. He told her, though he was a servant, he was a man of some fortune, which he would make her mistress of, and this without any insult on her virtue, for that he would marry her. She answered, if his master himself, or the greatest lord in the land, would marry her, she would refuse him. At last, being weary with persuasions, and on fire with charms which would have almost kindled a flame in the bosom of an ancient philosopher or modern divine, he fastened his horse to the ground, and attacked her with much more force than the gentleman had exerted. Poor Fanny would not have been able to resist his rudeness a short time, but the deity who presides over chaste love sent her Joseph to her assistance. He no sooner came within sight, and perceived her struggling with a man, than, like a cannon ball, or like lightning, or anything that is swifter, if anything be, he ran towards her, and, coming up just as the ravisher had torn her handkerchief from her breast, before his lips had touched that seat of innocence and bliss, he dealt him so lusty a blow in that part of his neck which a rope would have become with the utmost propriety, that the fellow staggered backwards, and perceiving he had to do with something rougher than the little tender trembling hand of Fanny, he quitted her, and turning about, saw his rival, with fire flashing from his eyes, again ready to assail him, and indeed before he could well defend himself, or return the first blow, he received a second, which, had it fallen on that part of the stomach to which it was directed, would have been probably the last he would have had any occasion for, but the ravisher, lifting up his hand, drove the blow upwards to his mouth, where it dislodged 3 of his teeth. And now, not conceiving any extraordinary affection for the beauty of Joseph's person, nor being extremely pleased with this method of salutation, he collected all his force, and aimed a blow at Joseph's breast, which he artfully parried with one fist, so that it lost its force entirely in air, and stepping 1 foot backward, he darted his fist so fiercely at his enemy that, had he not caught it in his hand, for he was a boxer of no inferior fame, it must have tumbled him on the ground. And now the ravisher meditated another blow, which he aimed at that part of the breast where the heart is lodged. Joseph did not catch it as before, yet so prevented its aim that it fell directly on his nose, but with abated force. Joseph then, moving both fist and foot forward at the same time, threw his head so dexterously into the stomach of the ravisher that he fell a lifeless lump on the field, where he lay many minutes, breathless and motionless. When Fanny saw her Joseph receive a blow in his face, and blood running in a stream from him, she began to tear her hair and invoke all human and divine power to his assistance. She was not, however, long under this affliction before Joseph, having conquered his enemy, ran to her, and assured her he was not hurt. She then instantly fell on her knees and thanked God that he had made Joseph the means of her rescue, and at the same time preserved him from being injured in attempting it. She offered with her handkerchief to wipe his blood from his face, but he, seeing his rival attempting to recover his legs, turned to him and asked him if he had had enough, to which the other man answered he had, for he believed he had fought with the devil instead of a man, and, loosening his horse, said he should not have attempted the wench if he had known she had been so well provided for. Fanny now begged Joseph to return with her to Parson Adams, and to promise that he would leave her no more. These were propositions so agreeable to Joseph that, had he heard them, he would have given an immediate assent. But indeed his eyes were now his only sense, for you may remember, reader, that the ravisher had tore her handkerchief from Fanny's neck, by which he had discovered such a sight that Joseph hath declared all the statues he ever beheld were so much inferior to it in beauty, that it was more capable of converting a man into a statue than of being imitated by the greatest master of that art. This modest creature, whom no warmth in summer could ever induce to expose her charms to the wanton sun, a modesty to which perhaps they owed their inconceivable whiteness, had stood many minutes bare-necked in the presence of Joseph, before her apprehension of his danger and the horror of seeing his blood would suffer her once to reflect on what concerned herself, till at last, when the cause of her concern had vanished, an admiration at his silence, together with observing the fixed position of his eyes, produced an idea in the lovely maid which brought more blood into her face than had flowed from Joseph's nostrils. The snowy hue of her bosom was likewise changed to vermilion at the instant when she clapped her handkerchief round her neck. Joseph saw the uneasiness she suffered, and immediately removed his eyes from an object in surveying which he had felt the greatest delight which the organs of sight were capable of conveying to his soul. So great was his fear of offending her, and so truly did his passion for her deserve the noble name of love. Fanny, being recovered from her confusion, which was almost equalled by what Joseph had felt from observing it, again mentioned her request. This was instantly and gladly complied with, and together they crossed 2 or 3 fields, which brought them to the habitation of Mr. Adams. Chapter 8. A discourse which happened between Mr. Adams, Mrs. Adams, Joseph, and Fanny, with some behaviour of Mr. Adams which will be called by some few readers very low, absurd, and unnatural. The parson and his wife had just ended a long dispute when the lovers came to the door. Indeed, this young couple had been the subject of the dispute, for Mrs. Adams was one of those prudent people who never do anything to injure their families, or, perhaps, one of those good mothers who would even stretch their conscience to serve their children. She had long entertained hopes of seeing her eldest daughter succeed Mrs. Slipslop, and of making her second son an exciseman by Lady Booby's interest. These were expectations she could not endure the thoughts of quitting, and was therefore very uneasy to see her husband so resolute to oppose the lady's intention in Fanny's affair. She told him, "It behoved every man to take the first care of his family, that he had a wife and 6 children, the maintaining and providing for whom would be business enough for him, without intermeddling in other folks' affairs; that he had always preached up submission to superiors, and would do ill to give an example of the contrary behaviour in his own conduct; that if Lady Booby did wrong she must answer for it herself, and the sin would not lie at their door; that Fanny had been a servant, and bred up in the lady's own family, and consequently she must have known more of her than they did; and it was very improbable, if she had behaved herself well, that the lady would have been so bitterly her enemy; that perhaps he was too much inclined to think well of her because she was handsome, but handsome women were often no better than they should be; that G made ugly women as well as handsome ones; and that if a woman had virtue it signified nothing whether she had beauty or no. For all which reasons she concluded he should oblige the lady, and stop the future publication of the banns. But all these excellent arguments had no effect on the parson, who persisted in doing his duty without regarding the consequence it might have on his worldly interest. He endeavoured to answer her as well as he could, to which she had just finished her reply, for she had always the last word everywhere but at church, when Joseph and Fanny entered their kitchen, where the parson and his wife then sat at breakfast over some bacon and cabbage. There was a coldness in the civility of Mrs. Adams which persons of accurate speculation might have observed, but escaped her present guests. Indeed, it was a good deal covered by the heartiness of Adams, who no sooner heard that Fanny had neither eat nor drank that morning than he presented her a bone of bacon he had just been gnawing, being the only remains of his provision, and then ran nimbly to the tap and produced a mug of small beer, which he called ale. However, it was the best in his house. Joseph, addressing himself to the parson, told him the discourse which had been passed between Squire Booby, his sister, and himself concerning Fanny. He then acquainted him with the dangers whence he had rescued her, and communicated some apprehensions on her account. He concluded that he should never have an easy moment till Fanny was absolutely his, and begged that he might be suffered to fetch a license, saying he could easily borrow the money. The parson answered that he had already given his sentiments concerning a license, and that a very few days would make it unnecessary. Joseph, says he, I wish this haste doth not arise rather from your impatience than your fear. But as it certainly springs from one of these causes, I will examine both. Of each of these, therefore, in their turn, and first, for the first of these, namely impatience. Now, child, I must inform you that if in your proposed marriage with this young woman you have no intention but the indulgence of carnal appetites, you are guilty of a very heinous sin. Marriage was ordained for nobler purposes, as you will learn when you hear the service provided on that occasion read to you. Nay, perhaps, if you are a good lad, I, child, shall give you a sermon gratis, wherein I shall demonstrate how little regard ought to be had to the flesh on such occasions. The text will be Matthew the 5th, and part of the 28th verse. Whosoever looketh on a woman so as to lust after her. The latter part I shall omit, as foreign to my purpose. Indeed, all such brutal lusts and affections are to be greatly subdued, if not totally eradicated, before the vessel can be said to be consecrated to honour. To marry with a view of gratifying those inclinations is a prostitution of that holy ceremony, and must entail a curse on all who so lightly undertake it. If, therefore, this haste arises from impatience, you are to correct and not give way to it. Now, as to the second head which I propose to speak to, namely fear, it argues a diffidence highly criminal of that power in which alone we should put our trust, seeing we may be well assured that he is able not only to defeat the designs of our enemies, but even to turn their hearts. Instead of taking, therefore, any unjustifiable or desperate means to rid ourselves of fear, we should resort to prayer only on these occasions, and we may be then certain of obtaining what is best for us. When any accident threatens us, we are not to despair, nor, when it overtakes us, to grieve. We must submit in all things to the will of Providence, and set our affections so much on nothing here that we cannot quit it without reluctance. You are a young man, and can know but little of this world. I am older, and have seen a great deal. All passions are criminal in their excess, and even love itself, if it is not subservient to our duty, may render us blind to it. Had Abraham so loved his son Isaac as to refuse the sacrifice required, is there any of us who would not condemn him? Joseph, I know your many good qualities, and value you for them. But as I am to render an account of your soul, which is committed to my cure, I cannot see any fault without reminding you of it. You are too much inclined to passion, child, and have set your affections so absolutely on this young woman, that if G required her at your hands, I fear you would reluctantly part with her. Now, believe me, no Christian ought so to set his heart on any person or thing in this world, but that, whenever it shall be required or taken from him in any manner by divine providence, he may be able peaceably, quietly, and contentedly to resign it. At which words one came hastily in, and acquainted Mr. Adams that his youngest son was drowned. He stood silent a moment, and soon began to stamp about the room, and deplore his loss with the bitterest agony. Joseph, who was overwhelmed with concern likewise, recovered himself sufficiently to endeavour to comfort the parson, in which attempt he used many arguments that he had at several times remembered out of his own discourses, both in private and public, for he was a great enemy to the passions, and preached nothing more than the conquest of them by reason and grace. But he was not at leisure now to hearken to his advice. Child, said he, do not go about impossibilities. Had it been any other of my children, I could have borne it with patience. But my little prattler, the darling and comfort of my old age, the little wretch, to be snatched out of life just at his entrance into it, the sweetest, best tempered boy, who never did a thing to offend me. It was but this morning I gave him his first lesson in genus. He would have made the best scholar, and have been an ornament to the church. Such parts and such goodness never met in one so young. And the handsomest lad too, says Mrs. Adams, recovering from a swoon in Fanny's arms. My poor Jacky, shall I never see thee more? cries the parson. Yes, surely, says Joseph, and in a better place. You will meet again, never to part more. I believe the parson did not hear these words, for he paid little regard to them, but went on lamenting, whilst the tears trickled down into his bosom. At last he cried out, Where is my little darling? And was sallying out, when, to his great surprise and joy, in which I hope the reader will sympathize, he met his son, in a wet condition indeed, but alive, and running towards him. The person who brought the news of his misfortune had been a little too eager, as people sometimes are, from, I believe, no very good principle, to relate ill news, and, seeing him fall into the river, instead of running to his assistance, directly ran to acquaint his father of a fate which he had concluded to be inevitable, but whence the child was relieved by the same poor pedlar who had relieved his father before from a less distress. The parson's joy was now as extravagant as his grief had been before. He kissed and embraced his son 1,000 times, and danced about the room like one frantic. But as soon as he discovered the face of his old friend the pedlar, and heard the fresh obligation he had to him, what were his sensations? Not those which two courtiers feel in one another's embraces, not those with which a great man receives the vile treacherous engines of his wicked purposes, not those with which a worthless younger brother wishes his elder joy of a son, or a man congratulates his rival on the obtaining a mistress, a place, or an honour. No, reader, he felt the ebullition, the overflowings of a full, honest, open heart towards the person who had conferred a real obligation, and of which, if thou canst not conceive an idea within, I will not vainly endeavour to assist thee. When these tumults were over, the parson, taking Joseph aside, proceeded thus. No, Joseph, do not give too much way to thy passions, if thou dost expect happiness. The patience of Joseph, nor perhaps of Job, could bear no longer. He interrupted the parson, saying, it was easier to give advice than take it, nor did he perceive he could so entirely conquer himself, when he apprehended he had lost his son, or when he found him recovered. Boy, replied Adams, raising his voice, it doth not become green heads to advise grey hairs. Thou art ignorant of the tenderness of fatherly affection. When thou art a father, thou wilt be capable then only of knowing what a father can feel. No man is obliged to impossibilities, and the loss of a child is one of those great trials where our grief may be allowed to become immoderate. Well, sir, cries Joseph, and if I love a mistress as well as you your child, surely her loss would grieve me equally. Yes, but such love is foolishness and wrong in itself, and ought to be conquered, answered Adams. It savours too much of the flesh. Sure, sir, says Joseph, it is not sinful to love my wife, no, not even to dote on her to distraction. Indeed, but it is, says Adams. Every man ought to love his wife, no doubt. We are commanded so to do, but we ought to love her with moderation and discretion. I am afraid I shall be guilty of some sin in spite of all my endeavours, says Joseph, for I shall love without any moderation, I am sure. You talk foolishly and childishly, cries Adams. Indeed, says Mrs. Adams, who had listened to the latter part of their conversation, you talk more foolishly yourself. I hope, my dear, you will never preach any such doctrine as that husbands can love their wives too well. If I knew you had such a sermon in the house, I am sure I would burn it, and I declare, if I had not been convinced you had loved me as well as you could, I can answer for myself I should have hated and despised you. Marry, come up. Fine doctrine indeed. A wife hath a right to insist on her husband's loving her as much as ever he can, and he is a sinful villain who doth not. Doth he not promise to love her, and to comfort her, and to cherish her, and all that? I am sure I remember it all as well as if I had repeated it over but yesterday, and shall never forget it. Besides, I am certain you do not preach as you practice, for you have been a loving and a cherishing husband to me. That's the truth on it. And why you should endeavour to put such wicked nonsense into this young man's head, I cannot devise. Don't hearken to him, Mr. Joseph. Be as good a husband as you are able, and love your wife with all your body and soul too. Here a violent rap at the door put an end to their discourse, and produced a scene which the reader will find in the next chapter. End of Book 4, Chapters 7 and 8. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. For Book 4, Chapters 9 and 10 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 4, Chapter 9. A visit which the polite Lady Booby and her polite friend pay to the parson. The Lady Booby had no sooner had an account from the gentleman of his meeting a wonderful beauty near her house, and perceived the raptures with which he spoke of her, than, immediately concluding it must be Fanny, she began to meditate a design of bringing them better acquainted, and to entertain hopes that the fine clothes, presents, and promises of this youth would prevail upon her to abandon Joseph. She therefore proposed to her company a walk in the fields before dinner, when she led them towards Mr. Adams's house, and, as she approached it, told them, if they pleased, she would divert them with one of the most ridiculous sights they had ever seen, which was an old foolish parson, who, she said, laughing, kept a wife and 6 brats on a salary of about £20 a year, adding that there was not such another ragged family in the parish. They all readily agreed to this visit, and arrived whilst Mrs. Adams was declaiming, as in the last chapter. Beau Didapper, which was the name of the young gentleman we have seen riding towards Lady Booby's, with his cane, mimicked the rap of a London footman at the door. The people within, namely Adams, his wife and 3 children, Joseph, Fanny, and the pedlar, were all thrown into confusion by his knock, but Adams went directly to the door, which being opened, the Lady Booby and her company walked in, and were received by the parson with about 200 bows, and by his wife with as many curtsies, the latter telling the lady she was ashamed to be seen in such a pickle, and that her house was in such a litter, but that if she had expected such an honour from her ladyship, she should have found her in a better manner. The parson made no apologies, though he was in his half cassock and a flannel nightcap. He said they were heartily welcome to his poor cottage, and turning to Mr. Didapper, cried out, Non mea regnidit in domo lacunar. The beau answered that he did not understand Welsh, at which the parson stared, and made no reply. Mr. Didapper, or Beau Didapper, was a young gentleman of about 4 foot 5 inches in height. He wore his own hair, though the scarcity of it might have given him sufficient excuse for a periwig. His face was thin and pale, the shape of his body and legs none of the best, for he had very narrow shoulders and no calf, and his gait might more properly be called hopping than walking. The qualifications of his mind were well adapted to his person. We shall handle them first negatively. He was not entirely ignorant, for he could talk a little French and sing 2 or 3 Italian songs. He had lived too much in the world to be bashful, and too much at court to be proud. He seemed not much inclined to avarice, for he was profuse in his expenses. Nor had he all the features of prodigality, for he never gave a shilling. No hater of women, for he always dangled after them, yet so little subject to lust that he had, among those who knew him best, the character of great moderation in his pleasures, no drinker of wine, nor so addicted to passion but that a hot word or two from an adversary made him immediately cool. Now, to give him only a dash or two on the affirmative side. Though he was born to an immense fortune, he chose for the pitiful and dirty consideration of a place of little consequence, to depend entirely on the will of a fellow whom they call a great man, who treated him with the utmost disrespect, and exacted of him a plenary obedience to his commands, which he implicitly submitted to, at the expense of his conscience, his honour, and of his country, in which he had himself so very large a share. And to finish his character, as he was entirely well satisfied with his own person and parts, so he was very apt to ridicule and laugh at any imperfection in another. Such was the little person, or rather thing, that hopped after Lady Booby into Mr. Adams's kitchen. The parson and his company retreated from the chimney side, where they had been seated, to give room to the lady and hers. Instead of returning any of the curtsies or extraordinary civility of Mrs. Adams, the lady, turning to Mr. Booby, cried out, "Quelle bête! Quel animal!" And presently, after discovering Fanny, for she did not need the circumstance of her standing by Joseph to assure the identity of her person, she asked the beau whether he did not think her a pretty girl. "Begad, madam," answered he, "'tis the very same I met." "I did not imagine," replied the lady, "you had so good a taste." "Because I never liked you, I warrant," cries the beau. "Ridiculous," said she, "you know you was always my aversion." "I would never mention aversion," answered the beau, "with that face." Footnote: lest this should appear unnatural to some readers, we think proper to acquaint them that it is taken verbatim from very polite conversation. "Dear Lady Booby, wash your face before you mention aversion, I beseech you." He then laughed, and turned about to coquet it with Fanny. Mrs. Adams had been all this time begging and praying the ladies to sit down, a favour which she at last obtained. The little boy, to whom the accident had happened, still keeping his place by the fire, was chid by his mother for not being more mannerly. But Lady Booby took his part, and, commending his beauty, told the parson he was his very picture. She then, seeing a book in his hand, asked if he could read. "Yes," cried Adams, "a little Latin, madam. He is just got into quae genus." "A fig for quere genius," answered she. "Let me hear him read a little English." "Lege, Dick, lege," said Adams, but the boy made no answer, till he saw the parson knit his brows, and then cried, "I don't understand you, father." "How, boy?" says Adams. "What doth lego make in the imperative mood? Legito, doth it not?" "Yes," answered Dick. "And what besides?" asked the father. "Lege," quoth the son, after some hesitation. "A good boy," says the father. "And now, child, what is the English of lego?" To which the boy, after long puzzling, answered he could not tell. "How!" cries Adams in a passion. "What, hath the water washed away your learning? Why, what is Latin for the English verb read? Consider before you speak. The child considered some time, and then the parson cried twice or thrice, "Leg, leg." Dick answered, "Lego." "Very well. And then what is the English," says the parson, "of the verb lego?" "To read," cried Dick. "Very well," said the parson. "A good boy. You can do well if you will take pains. I assure your ladyship he is not much above 8 years old, and is out of his propriaque maribus already. Come, Dick, read to her ladyship." Which she again desiring, in order to give the beau time and opportunity with Fanny, Dick began as in the following chapter. Chapter 10. The history of two friends, which may afford an useful lesson to all those persons who happen to take up their residence in married families. Leonard and Paul were two friends. "Pronounce it Leonard, child," cried the parson. "Pray, Mr. Adams," says Lady Booby, "let your son read without interruption." Dick then proceeded. Leonard and Paul were two friends, who, having been educated together at the same school, commenced a friendship which they preserved a long time for each other. It was so deeply fixed in both their minds that a long absence, during which they had maintained no correspondence, did not eradicate nor lessen it, but it revived in all its force at their first meeting, which was not till after 15 years' absence, most of which time Leonard had spent in the East Indies. Pronounce it short. Indies, says Adams. Pray, sir, be quiet, says the lady. The boy repeated, in the East Indies, whilst Paul had served his king and country in the army, in which different services they had found such different success, that Leonard was now married, and retired with a fortune of 30,000 pounds, and Paul was arrived to the degree of a lieutenant of foot, and was not worth a single shilling. The regiment in which Paul was stationed happened to be ordered into quarters within a small distance from the estate which Leonard had purchased, and where he was settled. This latter, who was now become a country gentleman and a justice of peace, came to attend the quarter sessions in the town where his old friend was quartered, soon after his arrival. Some affair in which a soldier was concerned occasioned Paul to attend the justices. Manhood and time, and the change of climate, had so much altered Leonard that Paul did not immediately recollect the features of his old acquaintance. But it was otherwise with Leonard. He knew Paul the moment he saw him, nor could he contain himself from quitting the bench and running hastily to embrace him. Paul stood at first a little surprised, but had soon sufficient information from his friend, whom he no sooner remembered than he returned his embrace with a passion which made many of the spectators laugh, and gave to some few a much higher and more agreeable sensation. Not to detain the reader with minute circumstances, Leonard insisted on his friend's returning with him to his house that evening, which request was complied with, and leave for a month's absence for Paul obtained of the commanding officer. If it was possible for any circumstance to give any addition to the happiness which Paul proposed in this visit, he received that additional pleasure by finding, on his arrival at his friend's house, that his lady was an old acquaintance which he had formerly contracted at his quarters, and who had always appeared to be of a most agreeable temper, a character she had ever maintained among her intimates, being of that number every individual of which is called quite the best sort of woman in the world. But, good as this lady was, she was still a woman, that is to say, an angel, and not an angel. "You must mistake, child," cries the parson, "for you read nonsense." "It is so in the book," answered the son. Mr. Adams was then silenced by authority, and Dick proceeded. For though her person was of that kind to which men attribute the name of angel, yet in her mind she was perfectly woman, of which a great deal of obstinacy gave the most remarkable and perhaps most pernicious instance. A day or two passed after Paul's arrival before any instances of this appeared, but it was impossible to conceal it long. Both she and her husband soon lost all apprehension from their friend's presence, and fell to their disputes with as much vigour as ever. These were still pursued with the utmost ardour and eagerness, however trifling the causes were whence they first arose. Nay, however incredible it may seem, the little consequence of the matter in debate was frequently given as a reason for the fierceness of the contention, as thus: "If you loved me, sure you would never dispute with me such a trifle as this." The answer to which is very obvious, for the argument would hold equally on both sides, and was constantly retorted with some addition, as, "I am sure I have much more reason to say so, who am in the right." During all these disputes Paul always kept strict silence, and preserved an even countenance without showing the least visible inclination to either party. One day, however, when Madam had left the room in a violent fury, Leonard could not refrain from referring his cause to his friend. "Was ever anything so unreasonable," says he, "as this woman? What shall I do with her? I dote on her to distraction, nor have I any cause to complain of more than this obstinacy in her temper. Whatever she asserts, she will maintain against all the reason and conviction in the world. Pray give me your advice." "First," says Paul, "I will give my opinion, which is, flatly, that you are in the wrong. For supposing she is in the wrong, was the subject of your contention any ways material? What signified it whether you was married in a red or yellow waistcoat? For that was your dispute. Now, suppose she was mistaken. As you love her, you say, so tenderly, and I believe she deserves it, would it not have been wiser to have yielded, though you certainly knew yourself in the right, than to give either her or yourself any uneasiness? For my own part, if ever I marry, I am resolved to enter into an agreement with my wife that, in all disputes, especially about trifles, that party who is most convinced they are right shall always surrender the victory, by which means we shall both be forward to give up the cause." "I own," said Leonard, my dear friend, shaking him by the hand, "there is great truth and reason in what you say, and I will, for the future, endeavour to follow your advice." They soon after broke up the conversation, and Leonard, going to his wife, and asked her pardon, and told her his friend had convinced him he had been in the wrong. She immediately began a vast encomium on Paul, in which he seconded her, and both agreed he was the worthiest and wisest man on earth. when next they met, which was at supper, though she had promised not to mention what her husband told her, she could not forbear casting the kindest and most affectionate looks on Paul, and asked him, with the sweetest voice, whether she should help him to some potted woodcock. "Potted partridge, my dear, you mean," says the husband. "My dear," says she, "I asked your friend if he will eat any potted woodcock, and I am sure I must know who potted it." "I think I should know too who shot them," replied the husband, "and I am convinced that I have not seen a woodcock this year. However, though I know I am in the right, I submit, and the potted partridge is potted woodcock, if you desire to have it so." "It is equal to me," says she, "whether it is one or the other, but you would persuade one out of one's senses. To be sure, you are always in the right in your own opinion, but your friend, I believe, knows which he is eating." Paul answered nothing, and the dispute continued, as usual, the greatest part of the evening. The next morning the lady, accidentally meeting Paul, and being convinced he was her friend, and on her side, accosted him thus: "I am certain, sir, you have long since wondered at the unreasonableness of my husband. He is indeed in other respects a good sort of man, but so positive that no woman but one of my complying temper could possibly live with him. Why, last night, now, was ever any creature so unreasonable? I am certain you must condemn him. Pray answer me, was he not in the wrong?" Paul, after a short silence, spoke as follows: "I am sorry, madam, that as good manners obliges me to answer against my will, so an adherence to truth forces me to declare myself of a different opinion. To be plain and honest, you was entirely in the wrong, the cause I own not worth disputing, but the bird was undoubtedly a partridge." "Oh, sir," replied the lady, "I cannot possibly help your taste." "Madam," returned Paul, "that is very little material, for had it been otherwise, a husband might have expected submission." "Indeed, sir," says she, "I assure you." "Yes, madam," cried he might from a person of your excellent understanding, and, pardon me for saying, such a condescension would have shown a superiority of sense even to your husband himself." "But, dear sir," said she, "why should I submit when I am in the right?" "For that very reason," answered he. "It would be the greatest instance of affection imaginable; for can anything be a greater object of our compassion than a person we love in the wrong?" "Ay, but I should endeavour," said she, "to set him right." "Pardon me, madam," answered Paul, "I will apply to your own experience if you ever found your arguments had that effect. The more our judgments err, the less we are willing to own it. For my own part, I have always observed the persons who maintain the worst side in any contest are the warmest." "Why," says she, "I must confess there is truth in what you say, and I will endeavour to practice it." The husband then coming in, Paul departed, and Leonard, approaching his wife with an air of good humour, told her he was sorry for their foolish dispute last night. but he was now convinced of his error. She answered, smiling, she believed she owed his condescension to his complaisance, that she was ashamed to think a word had passed on so silly an occasion, especially as she was satisfied she had been mistaken. A little contention followed, but with the utmost good-will to each other, and was concluded by her asserting that Paul had thoroughly convinced her she had been in the wrong, upon which they both united in the praises of their common friend. Paul now passed his time with great satisfaction, these disputes being much less frequent, as well as shorter than usual. But the devil, or some unlucky accident in which perhaps the devil had no hand, shortly put an end to his happiness. He was now eternally the private referee of every difference, in which, after having perfectly, as he thought, established the doctrine of submission, he never scrupled to assure both privately that they were in the right in every argument, as before he had followed the contrary method. One day a violent litigation happened in his absence, and both parties agreed to refer it to his decision. The husband, professing himself sure the decision would be in his favor, the wife answered he might be mistaken, for she believed his friend was convinced how seldom she was to blame, and that if he knew all. The husband replied, "My dear, I have no desire of any retrospect, but I believe if you knew all too, you would not imagine my friend so entirely on your side." "Nay," says she, "since you provoke me, I will mention one instance. You may remember our dispute about sending Jacky to school in cold weather, which point I gave up to you from mere compassion, knowing myself to be in the right, and Paul himself told me afterwards he thought me so." "My dear," replied the husband, "I will not scruple your veracity, but I assure you solemnly, on my applying to him, he gave it absolutely on my side, and said he would have acted in the same manner." They then proceeded to produce numberless other instances, in all which Paul had, on vows of secrecy, given his opinion on both sides. In the conclusion, both believing each other, they fell severely on the treachery of Paul, and agreed that he had been the occasion of almost every dispute which had fallen out between them. They then became extremely loving, and so full of condescension on both sides, that they vied with each other in censuring their own conduct, and jointly vented their indignation on Paul, whom the wife, fearing a bloody consequence, earnestly entreated her husband to suffer quietly to depart the next day, which was the time fixed for his return to quarters, and then drop his acquaintance. However ungenerous this behaviour in Leonard may be esteemed, his wife obtained a promise from him, though with difficulty, to follow her advice, but they both expressed such unusual coldness that day to Paul, that he, who was quick of apprehension, taking Leonard aside, pressed him so home that he at last discovered the secret. Paul acknowledged the truth, but told him the design with which he had done it, to which the other answered he would have acted more friendly to have let him into the whole design, for that he might have assured himself of his secrecy. Paul replied with some indignation he had given him a sufficient proof how capable he was of concealing a secret from his wife. Leonard returned with some warmth, he had more reason to upbraid him, for that he had caused most of the quarrels between them by his strange conduct, and might, if they had not discovered the affair to each other, have been the occasion of their separation. Paul then said... But something now happened which put a stop to Dick's reading, and of which we shall treat in the next chapter. In Book 4, chapters 9 and 10. Book 4, chapters 11 and 12 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 4, chapter 11, in which the history is continued. Joseph Andrews had borne with great uneasiness the impertinence of Beau Didapper to Fanny, who had been talking pretty freely to her and offering her settlements, but the respect to the company had restrained him from interfering, whilst the beau confined himself to the use of his tongue only. But the said beau, watching an opportunity whilst the lady's eyes were disposed another way, offered a rudeness to her with his hands, which Joseph no sooner perceived than he presented him with so sound a box on the ear that it conveyed him several paces from where he stood. The ladies immediately screamed out, rose from their chairs, and the beau, as soon as he recovered himself, drew his hanger, which Adams observing, snatched up the lid of a pot in his left hand, and covering himself with it, as with a shield, without any weapon of offence in his other hand, stepped in before Joseph, and exposed himself to the enraged beau, who threatened such perdition and destruction that it frighted the women, who were all got in a huddle together, out of their wits, even to hear his denunciations of vengeance. Joseph was of a different complexion, and begged Adams to let his rival come on, for he had a good cudgel in his hand, and did not fear him. Fanny now fainted into Mrs. Adams's arms, and the whole room was in confusion, when Mr. Booby, passing by Adams, who lay snug under the pot lid, came up to Didapper, and insisted on his sheathing the hanger, promising he should have satisfaction, which Joseph declared he would give him, and fight him at any weapon whatever. The beau now sheathed his hanger, and taking out a pocket glass, and vowing vengeance all the time, readjusted his hair. The parson deposited his shield, and Joseph, running to Fanny, soon brought her back to life. Lady Booby chid Joseph for his insult on Didapper, but he answered he would have attacked an army in the same cause. What cause? said the lady. Madam, answered Joseph, he was rude to that young woman. What? says the lady. I suppose he would have kissed the wench, and is a gentleman to be struck for such an offer? I must tell you, Joseph, these airs do not become you. Madam, said Mr. Booby, I saw the whole affair, and I do not commend my brother, for I cannot perceive why he should take upon him to be this girl's champion. I can commend him, says Adams. He is a brave lad, and it becomes any man to be the champion of the innocent, and he must be the basest coward who would not vindicate a woman with whom he is on the brink of marriage. Sir, says Mr. Booby, my brother is not a proper match for such a woman as this. No, says Lady Booby, nor do you, Mr. Adams, act in your proper character by encouraging any such doings, and I am very much surprised you should concern yourself in it. I think your wife and family your properer care. Indeed, madam, your ladyship says very true, answered Mrs. Adams. He talks a pack of nonsense, that the whole parish are his children. I am sure I don't understand what he means by it. It would make some women suspect he had gone astray, but I acquit him of that. I can read Scripture as well as he, and I never found that the parson was obliged to provide for other folks' children. And besides, he is but a poor curate, and hath little enough, as your ladyship knows, for me and mine. You say very well, Mrs. Adams, quoth the Lady Booby, who had not spoke a word to her before. You seem to be a very sensible woman, and I assure you your husband is acting a very foolish part, and opposing his own interest, seeing my nephew is violently set against this match. And indeed I can't blame him. It is by no means one suitable to our family. In this manner the lady proceeded with Mrs. Adams, whilst the beau hopped about the room, shaking his head, partly from pain and partly from anger, and Pamela was chiding Fanny for her assurance in aiming at such a match as her brother. Poor Fanny answered only with her tears, which had long since begun to wet her handkerchief, which Joseph, perceiving, took her by the arm, and, wrapping it in his, carried her off, swearing he would own no relation to any one who was an enemy to her he loved more than all the world. He went out with Fanny under his arm, brandishing a cudgel in his right, and neither Mr. Booby nor the beau thought proper to oppose him. Lady Booby and her company made a very short stay behind him, for the lady's bell now summoned them to dress, for which they had just time before dinner. Adams seemed now very much dejected, which his wife perceiving, began to apply some matrimonial balsam. She told him he had no reason to be concerned, for that he had probably ruined his family with his tricks almost, but perhaps he was grieved for the loss of his two children, Joseph and Fanny. His eldest daughter went on, "Indeed, father, it is very hard to bring strangers here to eat your children's bread out of their mouths. You have kept them ever since they came home, and for anything I see to the contrary, may keep them a month longer. Are you obliged to give her meat, though she was never so handsome? But I don't see she is so much handsomer than other people. If people were to be kept for their beauty, she would scarce fare better than her neighbours, I believe. As for Mr. Joseph, I have nothing to say. He is a young man of honest principles, and will pay some time or other for what he hath. But for the girl, why doth she not return to her place she ran away from? I would not give such a vagabond slut a halfpenny, though I had 1,000,000 of money. No, though she was starving." "Indeed, but I would," cries little Dick; "and, father, rather than poor Fanny shall be starved, I will give her all this bread and cheese. offering what he held in his hand. Adams smiled on the boy, and told him he rejoiced to see he was a Christian, and that if he had a halfpenny in his pocket, he would have given it him, telling him it was his duty to look upon all his neighbors as his brothers and sisters, and love them accordingly. "Yes, papa," says he, "I love her better than my sisters, for she is handsomer than any of them." "Is she so, sauce-box?" says the sister, giving him a box on the ear, which the father would probably have resented, had not Joseph, Fanny, and the pedlar at that instant returned together. Adams bid his wife prepare some food for their dinner. She said, truly, she could not. She had something else to do. Adams rebuked her for disputing his commands, and quoted many texts of Scripture to prove that the husband is the head of the wife, and she is to submit and obey. The wife answered, it was blasphemy to talk Scripture out of church, that such things were very proper to be said in the pulpit, but that it was profane to talk them in common discourse. Joseph told Mr. Adams he was not come with any design to give him or Mrs. Adams any trouble, but to desire the favour of all their company to the George, an ale-house in the parish, where he had bespoke a piece of bacon and greens for their dinner. Mrs. Adams, who was a very good sort of woman, only rather strict in economies, readily accepted this invitation, as did the parson himself by her example, and away they all walked together, not omitting little Dick, to whom Joseph gave a shilling when he heard of his intended liberality to Fanny. Chapter 12, where the good-natured reader will see something which will give him no great pleasure. The pedlar had been very inquisitive from the time he had first heard that the great house in this parish belonged to the Lady Booby, and had learnt that she was the widow of Sir Thomas, and that Sir Thomas had bought Fanny, at about the age of 3 or 4 years, of a travelling woman. And now their homely but hearty meal was ended, he told Fanny he believed he could acquaint her with her parents. The whole company, especially she herself, started at this offer of the pedlar's. He then proceeded thus, while they all lent their strictest attention. Though I am now contented with this humble way of getting my livelihood, I was formerly a gentleman, for so all those of my profession are called. In a word, I was a drummer in an Irish regiment of foot. Whilst I was in this honourable station, I attended an officer of our regiment into England a recruiting. In our march from Bristol to Frome, for since the decay of the woolen trade, the clothing towns have furnished the army with a great number of recruits, we overtook on the road a woman, who seemed to be about 30 years old or thereabouts, not very handsome, but well enough for a soldier. As we came up to her, she mended her pace, and falling into discourse with our ladies, for every man of the party, namely a sergeant, 2 private men, and a drum, were provided with their woman, except myself, she continued to travel on with us. I, perceiving she must fall to my lot, advanced presently to her, made love to her in our military way, and quickly succeeded to my wishes. We struck a bargain within a mile, and lived together as man and wife to her dying day. I suppose, says Adams, interrupting him, you were married with a licence, for I don't see how you could contrive to have the banns published while you were marching from place to place." "No, sir," said the pedlar, "we took a license to go to bed together, without any banns." "Ay, ay," said the parson, "ex necessitate, a license may be allowable enough, but surely the other is the more regular and eligible way." The pedlar proceeded thus: "She returned with me to our regiment, and removed with us from quarters to quarters, till at last, whilst we lay at Galloway, she fell ill of a fever and died. When she was on her deathbed, she called me to her, and, crying bitterly, declared she could not depart this world without discovering a secret to me, which, she said, was the only sin which sat heavy on her heart. She said she had formerly travelled in a company of gipsies, who had made a practice of stealing away children, that for her own part she had been only once guilty of the crime, which, she said, she lamented more than all the rest of her sins, since probably it might have occasioned the death of the parents; for, added she, it is almost impossible to describe the beauty of the young creature, which was about a year and a half old when I kidnapped it. We kept her, for she was a girl, above 2 years in our company, when I sold her myself for 3 guineas to Sir Thomas Booby in Somersetshire. Now you know whether there are any more of that name in this county." "Yes," says Adams, "there are several Boobies who are squires, but I believe no baronet now alive. Besides, it answers so exactly in every point, there is no room for doubt. But you have forgot to tell us the parents from whom the child was stolen." "Their name," answered the pedlar, "was Andrews. They lived about 30 miles from the squire, and she told me that I might be sure to find them out by one circumstance, for that they had a daughter of a very strange name, Pamela or Pamela. Some pronounced it one way and some the other." Fanny, who had changed colour at the first mention of the name, now fainted away. Joseph turned pale, and poor Dicky began to roar. The parson fell on his knees, and ejaculated many thanksgivings that this discovery had been made before the dreadful sin of incest was committed, and the pedlar was struck with amazement, not being able to account for all this confusion, the cause of which was presently opened by the parson's daughter, who was the only unconcerned person, for the mother was chafing Fanny's temples, and taking the utmost care of her; and indeed Fanny was the only creature whom the daughter would not have pitied in her situation, wherein, though we compassionate her ourselves, we shall leave her for a little while, and pay a short visit to Lady Booby. End of Book 4, Chapters 11 and 12. Book 4, Chapters 13 and 14 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 4, Chapter 13. The History, returning to the Lady Booby, give some account of the terrible conflict in her breast between love and pride, with what happened on the present discovery. The lady sat down with her company to dinner, but eat nothing. As soon as her cloth was removed, she whispered Pamela that she was taken a little ill, and desired her to entertain her husband and Beau Didapper. She then went up into her chamber, sent for Slipslop, threw herself on the bed in the agonies of love, rage, and despair, nor could she conceal these boiling passions longer without bursting. Slipslop now approached her bed, and asked how her ladyship did, but instead of revealing her disorder, as she intended, she entered into a long encomium on the beauty and virtues of Joseph Andrews, ending at last with expressing her concern that so much tenderness should be thrown away on so despicable an object as Fanny. Slipslop, well knowing how to humour her mistress's frenzy, proceeded to repeat, with exaggeration if possible, all her mistress had said, and concluded with a wish that Joseph had been a gentleman, and that she could see her lady in the arms of such a husband. The lady then started from the bed, and, taking a turn or two across the room, cried out, with a deep sigh, "Sure he would make any woman happy. Your ladyship," says she, "would be the happiest woman in the world with him. A fig for custom and nonsense! What vails what people say? Shall I be afraid of eating sweet meats, because people may say I have a sweet tooth? If I had a mind to marry a man, all the world should not hinder me. Your ladyship hath no parents to tutor your infections. Besides, he is of your ladyship's family now, and as good a gentleman as any in the country, and why should not a woman follow her mind as well as man? Why should not your ladyship marry the brother as well as your nephew the sister? I am sure, if it was a fragrant crime, I would not persuade your ladyship to it." "But, dear Slipslop," answered the lady, "if I could prevail on myself to commit such a weakness, there is that cursed Fanny in the way, whom the idiot, how I hate and despise him." "She? A little ugly minx," cries Slipslop. "Leave her to me. I suppose your ladyship hath heard of Joseph's fitting with one of Mr. Didapper's servants about her, and his master hath ordered them to carry her away by force this evening. I'll take care they shall not want assistance. I was talking with this gentleman who was below, just when your ladyship sent for me." "Oh, go back," says the Lady Booby, "this instant, for I expect Mr. Didapper will soon be going. Do all you can, for I am resolved this wench shall not be in our family. I will endeavour to return to the company, but let me know as soon as she is carried off." Slipslop went away, and her mistress began to arraign her own conduct in the following manner: "What am I doing? How do I suffer this passion to creep imperceptibly upon me? How many days are past since I could have submitted to ask myself the question? Marry a footman? Distraction! Can I afterwards bear the eyes of my acquaintance? But I can retire from them, retire with one in whom I propose more happiness than the world without him can give me. Retire to feed continually on beauties which my inflamed imagination sickens with eagerly gazing on. Oh, to satisfy every appetite, every desire with their utmost wish. Ha! And do I dote thus on a footman? Oh, I despise, I detest my passion. Yet why? Is he not generous, gentle, kind? Kind? To whom? To the meanest wretch, a creature below my consideration. Doth he not? Yes, he doth prefer her. Curse his beauties, and the little low heart that possesses them, which can basely descend to this despicable wench, and be ungratefully deaf to all the honours I do him. And can I then love this monster? No, I will tear his image from my bosom, tread on him, spurn him. I will have those pitiful charms, which now I despise, mangled in my sight, for I will not suffer the little jade I hate to riot in the beauties I contemn. No, though I despise him myself, though I would spurn him from my feet, was he to languish at them, no other should taste the happiness I scorn. Why do I say happiness? To me it would be misery to sacrifice my reputation, my character, my rank in life, to the indulgence of a mean and a vile appetite. How I detest the thought! How much more exquisite is the pleasure resulting from the reflection of virtue and prudence than the faint relish of what flows from vice and folly. Whither did I suffer this improper, this mad passion to hurry me, only by neglecting to summon the aids of reason to my assistance? Reason, which hath now set before me my desires in their proper colours, and immediately helped me to expel them. Yes, I thank heaven and my pride. I have now perfectly conquered this unworthy passion, and if there was no obstacle in its way, my pride would disdain any pleasures which could be the consequence of so base, so mean, so vulgar. Slipslop returned at this instant in a violent hurry, and with the utmost eagerness cried out, "Oh, madam, I have strange news. Tom the footman is just come from the George, where it seems Joseph and the rest of them are a jinketing, and he says there is a strange man who hath discovered that Fanny and Joseph are brother and sister." "How, Slipslop?" cries the lady in a surprise. "I had not time, madam," cries Slipslop, "to inquire about particles, but Tom says it is most certainly true." This unexpected account entirely obliterated all those admirable reflections which the supreme power of reason had so wisely made just before. In short, when despair, which had more share in producing the resolutions of hatred we have seen taken, began to retreat, the lady hesitated a moment, and then, forgetting all the purport of her soliloquy, dismissed her woman again, with orders to bid Tom attend her in the parlour, whither she now hastened to acquaint Pamela with the news. Pamela said she could not believe it, for she had never heard that her mother had lost any child, or that she had ever had any more than Joseph and herself. The lady flew into a violent rage with her, and talked of upstarts and disowning relations who had so lately been on a level with her. Pamela made no answer, but her husband, taking up her cause, severely reprimanded his aunt for her behaviour to his wife. He told her if it had been earlier in the evening, she should not have stayed a moment longer in her house, that he was convinced if this young woman could be proved her sister, she would readily embrace her as such, and he himself would do the same. He then desired the fellow might be sent for, and the young woman with him, which Lady Booby immediately ordered, and thinking proper to make some apology to Pamela for what she had said, it was readily accepted, and all things reconciled. The pedlar now attended, as did Fanny and Joseph, who would not quit her. The parson likewise was induced, not only by curiosity, of which he had no small portion, but his duty, as he perceived it, to follow them, for he continued all the way to exhort them, who were now breaking their hearts, to offer up thanksgivings and be joyful for so miraculous an escape. When they arrived at Booby Hall, they were presently called into the parlour, where the pedlar repeated the same story he had told before, and insisted on the truth of every circumstance, so that all who heard him were extremely well satisfied of the truth, except Pamela, who imagined, as she had never heard either of her parents mention such an accident, that it must be certainly false, and except the Lady Booby, who suspected the falsehood of the story from her ardent desire that it should be true, and Joseph, who feared its truth from his earnest wishes that it might prove false. Mr. Booby now desired them all to suspend their curiosity and absolute belief or disbelief till the next morning, when he expected old Mr. Andrews and his wife to fetch himself and Pamela home in his coach, and then they might be certain of certainly knowing the truth or falsehood of this relation, in which, he said, as there were many strong circumstances to induce their credit, so he could not perceive any interest the pedlar could have in inventing it, or in endeavouring to impose such a falsehood on them. The Lady Booby, who was very little used to such company, entertained them all, viz., her nephew, his wife, her brother and sister, the beau, and the parson, with great good humour at her own table. As to the pedlar, she ordered him to be made as welcome as possible by her servants. All the company in the parlour, except the disappointed lovers, who sat sullen and silent, were full of mirth, for Mr. Booby had prevailed on Joseph to ask Mr. Didapper's pardon, with which he was perfectly satisfied. Many jokes passed between the beau and the parson, chiefly on each other's dress. These afforded much diversion to the company. Pamela chid her brother Joseph for the concern which he expressed at discovering a new sister. She said, if he loved Fanny, as he ought, with a pure affection, he had no reason to lament being related to her. Upon which Adams began to discourse on platonic love, whence he made a quick transition to the joys of the next world, and concluded with strongly asserting that there was no such thing as pleasure in this, at which Pamela and her husband smiled on one another. This happy pair proposing to retire, for no other person gave the least symptom of desiring rest, they all repaired to several beds provided for them in the same house, nor was Adams himself suffered to go home, it being a stormy night. Fanny, indeed, often begged she might go home with the parson, but her stay was so strongly insisted on that she at last, by Joseph's advice, consented. Chapter 14, containing several curious night adventures, in which Mr. Adams fell into many hair-breadth scapes, partly owing to his goodness, and partly to his inadvertency. About an hour after they had all separated, it being now past 3 in the morning, Beau Didapper, whose passion for Fanny permitted him not to close his eyes, but had employed his imagination in contrivances how to satisfy his desires, at last hit on a method by which he hoped to effect it. He had ordered his servant to bring him word where Fanny lay, and had received his information. He therefore arose, put on his breeches and nightgown, and stole softly along the gallery which led to her apartment, and, being come to the door, as he imagined it, he opened it with the least noise possible, and entered the chamber. A savour now invaded his nostrils, which he did not expect in the room of so sweet a young creature, and which might have probably had no good effect on a cooler lover. However, he groped out the bed with difficulty, for there was not a glimpse of light, and, opening the curtains, he whispered in Joseph's voice, for he was an excellent mimic, "Fanny, my angel, I am come to inform thee that I have discovered the falsehood of the story we last night heard. I am no longer thy brother, but the lover, nor will I be delayed the enjoyment of thee one moment longer. You have sufficient assurances of my constancy not to doubt my marrying you, and it would be want of love to deny me the possession of thy charms." So saying, he disencumbered himself from the little clothes he had on, and, leaping into bed, embraced his angel, as he conceived her, with great rapture. If he was surprised at receiving no answer, he was no less pleased to find his hug returned with equal ardour. He remained not long in this sweet confusion, for both he and his paramour presently discovered their error. Indeed, it was no other than the accomplished Slipslop, whom he had engaged, but though she immediately knew the person whom she had mistaken for Joseph, he was at a loss to guess at the representative of Fanny. He had so little seen or taken notice of this gentlewoman, that light itself would have afforded him no assistance in his conjecture. Beau Didapper no sooner had perceived his mistake than he attempted to escape from the bed with much greater haste than he had made to it, but the watchful Slipslop prevented him, for that prudent woman, being disappointed of those delicious offerings which her fancy had promised her pleasure, resolved to make an immediate sacrifice to her virtue. Indeed, she wanted an opportunity to heal some wounds which her late conduct had, she feared, given her reputation, and as she had a wonderful presence of mind, she conceived the person of the unfortunate beau to be luckily thrown in her way to restore her lady's opinion of her impregnable chastity. At that instant, therefore, when he offered to leap from the bed, she caught fast hold of his shirt, at the same time roaring out, "O thou villain, who hast attacked my chastity, and, I believe, ruined me in my sleep! I will swear a rape against thee. I will prosecute thee with the utmost vengeance." The beau attempted to get loose, but she held him fast, and when he struggled, she cried out, "Murder! Murder! Rape! Robbery! Ruin!" At which words Parson Adams, who lay in the next chamber, wakeful, and meditating on the pedlar's discovery, jumped out of bed, and, without staying to put a rag of clothes on, hastened into the apartment whence the cries proceeded. He made directly to the bed in the dark, where, laying hold of the beau's skin, for Slipslop had torn his shirt almost off, and finding his skin extremely soft, and hearing him in a low voice begging Slipslop to let him go, he no longer doubted but this was the young woman in danger of ravishing, and immediately falling on the bed and laying hold of Slipslop's chin, where he found a rough beard, his belief was confirmed. He therefore rescued the beau, who presently made his escape, and then, turning towards Slipslop, received such a cuff on his chops that, his wrath kindling instantly, he offered to return the favour so stoutly that, had poor Slipslop received the fist, which in the dark passed by her and fell on the pillow, she would most probably have given up the ghost. Adams, missing his blow, fell directly on Slipslop, who cuffed and scratched as well as she could, nor was he behindhand with her in his endeavours, but happily the darkness of the night befriended her. She then cried she was a woman, but Adams answered she was rather the devil, and if she was, he would grapple with him, and being again irritated by another stroke on his chops, he gave her such a remembrance in the guts that she began to roar loud enough to be heard all over the house. Adams then, seizing her by the hair, for her double clout had fallen off in the scuffle, pinned her head down to the bolster, and then both called for lights together. The Lady Booby, who was as wakeful as any of her guests, had been alarmed from the beginning, and being a woman of a bold spirit, she slipped on a nightgown, petticoat, and slippers, and taking a candle, which always burnt in her chamber, in her hand, she walked undauntedly to Slipslop's room, where she entered just at the instant, as Adams had discovered, by the 2 mountains which Slipslop carried before her, that he was concerned with a female. He then concluded her to be a witch, and said he fancied those breasts gave suck to a legion of devils. Slipslop, seeing Lady Booby enter the room, cried "Help, or I am ravished," with a most audible voice, and Adams, perceiving the light, turned hastily and saw the lady, as she did him, just as she came to the feet of the bed, nor did her modesty, when she found the naked condition of Adams, suffer her to approach farther. She then began to revile the parson as the wickedest of all men, and particularly railed at his impudence in choosing her house for the scene of his debaucheries, and her own woman for the object of his bestiality. Poor Adams had before discovered the countenance of his bedfellow, and now first recollecting he was naked, he was no less confounded than Lady Booby herself, and immediately whipped under the bedclothes, whence the chaste Slipslop endeavoured in vain to shut him out. Then, putting forth his head, on which, by way of ornament, he wore a flannel nightcap, he protested his innocence, and asked 10,000 pardons of Mrs. Slipslop for the blows he had struck her, vowing he had mistaken her for a witch. Lady Booby, then casting her eyes on the ground, observed something sparkle with great lustre, which, when she had taken it up, appeared to be a very fine pair of diamond buttons for the sleeves. A little farther she saw lie the sleeve itself of a shirt with laced ruffles. "Heyday!" says she, "what is the meaning of this?" "Oh, madam," says Slipslop, "I don't know what hath happened. I have been so terrified. Here may have been a dozen men in the room." "To whom belongs this laced shirt and jewels?" says the lady. "Undoubtedly," cries the parson, "to the young gentleman whom I mistook for a woman on coming into the room, whence proceeded all the subsequent mistakes; for if I had suspected him for a man, I would have seized him, had he been another Hercules, though indeed he seems rather to resemble Hylas." He then gave an account of the reason of his rising from bed, and the rest, till the lady came into the room; at which, and the figures of Slipslop and her gallant, whose heads only were visible at the opposite corners of the bed, she could not refrain from laughter, nor did Slipslop persist in accusing the parson of any motions towards a rape. The lady therefore desired him to return to his bed as soon as she was departed, and then ordering Slipslop to rise and attend her in her own room, she returned herself thither. When she was gone, Adams renewed his petitions for pardon to Mrs. Slipslop, who, with a most Christian temper, not only forgave, but began to move with much courtesy towards him, which he, taking as a hint to begin, immediately quitted the bed, and made the best of his way towards his own. But unluckily, instead of turning to the right, he turned to the left, and went to the apartment where Fanny lay, who, as the reader may remember, had not slept a wink in the preceding night, and who was so hagged out with what had happened to her in the day, that, notwithstanding all thoughts of her Joseph, she had fallen into so profound a sleep, that all the noise in the adjoining room had not been able to disturb her. Adams groped out the bed, and turning the clothes down softly, a custom Mrs. Adams had long accustomed him to, crept in and deposited his carcass on the bedpost, a place which that good woman had always assigned him. As the cat or lapdog of some lovely nymph, for whom 10,000 lovers languish, lies quietly by the side of the charming maid, and, ignorant of the scene of delight on which they repose, meditates the future capture of a mouse, or surprisal of a plate of bread and butter, so Adams lay by the side of Fanny, ignorant of the paradise to which he was so near, nor could the emanation of sweets which flowed from her breath overpower the fumes of tobacco which played in the parson's nostrils. And now sleep had not overtaken the good man, when Joseph, who had secretly appointed Fanny to come to her at the break of day, rapped softly at the chamber door, which when he had repeated twice, Adams cried, "Come in, whoever you are." Adams thought he had mistaken the door, though she had given him the most exact directions. However, knowing his friend's voice, he opened it, and saw some female vestments lying on a chair. Fanny, waking at the same instant, and stretching out her hand on Adam's beard, she cried out, "Oh, heavens! Where am I? Bless me, where am I?" said the parson. Then Fanny screamed. Adams leapt out of bed, and Joseph stood, as the tragedians call it, like the statue of surprise. "How came she into my room?" cried Adams. "How came you into hers?" cried Joseph in an astonishment. "I know nothing of the matter," answered Adams, "but that she is a vestal for me. As I am a Christian, I know not whether she is a man or woman. He is an infidel who doth not believe in witchcraft. They as surely exist now as in the days of Saul. My clothes are bewitched away too, and Fanny's brought into their place." For he still insisted he was in his own apartment, but Fanny denied it vehemently, and said his attempting to persuade Joseph of such a falsehood convinced her of his wicked designs. "How," said Joseph in a rage, "hath he offered any rudeness to you?" She answered, she could not accuse him of any more than villainously stealing to bed to her, which she thought rudeness sufficient, and what no man would do without a wicked intention. Joseph's great opinion of Adams was not easily to be staggered, and when he heard from Fanny that no harm had happened, he grew a little cooler. Yet still he was confounded, and as he knew the house, and that the woman's apartments were on this side as Mrs. Slipslop's room, and the men's on the other, he was convinced that he was in Fanny's chamber. Assuring Adams, therefore, of this truth, he begged him to give some account how he came there. Adams, then standing in his shirt, which did not offend Fanny, as the curtains of the bed were drawn, related all that had happened, and when he had ended, Joseph told him it was plain he had mistaken by turning to the right instead of the left. "And so," cries Adams, "that's true, as sure as sixpence. You have hit on the very thing." He then traversed the room, rubbing his hands, and begged Fanny's pardon, assuring her he did not know whether she was man or woman. That innocent creature firmly believed all he said, told him she was no longer angry, and begged Joseph to conduct him into his own apartment, where he should stay himself till she had put her clothes on. Joseph and Adams accordingly departed, and the latter soon was convinced of the mistake he had committed. However, whilst he was dressing himself, he often asserted he believed in the power of witchcraft notwithstanding, and did not see how a Christian could deny it. End of Book 4, Chapters 13 and 14. Read by Dennis Sayers in Medina. Book 4, Chapters 15 and 16 of Joseph Andrews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Book 4, Chapter 15. The arrival of Gaffer and Gammer Andrews, with another person not much expected, and a perfect solution of the difficulties raised by the pedlar. As soon as Fanny was dressed, Joseph returned to her, and they had a long conversation together, the conclusion of which was, that if they found themselves to be really brother and sister, they vowed a perpetual celibacy, and to live together all their days, and indulge a platonic friendship for each other. The company were all very merry at breakfast, and Joseph and Fanny rather more cheerful than the preceding night. The Lady Booby produced the diamond button, which the beau most readily owned, and alleged that he was very subject to walk in his sleep. Indeed, he was far from being ashamed of his amour, and rather endeavoured to insinuate that more than was really true had passed between him and the fair Slipslop. Their tea was scarce over when news came of the arrival of old Mr. Andrews and his wife. They were immediately introduced and kindly received by the Lady Booby, whose heart went now pit-a-pat, as did those of Joseph and Fanny. They felt, perhaps, little less anxiety in this interval than Oedipus himself, whilst his fate was revealing. Mr. Booby first opened the cause by informing the old gentleman that he had a child in the company more than he knew of, and taking Fanny by the hand, told him this was that daughter of his who had been stolen away by gipsies in her infancy. Mr. Andrews, after expressing some astonishment, assured his honour that he had never lost a daughter by gipsies, nor ever had any other children than Joseph and Pamela. These words were a cordial to the two lovers, but had a different effect on Lady Booby. She ordered the pedlar to be called, who recounted his story as he had done before, at the end of which old Mrs. Andrews, running to Fanny, embraced her, crying out, she is my child." The company were all amazed at this disagreement between the man and his wife, and the blood had now forsaken the cheeks of the lovers, when the old woman, turning to her husband, who was more surprised than all the rest, and having a little recovered her own spirits, delivered herself as follows: "You may remember, my dear, when you went a sergeant to Gibraltar, you left me big with child. You stayed abroad, you know, upwards of 3 years. In your absence I was brought to bed, I verily believe, of this daughter, whom I am sure I have reason to remember, for I suckled her at this very breast till the day she was stolen from me. One afternoon, when the child was about a year, or a year and a half old, or thereabouts, 2 gipsy women came to the door, and offered to tell my fortune. One of them had a child in her lap. I showed them my hand, and desired to know if you was ever to come home again, which I remember as well as if it was but yesterday. They faithfully promised me you should. I left the girl in the cradle, and went to draw them a cup of liquor, the best I had. When I returned with the pot, I am sure I was not absent longer than whilst I am telling it to you, the women were gone. I was afraid they had stolen something, and looked, but to no purpose, and heaven knows I had very little for them to steal. At last, hearing the child cry in the cradle, I went to take it up. But, oh, the living! How was I surprised to find, instead of my own girl that I had put into the cradle, who was as fine a fat thriving child as you shall see in a summer's day, a poor sickly boy, that did not seem to have an hour to live. I ran out, pulling my hair off, and crying like any mad after the women, but never could hear a word of them from that day to this. When I came back, the poor infant, which is our Joseph there, as stout as he now stands, lifted up its eyes upon me so piteously that, to be sure, notwithstanding my passion, I could not find in my heart to do it any mischief. A neighbor of mine happening to come in at the same time, and hearing the case, advised me to take care of this poor child, and God would perhaps one day restore me my own. Upon which I took the child up, and suckled it, to be sure, all the world as if it had been born of my own natural body. And, as true as I am alive, in a little time I loved the boy all to nothing as if it had been my own girl. Well, as I was saying, times growing very hard, I having 2 children, and nothing but my own work, which was little enough, God knows, to maintain them, was obliged to ask relief of the parish, but, instead of giving it me, they removed me, by justice's warrants, 15 miles, to the place where I now live, where I had not been long settled before you came home. Joseph, for that was the name I gave him myself, the Lord knows whether he was baptized or no, or by what name. Joseph, I say, seemed to me about 5 years old when you returned, for I believe he is 2 or 3 years older than our daughter here, for I am thoroughly convinced she is the same, and when you saw him you said he was a chopping boy, without ever minding his age, and so, seeing you did not suspect anything of the matter, thought I might e'en as well keep it to myself, for fear you should not love him as well as I did. And this is veritably true, and I will take my oath of it before any justice in the kingdom. The pedlar, who had been summoned by the order of Lady Booby, listened with the utmost attention to Gammer Andrew's story, and, when she had finished, asked her if the supposititious child had no mark on its breast, to which she answered, yes, he had as fine a strawberry as ever grew in a garden. This Joseph acknowledged, and, unbuttoning his coat, at the intercession of the company, showed to them. Well, says Gaffer Andrews, who was a comical sly old fellow, and very likely desired to have no more children than he could keep, you have proved, I think, very plainly that this boy doth not belong to us. But how are you certain that the girl is ours? The parson then brought the pedlar forward, and desired him to repeat the story which he had communicated to him the preceding day at the alehouse, which he complied with, and related what the reader, as well as Mr. Adams, hath seen before. He then confirmed, from his wife's report, all the circumstances of the exchange and of the strawberry on Joseph's breast. At the repetition of the word strawberry, Adams, who had seen it without any emotion, started and cried, "Bless me! Something comes into my head." But before he had time to bring anything out, a servant called him forth. When he was gone, the pedlar assured Joseph that his parents were persons of much greater circumstances than those he had hitherto mistaken for such, for that he had been stolen from a gentleman's house by those whom they call gypsies, and had been kept by them during a whole year, when, looking on him as in a dying condition, they had exchanged him for the other healthier child, in the manner before related. He said, as to the name of his father, his wife had either never known or forgot it, and that she had acquainted him he lived about 40 miles from the place where the exchange had been made, and which, promising to spare no pains in endeavouring with him to discover the place. But fortune, which seldom doth good or ill, or makes men happy or miserable by halves, resolved to spare him this labour. The reader may please to recollect that Mr. Wilson had intended a journey to the west, in which he was to pass through Mr. Adams's parish, and had promised to call on him. He was now arrived at Lady Booby's gates for that purpose, being directed thither from the parson's house, and had sent in the servant, whom we have above seen call Mr. Adams forth. This had no sooner mentioned the discovery of a stolen child, and had uttered the word strawberry, than Mr. Wilson, with wildness in his looks and the utmost eagerness in his words, begged to be showed into the room, where he entered without the least regard to any of the company but Joseph, and embracing him with a complexion all pale and trembling, desired to see the mark on his breast. The parson followed him capering, rubbing his hands, and crying out, Hic est quem quaeris, inventus est, etc. Joseph complied with the request of Mr. Wilson, who no sooner saw the mark than, abandoning himself to the most extravagant rapture of passion, he embraced Joseph with inexpressible ecstasy, and cried out in tears of joy, I have discovered my son! I have him again in my arms! Joseph was not sufficiently apprized yet to taste the same delight with his father, for so in reality he was. However, he returned some warmth to his embraces, but he no sooner perceived, from his father's account, the agreement of every circumstance of person, time, and place, than he threw himself at his feet, and, embracing his knees, with tears begged his blessing, which was given with much affection, and received with such respect, mixed with such tenderness on both sides, that it affected all present, but none so much as Lady Booby, who left the room in an agony, which was but too much perceived, and not very charitably accounted for by some of the company. Chapter 16. Being the last in which this true history is brought to a happy conclusion. Fanny was very little behind Joseph in the duty she expressed towards her parents, and the joy she evidenced in discovering them. Gammer Andrews kissed her, and said she was heartily glad to see her, but for her part she could never love any one better than Joseph. Gaffer Andrews testified no remarkable emotion. He blessed and kissed her, but complained bitterly that he wanted his pipe, not having had a whiff that morning. Mr. Booby, who knew nothing of his aunt's fondness, imputed her abrupt departure to her pride and disdain of the family into which he was married. He was therefore desirous to be gone with the utmost celerity, and now, having congratulated Mr. Wilson and Joseph on the discovery, he saluted Fanny, called her sister, and introduced her as such to Pamela, who behaved with great decency on the occasion. He now sent a message to his aunt, who returned that She wished him a good journey, but was too disordered to see any company. He therefore prepared to set out, having invited Mr. Wilson to his house, and Pamela and Joseph both so insisted on his complying that he at last consented, having first obtained a messenger from Mr. Booby to acquaint his wife with the news, which, as he knew it would render her completely happy, he could not prevail on himself to delay a moment in acquainting her with. The company were ranged in this manner. The two old people, with their two daughters, rode in the coach. The squire, Mr. Wilson, Joseph, Parson Adams, and the pedlar proceeded on horseback. In their way, Joseph informed his father of his intended match with Fanny, to which, though he expressed some reluctance at first, on the eagerness of his son's instances, he consented, saying, if she was so good a creature as she appeared, and he described her, he thought the disadvantages of birth and fortune might be compensated. He, however, insisted on the match being deferred till he had seen his mother, in which Joseph, perceiving him positive, with great duty obeyed him, to the great delight of Parson Adams, who by these means saw an opportunity of fulfilling the church forms, and marrying his parishioners without a licence. Mr. Adams, greatly exulting on this occasion, for such ceremonies were matters of no small moment with him, accidentally gave spurs to his horse, which the generous beast, disdaining, for he was of high mettle, and had been used to more expert riders than the gentleman who at present bestrode him, for whose horsemanship he had perhaps some contempt, immediately ran away full speed, and played so many antic tricks that he tumbled the parson from his back, which Joseph perceiving, came to his relief. This accident afforded infinite merriments to the servants, and no less frighted poor Fanny, who beheld him as he passed by the coach, but the mirth of the one and terror of the other were soon determined, when the parson declared he had received no damage. The horse having freed himself from his unworthy rider, as he probably thought him, proceeded to make the best of his way, but was stopped by a gentleman and his servants, who were travelling the opposite way, and were now at a little distance from the coach. They soon met, and as one of the servants delivered Adams his horse, his master hailed him, and Adams, looking up, presently recollected he was the justice of peace before whom he and Fanny had made their appearance. The parson presently saluted him very kindly, and the justice informed him that he had found the fellow who attempted to swear against him and the young woman the very next day, and committed him to Salisbury jail, where he was charged with many robberies. Many compliments having passed between the parson and the justice, the latter proceeded on his journey, and the former, having with some disdain refused Joseph's offer of changing horses, and declared he was as able a horseman as any in the kingdom, remounted his beast, and now the company again proceeded, and happily arrived at their journey's end, Mr. Adams, by good luck rather than by good riding, escaping a second fall. The company, arriving at Mr. Booby's house, were all received by him in the most courteous and entertained in the most splendid manner, after the custom of the old English hospitality, which is still preserved in some very few families in the remote parts of England. They all passed that day with the utmost satisfaction, it being perhaps impossible to find any set of people more solidly and sincerely happy. Joseph and Fanny found means to be alone upwards of 2 hours, which were the shortest but the sweetest imaginable. In the morning, Mr. Wilson proposed to his son to make a visit with him to his mother, which, notwithstanding his dutiful inclinations and a longing desire he had to see her, a little concerned him, as he must be obliged to leave his Fanny. But the goodness of Mr. Booby relieved him, for he proposed to send his own coach and six for Mrs. Wilson, whom Pamela so very earnestly invited that Mr. Wilson at length agreed with the entreaties of Mr. Booby and Joseph, and suffered the coach to go empty for his wife. On Saturday night the coach returned with Mrs. Wilson, who added one more to this happy assembly. The reader may imagine much better and quicker too than I can describe the many embraces and tears of joy which succeeded after her arrival. It is sufficient to say she was easily prevailed with to follow her husband's example in consenting to the match. On Sunday, Mr. Adams performed the service at the squire's parish church, the curate of which very kindly exchanged duty, and rode 20 miles to the Lady Booby's parish so to do, being particularly charged not to omit publishing the banns, being the third and last time. At length the happy day arrived which was to put Joseph in the possession of all his wishes. He arose and dressed himself in a neat but plain suit of Mr. Booby's, which exactly fitted him, for he refused all finery, as did Fanny likewise, who could be prevailed on by Pamela to attire herself in nothing richer than a white dimity nightgown. Her shift, indeed, which Pamela presented her, was of the finest kind, and had an edging of lace round the bosom. She likewise equipped her with a pair of fine white thread stockings, which were all she would accept, for she wore one of her own short round-eared caps, and over it a little straw hat, lined with cherry-coloured silk, and tied with a cherry-coloured ribbon. In this dress she came forth from her chamber, blushing and breathing sweets, and was by Joseph, whose eyes sparkled fire, led to church, the whole family attending, where Mr. Adams performed the ceremony, at which nothing was so remarkable as the extraordinary and unaffected modesty of Fanny, unless the true Christian piety of Adams, who publicly rebuked Mr. Booby and Pamela for laughing in so sacred a place, and on so solemn an occasion. Our parson would have done no less to the highest prince on earth, for though he paid all submission and deference to his superiors in other matters, where the least spice of religion intervened, he immediately lost all respect of persons. It was his maxim that he was a servant of the highest, and could not, without departing from his duty, give up the least article of his honour or of his cause to the greatest earthly potentate. Indeed, he always asserted that Mr. Adams at church with his surplice on, and Mr. Adams without that ornament in any other place, were two very different persons. When the church rites were over, Joseph led his blooming bride back to Mr. Booby's, for the distance was so very little they did not think proper to use a coach. The whole company attended them likewise on foot, and now a most magnificent entertainment was provided, at which Parson Adams demonstrated an appetite surprising as well as surpassing every one present. Indeed, the only persons who betrayed any deficiency on this occasion were those on whose account the feast was provided. They pampered their imaginations with the much more exquisite repast which the approach of night promised them, the thoughts of which filled both their minds, though with very different sensations. The one all desire, while the other had her wishes tempered with fears. At length, after a day passed with the utmost merriment, corrected by the strictest decency, in which, however, Parson Adams, being well filled with ale and pudding, had given a loose to more facetiousness than was usual to him, the happy, the blessed moment arrived when Fanny retired with her mother-in-law, and her sister. She was soon undressed, for she had no jewels to deposit in their caskets, nor fine laces to fold with the nicest exactness. Undressing, to her, was properly discovering, not putting off ornaments, for as all her charms were the gifts of nature, she could divest herself of none. How, reader, shall I give thee an adequate idea of this lovely young creature? The bloom of roses and lilies might a little illustrate her complexion, or their smell her sweetness. But to comprehend her entirely, conceive youth, health, bloom, neatness, and innocence in her bridal bed. Conceive all these in their utmost perfection, and you may place the charming Fanny's picture before your eyes. Joseph no sooner heard she was in bed than he fled with the utmost eagerness to her. A minute carried him into her arms, where we shall leave this happy couple to enjoy the private rewards of their constancy. Rewards so great and sweet that I apprehend Joseph neither envied the noblest duke nor Fanny the finest duchess that night. The third day, Mr. Wilson and his wife, with their son and daughter, returned home, where they now lived together in a state of bliss scarce ever equalled. Mr. Booby hath, with unprecedented generosity, given Fanny a fortune of 2,000 pounds, which Joseph hath laid out in a little estate in the same parish with his father, which he now occupies, his father having stocked it for him, and Fanny presides with most excellent management in his dairy, where, however, she is not at present very able to bustle much, being, as Mr. Wilson informs me in his last letter, extremely big with their first child. Mr. Booby hath presented Mr. Adams with a living of 130 pounds a year. He at first refused it, resolving not to quit his parishioners, with whom he had lived so long; but, on recollecting he might keep a curate at this living, he hath been lately inducted into it. The pedlar, besides several handsome presents both from Mr. Wilson and Mr. Booby, is, by the latter's interest, made an exciseman, a trust which he discharges with such justice that he is greatly beloved in his neighborhood. As for the Lady Booby, she returned to London in a few days, where a young captain of dragoons, together with eternal parties at cards, soon obliterated the memory of Joseph. Joseph remains blessed with his Fanny, whom he dotes on with the utmost tenderness, which is all returned on her side. The happiness of this couple is a perpetual fountain of pleasure to their fond parents, and what is particularly remarkable, he declares he will imitate them in their retirement, nor will be prevailed on by any booksellers or their authors to make his appearance in high life. End of Book 4, Chapters 15 and 16, and end of Joseph Andrews. Read by Dennis